I was asking to die. For years on end, ever since I had been a child, I had applied all the intelligence of a humiliated créature to finding a way out, then to justifying the despair of the poor, then again to seeking a way to awaken those around me. In vain. Nothing was going to change, as Maria Chapdelaine had said. Nothing was going to change. Then why was I not like the authors, resigned or benumbed, crushed or asleep? Why had I learned to read and write, if it was only to feel more uncomfortable in my skin than most men? I began to write a third novel, which I called Les Portiers d'eau, The Drawers of Water. I stopped sending articles to Le Devoir. The Madocville strike had come to an end amid almost general indifference. Duplessis, having once more won a brilliant victory, was completing the sale of Quebec to the Americans. In this country as still and silent as a great, pale corpse, living men were suddenly questioning themselves as if they were in peril of death. They were not wrong. Poems filled with violence were published here and there, announcing the coming thaw and the first hope of Quebec since 1837. Maurice watched events unfold with a detachment mingled with disdain. Myron lost none of his faith and his madness. As for me, I was exhausted, torn between Myron's hope and Maurice's detachment. In order to escape this torture, I spent months freeing myself from my monsters by letting them howl, kill, rape, pray, weep, love, and murder in this formless novel that had nothing in common with what I had written before. The characters of Faulkner, Absalom, the Sound and the Fury, and of Joyce, Molly Bloom in particular, my heroes, prison. Heirs of the great darkness, how they struggled in a violence of words that was both terrifying and terrified, in which uncontrollable fits of laughter were desperate sobs, and cries of despair were shouts of laughter that would split your face with anger. And all of it amid the unchanged landscape of Ville-Jacques-Cartier, blackened hovels, dusty streets, naked, grimy children, men who got drunk, women who cursed, and curers who clamored loudly every Sunday because the collection wasn't bringing in enough. The Great Darkness won 63-9 in the meantime. I had met Michel, 7 at a party given by the Eddy Tyens de one hexagon to launch Alain Grandboy Le Toile Pooper. After exchanging a few words with Grandboy and an Hébert, I had retired to a corner of the room in the École des Beaux-Arts where the party was taking place. I was sipping a glass of cider and observing this sophisticated society with contempt. A young woman with very black hair and green eyes, wearing a red wool dress that accentuated the beauty and firmness of her breasts, offered me a little cake, saying, "How scornful you look. This crowd is like a circus, isn't it? Oh, you know, people. They are what they are." She smiled with her whole sensual mouth, with her large, luminous eyes, with her long hair falling on her bare shoulders, which I already wanted to caress. "What are you reading?" she asked, noticing the slim volume protruding from the left pocket of my jacket. "Poetry." "Yes. Dylan Thomas." "Oh. Who's that?" I told her the story of Dylan Thomas's life, and during this recital I spoke more and more about myself, about that search for the absolute of which I have spoken above. She listened to me without saying a word. Never had I seen such intense curiosity in a woman's look. She pressed her knees against mine, placed her hands on my thighs and, still silent, brought her mouth so close to mine that it made me dizzy. Then she withdrew her hands, preparing to rise. "Pierre," said she, "you want to come to my place on Sunday. Robert, in short, my husband will not be there. You must tell me more about Dylan Thomas. It's as if his drinking." She did not finish, quickly wrote her name, address, and telephone number on one of the pages of the book, just above that long poem the title of which I have forgotten but which recounts, with nostalgia and a profound need to love and be loved, the childhood of this alco. Holic Welsh genius. "Till Sunday," she said. "Till Sunday." 164 Pierre Vallières, and she disappeared into the literary circus. For a while I stood rooted to the spot. Then I left the room quietly and returned to Ville-Jacques-Cartier, interrogating the smiling image of Michel. A dream. I saw less and less of Maurice, Myron, and most of my other friends, devoting my weekends to discovering and possessing Michel, and letting myself be explored and bewitched by her. Our relations were sensual and tormented, like the soliloquies that the drawers of water invented with a liberating complaisance for immorality. Robert continued to be her husband and they continued to sleep together, except during those weekends when his job as a journalist obliged him to be away covering some congress or convention. I was jealous, and I admitted it to Michelle, one Sunday when it seemed as if her caresses would never let go of my fevered flesh. I began to speak, and bitterness sprang from my mouth like an insect. Repulsive to women. She broke off her caresses as one breaks up a dream and told me that I was only a friend, while he, who was at least 15 years older than she, was really her man. With me, as with others, she had amused herself playing bedtime games between two sad songs by Leo Ferré, with a glass of whiskey within reach. And I, who thought I possessed her and was penetrating her completely when with all my strength I pressed her on my body strained to the cracking point, I was ejaculating my virility into a silken doll. I might as well have masturbated with an expensive handkerchief. I withdrew from her body with a raging pain in my belly. I wanted to slap her, to break a record over her head, to drown her in her bath. But my only thought was to caress her again. My hands wandered over her magnificent body. Humiliated and half mad, I asked her to explain. She smiled, as on the evening we had met, as if to say, "My poor friend, you ask too much. Why isn't it enough for you to have a good time, like the others? There's nothing extraordinary about sleeping with someone, it doesn't commit you any more than an evening at the theater. A game, Pierre. Stop looking for the absolute in everything. After all, to make love is not to find God, or even to find oneself." Suddenly words of great gentleness fell upon me, you know. The great darkness 165 Pierre, too many things, memories, habits bind me to him now. We are not married, legally speaking, but we are too united to part from each other. We have a good time with other people, as opportunities and individuals present themselves, but we only really make love together. I don't know if you can understand. We have betrayed each other hundreds of times, and each time it was an occasion for reconciliation between us, as if, each time, we made love anew, differently. You are not the first man who wanted to beat me. And I suppose there are many women who dream of killing Robert, because he's a purebred Don Juan. I felt I was being tortured, as if her nails wanted to tear off a piece of my flesh. Maybe she wanted some for lunch. I sank down on her bed like one of Picasso's clowns interrogating fate. I was not a Don Juan. I saw Michelle again a few times, for one does not easily forget a skin like hers. But jealousy almost made me impotent. Only to think that we were playing a game made me want to throw her in a corner like a child's doll that cannot communicate with its owner. I was dreaming of Elsa, and all I had in my arms was a bundle of sensitians. 0. I was discovering that sexuality in no way engaged being, which I had discussed at such length with Maurice, and that it was only a physical exercise more subtle and spellbinding than the rest. It was not love. But did love exist? Perhaps Elsa, after all, was only a poem. I gradually returned to my philosophical meditations without tell. Maurice what I had just lived through, talking about essence and existence and at the same time devouring his wife with my eyes. From time to time I went to Myron's, on St. Andre Street, to tend to the sorrow recited by that man who so greatly loved women and his country and who felt free only to suffer out loud. I understood better the marquee of amour, and the advantage that prostitutes have over the beautiful, free love women, the gift of themselves. And St. Denis Street was our domain, for it was the street degree. This is an allusion to the Elsa often celebrated in the poems of Louis Aragon. In reality, she was Aragon's wife, Elsa Triolet, a prize-winning novelist in her own right and, like her husband, a prominent member of the French Communist Party. Trans. 166 Pierre Vallières of brothels, cheap restaurants, and raw truth. Here women and men did not play the game of false emancipation and amoral egotism, amoral like money, but lived simply, exchanging ordinary, necessary, consoling services. Blessed debauchery that never humiliates the poor, the deformed, the tormented, the worker, or the beggar. And that so often, saves a man from the throes of death or from suicide. 11 All these experiences formed the living, almost volcanic material of Les Portier's dough. The novel cast a spell over me. It was as if I was injecting myself with a drug of my own invention, a drug which at certain privileged times could transform into vivid colors, red, yellow, green, the great darkness of life in Quebec, a darkness unknown to the outside world. This drug could alternately produce euphoria, despair, mysticism, the taste for death, or the need for a god. But it could not change the daily servitude, the stale, morose boredom of my life as an office clerk. And when I was not working at L.G. Beaubien, brokers, writ ing, discussion, or friendship were merely distractions, in the Pascalian sense of the word distraction, as Maurice would say, from my profound disgust for life, which was only the perpetual torment of an unconscious and tenacious guilt. I felt guilty of high treason to my class, to my own people. They were not existentialists but practicing Catholics. They were not writ heirs and geniuses but cheap workers without a voice, without an education. They were not waiting for the revelation of being, of meaning, but only, even in the depths of their resignation, or rather of their total defeat, for the practical organization of their limitless potential, of their immense, unemployed, throttled, alienated strength. And perhaps that is why one spring day, in April 1958, I think, I suddenly cast in my lot with the alienated and gave to the garbage collectors who were running behind an incinerator truck on my street, the thick, nearly completed manuscript entitled Les Pourtours d'eau. That same evening I bought some flowers to give to my mother for Easter. Unfortunately, she found my gesture as pointless as sending a conventional Christmas card. I went for walks beside the river. I like to interrogate existence. The great darkness 167 through that mass of water which for thousands of years had been ceaselessly flowing down to the ocean, with a regularity, a calm, that only men could disturb with their inventions, their freighters, liners, and seaplanes. I would have liked to slip into that water, to belong to the vegetable kingdom, to become a peaceful seaweed in the depths of the water, a thing that did not ask itself questions, a being that did not need being in order to be. I had lost the taste for action, the need to do. What was the use of being a man? I had given flowers to my mother. What was the use? I had destroyed my literary drugs. What was the use? I had loved Michel. What was the use? I was the son of a worker. What was the use? Myron, Maurice, Raymond, T-Guy, Johnny, Yvonne, heaps of friends. What was the use? With all my heart I was with the Algerian and Cuban partisans. What was the use? Here in this accursed country, I was nothing. But I had a confused sense of guilt or responsibility. I didn't know any more. I was 18 years old. Notes 1. Taverns were forbidden in Ville Jacques Cartier, headquarters of the underworld. The cures had no doubt obtained that from the underworld in exchange for something else. 2. Maurice is a pseudonym for one of my best friends, who might be embarrassed by my remarks on his conception of life if his name were known. 3. At that time Claude Fournier's Lucille firm had just been published by Editions de El Hexagone, which was run by Myron. I had liked this collection of poems very much and had written to Fournier asking to meet him. He had replied at once. He was my first contact, Anglicism, in the literary milieu of Montreal. 4. An allusion to an article I wrote for Site Libre early in 1962 entitled, Nous evoluer à la profondeur de notre existence, to awake to the depth of our existence. 5. Paul van den Bosch has described this state of mind well in a little essay. Les Enfants de l'Absurde, published by La Table Ronde, Paris, around 1957. 168 Pierre Vallières 6. The former name of the Québécois section of the CCFNDP. 7. Michel is a pseudonym for the woman I have loved the most and who has made me suffer most. Since I have been in prison I think of her so often that sometimes I cannot resist the need to speak to her by means of a poem or letter that I hide under my pillow. It is terrible how sentimental prison life makes you. For freedom lying fallow. After I had burned my last handwritten notes, all that remained of so many years of agonizing and useless struggle, I felt liberated from everything, released from the heavy burden of giving a meaning to my destiny as a philosopher proletarian, absolved, by him who had permitted me to exist, from the obligation of choosing my futur myself. I began to dream about God and to feel a kind of happiness in abandoning my fate to him. Something profound and indefinable welled up inside me. Insane thoughts came to me. Death is just as good as life. Everything is vain. Perhaps beyond death there even lies the beginning of life. Later, on a bridge over the Seine in Paris, I was to feel the same thing, along with an almost uncontrollable urge to plunge into the blackness of the river. But in the autumn of 1958 it was the religious life into which I plunged, with my eyes closed, the way one commits suicide. A few Months before, disillusioned and weary to the bone, I had had a rev. Elation while reading Teilhard de Chardin's The Divine Milieu, and like Charles de Foucauld, I had suddenly been converted. Like a madman, half poet, half philosopher, I attempted to unite myself through God with a universe I did not understand. I took a chance on the inner adventure called for by Morris's conception of human existence, and I tried to push it to its utmost limits. The year of my novitiate unfolded in that peace which accompanies the madness of the mentally ill who are in a state of euphoria. 169. 170 Pierre Vallières. No fits of rage. No pounding on the walls. Nothing but blissful indifference to the world. How could I really believe in God? In the God I had only heard about from imbeciles who called the drying up of the mind and body chastity, stupidity, humility, and fear of living obedience. Besides, my spirituality was something rather unique. It drew its inspiration as much from Martin Heidegger's Essence of Freedom, Georges Bernanos' Why Freedom, Kierkegaard's Anxiety, and the search for Kafka's Castle, as from the mystical writings of St. John of the Cross and the Gospel according to St. John, the only two Christian works I knew that seemed solid. When I got sick of wait ing for contact with the heart of God, in my desert bill of the SI lens of men who had renounced the world, I did a little philosophize ing and said to myself, old friend, the more profound the inner search is, or tries to be, the more likely it is to provide a haven and justification for anguish, despair, lying, cowardice, hypocrisy, and plain stupidity. Why, indeed, was I there? In the midst of these easygoing Franciscans who seemed so little touched by ordinary life, with all its suffering. Because of St. Francis? What did I know about that holy man? Who had dared to brave the material power of the papacy and who fasted in the caves of Italy to expiate his sins. Really, I am unable, even today, to explain exactly what happened. A woman psychoanalyst once told me that unconsciously I had wanted to reconcile myself with my family, my milieu, and the traditional values of that milieu, because at that time my revolt had not reached a high enough level of consciousness to be free of a profound feeling of guilt. Guilt that was kept alive by the morbid universe of sin, in which Quebec developed during the first 3 centuries of its history, under the influence of the Vaticanists who, up until very recent years, organized the real inner structure of Quebec society, the Catholic Church, which was able to combine its hierarchical system of classes and functions with the equality of all men, before God, in original sin. A pretty arbitrary equality, but one which, implanted in our minds from childhood, accomplished the rather fantastic tour de force of making us for centuries equal in freedom, lying fallow. 171 Guilt, in shame, in the constant impression that we were defeated, and in the feeling, which still runs very deep in Quebec, that when all is said and done, life is not worth living. The Church, with the help of the conditions of our existence as exploited, colonized, ignorant men, has turned us into a population of citizens who are ashamed of themselves, guilty before they have even had a chance to perform free acts, who are disgusted with life and seek refuge in the promise of an eternal celestial happiness. The quiet revolution has begun to break down this alienating, dehumanizing routine, but there is still a long road to travel before all the rebels of Quebec are really liberated from guilt and are able to determine their own destiny without reference to what they have been taught, to the religion of the enslaved and the oppressed. During my novitiate I tried to understand the equal and fundamental original sin, which the Protestant Kierkegaard speaks of in several of his works. I tried to make a connection between this postulate and the second statement that many are called but few are chosen, and that even the chosen would not be equal in paradise, on the celestial dais where God on his throne spends his eternity being worshipped and served. They would not all have as good seats as the angels and saints. We were equal in sin, but not in redemption. Furthermore, equality in sin was rather difficult to perceive concretely. For certain sinners wore crowns or tiaras on their heads, heirs had golden insignia on their chests, some were wealthy business men and exploiters of the people, others were heads of state who were anti-worker, colonialist, and militaristic. But the vast majority of men, it is true, were equal in poverty and insecurity. It was said that they would be first in heaven. But how could you give first place to so many people? Especially when few would be chosen. I sought answers to these questions in the Bible, but the books of the Bible often contradict each other, and even the parables of the Gospels and the teachings of Christ are bill of contradictions. Did not this dialectic that fascinated Kierkegaard play into the hands of the capitalists by remaining on the level of inner conflicts between the flesh and the spirit, and by transforming itself into individual mystical activity that was inoffensive, because it was commit? 172 Pierre Vallières TED in Advance to Nonviolence and the Expiation of Sins, rather than into collective social activity that was practical and necessarily violent. Kierkegaard, like all the cures, said one should make the leap into faith, into nothingness, into belief in the unbelievable, the unintelligible, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. I had made the leap, and I found myself the same as before. All questions remained open. But while before the leap into faith I was allowed everything, now everything was forbidden. And it was in contempt for myself and the world that I was being taught to find love, the way, truth, life, being. I found nothing at all, unless it was a certain bodily discipline that greatly improved my health and made me less nervous. Just as the organism is rested by a long vodka tie-in in the country. Deep inside, I despised this life in which individual personal wills were equal to the extent that those wills wanted nothing, as Engels has so rightly put it, but simply obeyed, like sheep that graze without asking questions, because God has willed it so. That is the practical freedom of those who have been touched by God's grace, the freedom to graze without complaining. Fortunately, God spares an increasing number of Quebecois from his grace. That is why Quebec has ceased to be a quiet colony of Washington and the Vatican. God and his heaven are dying in the minds of the Quebecois, who have at last awakened from the pious dreams of their childhood. Mindless obedience and sanctified servitude have ceased to be virtues. They are becoming what they have always been, meaningless phrases, chains that must be broken. The political and economic decolonization of Quebec will be accompanied by the de-alienation of the Quebecois. The church will not make so much money, but the people will be free. Many people in Quebec have understood at last that solidarity among the exploited, the humiliated, the oppressed, is nothing but slavery sublimated in common. Solidarity can exist only among free men. That is why, to the great despair of the bishops and the clerical aristocracy, there are fewer and fewer religious vocations and priests, and more rebels and revolutionaries. In 1958, 1959, 1960, I spent months on end seeking reasons, the why of my existence. I went in for metaphysics. Through misty freedom line fallow 173-ism, I tried to seize God by the collar and make him talk. I wasted my time and a good deal of energy on the sport of sanctification, the purification of the soul, prayer, etc. For even if the great darkness of Duplessis had been transformed, thanks to God, into the dark night of the mystical theologies described by St. John of the Cross, faith itself would have remained a senseless, intangible thing outside reality. There are only two logical positions, to believe without understanding, or to leave God alone. I tried to believe and to understand. But the more I tried to believe, the less I understood, and the less I understood, the less I liked to believe, the more I began to think that, all things considered, the only thing to do was to forget God and try to understand human life in terms of the conditions of its development, by studying its history, its evolution. For if God had an answer to give to men, for human existence, was it not up to him to explain himself? Since we, on the one hand, could only reach him through a blind, mute faith that received no reply, while he, on the other hand, if he did exist and if he was really love, as St. John said, knew our case tie-ins and our anguished doubts. Then why did he not take measures? He who was said to be all-powerful, to reach us. In order to further purify our faith, I was told. It was as if a man had said to the woman he loved, "You are suffering, darling. You ask me to reply to your long letters. You don't know what is happening. You are no longer sure of anything. But my dear girl, that's exactly the way I love you. When you are suffering. The more you suffer, the more I love you. Suffer, suffer, suffer. I love you like that. Fuck that kind of love, an American would say. Fuck that, indeed. And long live poor little human freedom. Masturbate, Lord, and be crucified again, if you have such a passion for it. But for pity's sake, get the hell out as fast as you can. That was the theme of my prayers less than 2 years after the Kierkegaardian leap into faith, with a capital F, to clearly indicate the metaphysical character of that absurd leap. The rage that I had experienced at the college took hold of me again. Since September 1959 I had been a philosophy student at the Theological College of the Franciscans in Quebec, the heart and brain of traditional obscurantism ever since Bishop Laval had founded his state within the church there in the 17th century. Even 174 Pierre Vallières now, in 1967, the Québécois state has not yet entirely come out of the church. I had come to know Christian spirituality and its masochistic practice a little better. Now I was going to become acquainted with the political and economic institution hiding behind that spirituality which is ostensibly founded on charity. In the church, charity has the same function of fooling the people that illusory democracy has in the capitalist system. Every 2 or 4 years, capitalist democracy asks us to exercise our right to vote, the ridiculous right they leave us to choose which of 2, 3, or 4 thieves we prefer to put in power, without, however, leaving us the freedom to call into question the foundations of this democracy which is supposed to grant equal rights to all men. The role of Christian charity is similar, and complementary, to that of the right to vote. Christianity asks us to pray for the wicked, and to give alms, from time to time, to help the poor and expiate our own sins, but it too is fiercely opposed to calling into question the capitalist system, which lets there be so many poor in the world, and is opposed above all to the practical consequence of a lucid and honest criticism of the system, its overthrow. There can be progressive individuals within the church, just as there are reformists in the capitalist state, but the church is an institution is essentially reactionary, politically, economically, and ideologically, and doesn't have much to do with the gospel of Jesus Christ, except, perhaps, for a rhetoric that has no practical meaning. The speeches of the Pope, like those of Lyndon B. Johnson, are filled with demagogy, and they have but one objective: to preserve the enormous privileges that the church hierarchy derives from its cooperation with the businessmen and heads of state of the established order. It is common knowledge today that the church is one of the biggest financial institutions in the capitalist world and the surest moral guarantee of the system of exploitation of men by men. And to think that all that is in large part financed by the money of the deluded victims of exploitation, who buy indulgences, masses for the dead, masses for the souls in purgatory, medals, rosaries, statues, pardon for their sins, etc. With all this money, the princes of the church make large and profitable investments in the great freedom lying fallow 175 national corporations and draw fabulous dividends, which are either reinvested in those corporations or plowed back into the business, the church itself, which uses charity and eternal salvation to suck money from the people every day, with a patience and tenacity of which only these capitalist churchmen are capable. At the Franciscans, who are supposed to be the poorest of the poor, one have been present at very mystical discussions concerning the sale of their house on Marie Gaillard Street to the University of Montreal. I do not know what agreement was reached between the Franciscans and the university administration. But I know, because one heard it from the lips of the very brother who was manager of the order, that at the time the Franciscans were interested in making as much profit as possible, on the order of $1 million, if I am not mistaken, from the sale of this house, which they had once bought at a low price from a charitable rich person who became very sentimental and pious at the sight of the bare feet of the Franciscans. And yet, according to their constitution, the Franciscans are never supposed to make financial speculations. What then happens in the other communities whose constitutions, on the contrary, encourage investment? In 1966, the cure politician of Lake St. John, the Abbé Villeneuve, told a journalist from Le Magazine Maclean that the Québécois owed nothing to the church. That is the exact truth. The Québécois owe nothing to the church, unless it is 3 centuries of obscurantism. But the church owes to us, to our ignorance and passivity, the fact that it has become the biggest French-Canadian financial institution, the only one the Americans respect. In Quebec I personally witnessed, and was sickened by, 2 incidents, among hundreds of others, whose meaning is easy to understand. First, on the eve of the 1960 elections, the campaign propaganda of the National Union Party was distributed to us. I should make it clear that the only newspaper we could read was L'Action Catholique of Quebec. We had to /J steal Le Devoir and La Presse from the section reserved for the bathers if we wanted to have a somewhat less politicized view of what was going on in Quebec. Second, while the community gorged itself on abundant food and often enough drank Grand Superior, the poor who knocked at the 176 Pierre Vallières door of the monastery were given only 1 or 2 sandwiches of Paris pâté. I was a doorkeeper for one day, just one, and the chief porter took me to task for putting a little too much Paris pâté in the sandwiches. After all, said he, we're not rich. I never went back to work at the door again because I think I would have passed out revolvers to the poor instead of those lousy sandwiches. I have read all the great theologians whom the Church has excommunicated over the last 20 years, Ronner, de Lubac, Conger, Danielot. But I have never been able to understand why, after have ing so correctly criticized the institution, they did not make a clean break with the Church. It's all very well to appeal to the mystical body of the Church in order to justify one's faith in it. But in so doing, does one not also justify, indirectly, the whole institution, its economy, its politics, its reactionary social thinking, and its funda? Mental conservatism. It is not ecclesiastical councils and liturgical reforms that the exploited and starving people of the world need, but a revolution. All the rest is only learned palaver between the left and the right of the same class of exploiters, conscious or unconscious. Faith in the mystical body, like the sincerity and honesty of certain moralists, has never changed anything, and will never change anything, in the unbearable conditions of existence of the majority of men on the planet. The councils remind me of the parliamentary debates conducted by the so-called representatives of the people. They always end up ratifying little deals cunningly worked out for the purpose of making people believe that progress is being made, but they never propose radical changes. What will the people gain by praying in French rather than in Latin? Will that reduce the tithe? Will it increase the number of jobs and lower the cost of living? Will it make any change in the daily oppression? Making over the face of the Church, like making over the face of the capitalist system, modifies its nature only very superficially. A witch who undergoes plastic surgery to get rid of her warts and her crooked nose still remains a witch. The Church is the witch of God, and I hope the Québécois of the future will learn to get along without her, just as children today have. Paris pâté is a cheap brand of canned meat paste. Trans. Freedom line fallow 177 stopped believing in the boogeyman and taken interest in the real adventures of the astronauts instead. 2. As can be seen, my piety was pretty acid. And there were more times when I felt like smashing chairs, holy water basins, boxes, and statues than when I felt like imitating the canonized masochism of Thérèse de Lisieux. My philosophy professor, to whom my occasion ally blew off steam, telling him what was on my mind, would break out into a great Rabelaisian laugh whenever I got angry. He had long since resigned himself to the human folly of the Church. In order to escape despair, and also, perhaps, to avoid the effort of an open revolt against those he called the commissars, he had taken refuge in philosophy and a kind of relativism or agnosticism which dared not speak its name, much less translate itself into action. In class he did more to initiate us into Einstein's theory of relativity and de Chardin's forbidden doctrine on the evolution of man than into the miserable Thomist philosophy as watered down by the nonsense of Dr. Granier of Laval University. But his practical agnosticism remained an unhappy individualism, ashamed, tormented and, finally, hypocritical, since he played the game out of laziness, if not cowardice. And I found it all the more disgusting because in the pack of idiots who peopled that holy monastery, he was about the only intelligent being. But like many others, he had abdicated before he had even really done battle. It took me a while to come to a firm decision to start wearing pants again and return to my former freedom. On the one hand, I was spending a lot of time over the works of Conger and de Lubac, reasons for believing, for I was afraid to return to my atheism. On the other hand, I was studying certain works by Husserl and Merleau-Ponty, and this study was so absorbing that I easily forgot the foolishness that surrounded me. Finally, I ate well, I had no financial problems, and there were plenty of books available. But all of that was beginning to smack a little too much of sacrilege, that is, in common language, dishonesty with oneself. The Commissars took up my case, for I was beginning to sow chaos in the theological college. I belched at table, farted during religious offices. 178 Pierre Vallières slept at prayers, sang dirty songs in the shower, and even went so far as to dance rock and roll in the reading room. Scandalizing these imbeciles made the barracks atmosphere of the place less oppressive to me, and I found it refreshing. After that, I could read a passage in Husserl more intelligently. But I was not very proud of myself, and I finally resolved to go study Husserl in the open air. I had not finished my term in philosophy and I would not take the examinations for the BA. But what did I want with a BA? I had decided to resume my philosophical search where I had left off before entering upon the novitiate, but this time using the method of phenomenological analysis. My plan was to apply this method to the analysis of human freedom, the behavior and motivations of men and their illusion that life had an ultimate purpose, conscious or unconscious, in order to discover the real, material, doubtless relative meaning of freedom, its essence, as Husserl says, giving. That word a very different content from the one it has in the Thomist category of the same name. The Commissars of God felt no regret at my departure. But as for me, I was knocking my fist against my head and repeating, "Idiot, what the devil were you doing in that galley?" Degree decidedly, freedom. Yours, at least, is not exempt from folly. 3. I went back to Maurice, Gaston Myron, T-Guy, Yvonne, and many other friends with indescribable joy. They found me unchanged, as if I had returned from a long journey. Indeed, I had not changed much, but the situation in Quebec, that was really beginning to change. Sight Libre was in power, and the freedom of expression manifested in the press, on the radio, and on television, as well as in private conversations, was in sharp contrast to the timid thinking of the Duplessis era and the underground revolt that in those days had always led up a blind alley. Now revolt was coming up out of the catacombs, publishing reviews, building a lay movement, and beginning to formulate the body of doctrine, still more or less confused, which was to give birth to separatism, the quiet revolution, and degree. This is a familiar quotation from Molière's Les Fourberies de Scapin, in which one of the characters, Geraint, Act 2, Scene 7, repeats some half-dozen times, within increasing comic effect, "What the devil was he doing in that galley?" Trans. Freedom lying fallow. 179 The questioning of all the traditional institutions and values of the French-Canadian nation. But there was still only slim hope. Neither the RIN nor the PSQ had yet been founded. 0 The avant-garde remained liberal, and thanks to the myth that had grown up around him, René Lévesque was the incarnation of rediscovered freedom. He had become the voice of a whole people who, for the first time since 1837 to 1838, were beginning to believe they had a future. They felt they were alive and making progress. My plan was to introduce a progressive philosophy, a new vision of human existence, into this movement which was so unexpected but which people had been hoping for decades. With the help of phenomenological reflection, rather than by revolutionary action, I wanted the Québécois to base their freedom as men on purely human values. But at the same time I remained obsessed by a certain need for an absolute, a need to base these human values on some sort of transcendence and to define that transcendence. To try to persuade other Québécois to undertake this fundamental search, I wrote a few articles for Sight Libre that had significant titles, "To Awake to the Depth of Our Existence, The First Steps of Our Freedom," etc. I do not think the co-editors of Sight Libre, Pelletier and Trudeau, really understood what I was writing. Besides, because I had a poor vocabulary and because the articles were brief, they could be variously interpreted, for they contained more than one commonplace thought dressed up in words to which one could give an almost unlimited number of meanings. I realized later that Pelletier and Trudeau did not understand exactly what I was writing. Especially since my existentialism, in search of freedom, also called itself personalist, and since in the beginning I avoided taking sides for or against belief in God. A first divergence between us arose spontaneously when the co-editors of Sight Libre decided to publish a special issue on separatism and strike a mortal blow against this new enemy of the liberal, federalist bourgeoisie. I was asked to contribute, without being told that Pelletier and Trudeau's intention was not to pose the problem of separatism but essentially to demolish its arguments in favor of the independence of Quebec. Degree The Part 1 Socialist du Québec, PSQ, was later founded by a group of Québécois nationalists who split off from the New Democratic Party. Trans. 180 Pierre Vallières. According to my usual practice, at that time, my article was stuffed with philosophical considerations, all turning on the central problem of human freedom. These considerations led me to affirm the legitimacy of separatism as a form of political thought and action. In my conclusion, I even went so far as to admit that I was very happy that separatism was giving an increasing number of Quebecois an opportunity to assert themselves, to take sides, and to free themselves from the ancestral resignation to so-called historical inevitabilities. Instead of submitting to history, perhaps at last the hour had struck to begin making it ourselves. The article was not published. It was not even read by the editorial board of Site Libre. For in my naivete I had made the mistake of talking about it freely with Trudeau, which was enough to keep my piece out of a special issue designed to nip separatism in the bud. I must say that at that time, plunged up to my neck in philosophy, I knew absolutely nothing about the links between Trudeau and Vallières and the Liberal Party. But the way they went about preparing and editing this famous issue, which read as if it had been directly ordered by Pearson and Lesage, disappointed me enormously. I was not the only one who did not like their methods. I remember that at the editorial board meeting held before publication of this issue, the whole staff, with the exception of the co-editors, criticized the general tone of Trudeau's article, which made up practically the entire magazine, and certain aspects of his offensive against separatism. But Trudeau did not change his piece by so much as a comma, which shows how much consideration he gives to the ideas of others, even those of his friends, including Charles Taylor and Michael Oliver. That Site Libre could allow many freedoms, but not the freedom to be a separatist. And to think that Pelletier dared to write about the late unanimity. Decidedly, the greatest madmen are those who do not know they are mad. About the same time, the newly founded BIN held its first public meeting. The BIN was then only an educational movement, a little like the MLF. This meeting was not a political assembly but a debate on separatism. Among the participants were, if I am not the movement Lake de Longue Franchise, MLF, promoted the secularization of public affairs. Trans. Freedom lying fallow 181 taken, André de la Magna, Pierre Bourgault, Jacques-Yvan Morin, and Jean Merhand. I remember the statements made by Dal Magna and Merhand very well. Dalamaines was a summary of the separatist arguments that are now familiar. It was not polemical but cold and lucid. Jean Marchand's, on the contrary, was flagrantly dishonest, for it assimilated separatism a priori into the old fascist nationalism that had put Duplessis in power immediately after the war. President of the CSN at the time, Zéro Merhand presented himself as the conscience and the voice of the oppressed workers of Quebec. Now that he has become Pearson's right-hand man, we know in whose name and in whose interests, personal and class, he became one of the most virulent adversaries of Quebec separatism. Marchand's dishonest attitude is in large part responsible for the split that existed from the beginning between the Quebecois workers' movement and the group that founded the RIN. I attended this debate with some members of the executive of the Association Générale d'étudiants de l'Université de Montréal. We were all enthusiastic about the prospect of a free Quebec, but we didn't dare believe in it too much. Even the founders of the RIN were far from suspecting the breadth of the movement, which, out of a concern for social peace, the Lesage crowd and their Anglo-Canadian friends were soon to call a quiet revolution. At this time I was a sales clerk in the now-defunct campus bookstore on Maplewood Avenue. I lived in a little room not far from the bookstore and took most of my meals at the University Student Center, where I found more than one former classmate from the college. It was there that, for the first time in my life, I became acquainted with the university milieu, Le Quartier Latin, and the newborn student union movement. I envied those who were lucky enough to be studying biology, sociology, or economics and working in the movement. When they came to the bookstore, I would try to give them the biggest discount possible on the books they needed. The book trade made me sick. I was badly paid and every day I was asked to zero the Confédération des Syndicats Nationaux, CSN, or Confederation of National Trade Unions, is a Quebec organization. Like the larger Canadian Labour Congress, CLC, the CSN concerns itself with contract bargaining rather than social reform. However, unlike the CLC, it has Catholic origins and takes pride in the fact that it is not affiliated with American unions or tied to U.S. imperialism. Trans. 182 Pierre Vallières blessed the Dussault family for their charity in granting me a job. After a few months of this, I told the manager of the shop to go to hell and submitted my resignation. I became unemployed and free for a month. It was the winter of 1961 to 1962. I took advantage of my leisure to improve my AC acquaintance with student society and to study Husserl. But the preparation of the special issue of Cite Libre on separatism put a distance between me and the engaged intellectuals. I saw Myron and Maurice only occasionally. I made new friends at the university among the pioneering members of the Chantiers de Montréal, who worked with the disadvantaged families of Saint-Henri. Several of them had spent some months in Latin America. They had latched onto the idea of practical charity preached by the Abbé Pierre and were trying to get the students to assume certain social responsibilities as individuals, but without political commitment. They wanted to be a presence and a support. They felt that to be come involved in politics was anti-democratic, for in their minds, all politics were bad per se, unjust and immoral. Their goal was not so much to change the condition of the workers as to give themselves a clear conscience by showing that they sympathized with the misery of the exploited. In the beginning I was attracted to this applied mysticism, for I had not yet rid myself of the morbid guilt that had driven me to make the leap into faith. Disappointed by the intransigent attitude of Pelletier and Trudeau with regard to separatism, disillusioned and unemployed, I decided to become a simple worker, a day laborer like my father, and to abandon my philosophical search. Toward the end of March 1962, at the very time when Pelletier was offering me a job on La Presa, I became a laborer on a construction job. Through the Chantiers de Montréal I met the little worker nuns who worked in the factories without proselytizing, Carmelites with dirty hands, without privileges, earning their own living, sharing exactly the same conditions of existence as the workers, living 2 or 3 together in miserable rented rooms, like everybody else. They showed me a new face of the church. I met one sister in particular who was torn between the contemplative spirituality of her community and her need to take concrete, and necessarily political, tie-in to change the living conditions of the workers. Freedom lying fallow 183 One day she said to me, Christ needs us to be his witnesses among the masses. But the masses don't need witnesses so much as revolutionaries and above all, right now, better union leaders. I think I would be more useful working in the union than suffering in silence. For nothing. What do you think? To tell the truth, I don't know what to think. There are days when just about everything makes me sick. I haven't really got over the temptation to drop everything and contemplate my navel. You see, I work like you. I'm a day laborer. I'm friends with everybody. The work is very hard for me, because right now I'm on demolition. And I swallow a ton of black dust every week. The men gripe all the time. And so do I. But when you get right down to it, I want to leave. To get away as far as possible. To France, maybe. To try my luck over there. Never to set foot here again, in this country where there is no life, no passion. There is much to be done here. I'm too sick of this country. I'm suffocating. In September, if I've saved enough money, I'm going to drop everything and take the boat. I think you are wrong. I don't think so. What are you going to do over there? I don't know. Maybe I'll go to see your folks. Or maybe I'll go to Algeria. At least in Algeria the people want to get out of all the shit, to do something. And what do you think the people of Saint-Henri want? To die in silence like rats. You don't really know the people around here. That's very possible. I am still Narcissus, and how? Maybe that's why I have to leave. There was something masculine about her face and her tone of voice. She was still only a postulant, and she had come from France about a year before. I had the impression that she no longer believed in the usefulness of the worker priests, the worker nuns, the witnesses. She would often begin her sentences like this: as soon as you look at things from a worker's point of view, as soon as you embark on their existence, you cease to be a witness. UB 184 Pierre Vallières come a rebel, at least. The church always looks at things from the point of view of God and goes out to extend a hand to the work heirs. The workers don't need our charity, our compassion. They respect us, out of superstition or habit. That doesn't mean anything. If tomorrow they shoot at us, they won't be wrong. Because I have the definite impression we're deceiving them. Then what are you doing, in this uniform? I'm a little like you, Pierre. I'm afraid of seeing clearly and above all of performing the acts that are called for. 2,000 years of Christianity, it's not so easy to get that out of your system. Then too, maybe when all is said and done, misery blinds us instead of opening our eyes. What do you mean? That actually everything is permitted, as Dostoevsky says, because in this life one can never be sure of anything. You see, I have to take sides and that frightens me. I would rather a God made the choice for me, so I would be right, so I would be certain. But every thing is permitted, and that's why nothing is certain. And yet I believe in God. Do you? I don't know any more. This morning I didn't believe. Now I don't know any more. Tomorrow I may say that I don't believe in him, and the day after, that I believe in him a little all the same. Everything is permitted, as you say. But what good does that do you? It gives you the freedom to choose, I suppose. I could tell that the little sister, a worker and a philosopher, had inwardly made a new choice. Everything is permitted. For years I had been obsessed by Dostoevsky's celebrated formula. What did he mean exactly? As in the days when I had been writing tormented novels, I was forever asking myself the same questions and going around in circles. I discussed these problems with friends who were usually baffled by my torment. At work I contented myself with being like the authors. Just the same, I tried to do a little politicizing during the federal elections of 1962, but without success. I was not prepared for it. Nor had I ever had any union experience. That year I was the only one who voted NDP. All my fellow workers voted social credit. The size of the creditiste vote in Quebec made the Montreal workers' freedom lying fallow 185 jump for joy. I was then living on Visitation Street, near Dorchester Boulevard. All my neighbors noisily demonstrated their delight. At last the old parties had got what was coming to them. The people had waked up. Gerard Filion wrote in Le Devoir that the creditiste vote meant only that Quebec was a province more stupid than the others. But knowing those who had voted social credit, working with them all day long, I had an entirely different impression from Monsieur Filion, though I hardly dared believe that the Quebec winter was drawing to an end. Not knowing if the little worker nun had chosen to join the union movement, not knowing what, deep inside, my friends had chosen or would choose, not knowing if the creditiste vote meant a real and lasting collective choice or only an ephemeral one, not knowing if Quebec was getting ready to choose revolution or a greater integra tie-in with capitalist America, not knowing what I myself really chose. I decided in September 1962 to take the boat and go to seek the answer to my anxieties in France. I embarked on the Homeric, one rainy day, intending never to return to Quebec again. From Montreal to Trois-Rivières I stayed on deck looking at the rain-washed landscape. Shortly afterward, night fell. I went to sit down at the bar of the liner. I had the feeling that the night was erasing my past and that a new, freer life was about to begin. For France, of which I had so often dreamed. The country of our ancestors. The home, it was said, of free men, of great thinkers. Universalist and Gaullist France. The France of the cathedrals and the revolution. I spent the 7 days of the crossing thinking about it, trying to form an idea of it from a group of Marseillais with whom I made friends at the bar. But I was not going to Marseilles. The France I found was a dreary, disillusioned country which had been deeply rent by the Algerian War and was nourished on new illusions by Gaullism. True, I stayed in Paris most of the time, except for a few months when I lived in the Red region of Dijon. I made short visits to Lyons, Vézelay, and a few celebrated monuments of Romanesque art. I went to Chartres 3 times. My stay in France, I arrived in Paris with only $50 in my pocket, consisted mainly of 186 Pierre Vallières' work. During the last 3 months of 1962, I got to know the conditions of the agricultural workers of the Côte d'Or. First I worked for a week on the grape harvest, then picking beets, finally as a laborer among a group of clandestine Spanish émigrés. I obtained a 1-year residence permit and a work permit from the mayor of a little village. He was also the largest entrepreneur in the region, which was entirely communist. It was the first time I had met politicized work heirs who were ideologically trained and capable of understanding the system under which they lived, and who ardently desired its overthrow. Unfortunately, these workers were not organized. In France as in Quebec, less than 20% of the working class is unionized. We worked at least 55 hours a week. The work week was 5.5 days. No worker had an automobile. We went to and from work on bikes. We earned between $20 and $25 a week. But for all that, the working conditions were more human than in Mont. Real, we had an hour for dinner and 2 half-hour breaks, one in the morning, the other in the afternoon, to have a bite and a little wine. Of course, our wages did not permit us to free ourselves from daily enslavement to the strictly necessary. It was impossible for us to save any money, and all my fellow workers had just one thing in mind: to go up to Paris. It was at this time that there occurred the big scare about an American-Soviet confrontation over Cuba. To tell the truth, the PEOPLE of the region were not greatly disturbed over this crisis. They made fun of both the Russians and the Americans, wishing they would each let the other have it. That way, said someone, we'll have peace at last and the general will be able to raise our wages instead of building atomic bombs that will be no use anyway. I learned much from these men, some of whom had lived through the Spanish Civil War of 1936. Above all, I learned that no compromise with the present system of exploitation was possible. But even though this region was 100% communist, I met neither union leaders, nor social agitators, nor bill-time revolutionaries. Although laborers constitute a high percentage of the French working class, they were of no interest to the unionized aristocracy of the working class in Paris and the great industrial centers. The Côte d'Or, the former province of Burgundy, reminded me a little of our Gaspé. The only ones who were really doing anything were some worker freedom lying fallow 187 priests, a few militants in Catholic action, and a handful of disciples of Father de Foucauld who were content to witness. The people liked them but did not believe in them. The workers did not want to redeem imaginary sins by offering their slave labor to God, but to fight to sweep away slavery itself. Nevertheless, these witnesses often helped them to stand up to the boss or the mayor who took advantage of their labor and their status as clandestine immigrants. In return, these workers, who were communists and atheists, avoided making trouble for the preachers of redemption. Sometimes it all ended in a few conversions. A group of witnesses would turn communist. But instead of staying where they were to organize those who needed them, these new agitators could not resist the desire to go to Paris to meet the heads of the union movement. Not one of them ever came back to the men who every day, from sunrise till sunset, did the same stupefying work over and over so as to earn the absurd freedom to survive and be exploited by the boss until dead. It was in this region that I came upon Marxism and revolution as my truth. I realized that revolution was not a gratuitous choice but a vital necessity for all workers. And that for conscious workers it was also a responsibility. But that still remained confused in my mind. After a bicycle accident that paralyzed my right arm for a month and forced me to reflect a great deal, I too went up to Paris. The 3 months I spent in Paris were a veritable hell. I was revolted and disillusioned by the bureaucracy of the Communist Party. I looked around in various places for a revolutionary organization disposed to utilize my energy. I did not find one. I encountered dozens of men who talked revolution, but not a single revolutionary organization. I read piles of incendiary reviews, but I saw no place where a fire might start. The workers, powerless, contented themselves with cursing their fate, although they did not entirely cease to believe in revolution. They were prisoners not only of their factories but of their unions and the party, the Communist Party. In 1958, when de Gaulle had taken power by a coup d'état, thousands of Parisian work heirs had been ready to fight de Gaulle's army, take power themselves, liberate Algeria, and put an end to chaos. But the party had ordered the workers to disarm, suspend demonstrations, etc. And now the 188 Pierre Vallières' same party was verbally condemning Gaullism after having helped it take power. Just as during the resistance of the 40s. What had the workers got out of all these compromises? Cracked heads, the main tenets of low wages and the 5-day week, and the sacrifice of their welfare and liberation to the building of a mythical French force de frappe. I thought the French left had the stupidest leaders in the world. And all the brilliant intellectuals who were the honor of France were only impotent critics in the face of that crushing force of inertia which any fossilized, self-satisfied bureaucracy represents. The young people, disillusioned, were going back to individualism and adapting themselves quite nicely to the social conformism bequeathed by the bourgeoisie. The student movement itself was going around in circles. And in the suburbs, the young workers were now dreaming of James Dean and Marlon Brando, while the Algerian Ref. UGs, the Pieds Noirs, served as scapegoats for the French, who were disappointed by their defeat and, at the same time, ashamed of the ghastly war they had supported with a chauvinism comparable to that of the English ruling class at the beginning of the 19th century. As for the Harkis, the Algerians who had collaborated with the French during the war, they dragged out a miserable existence moving from one shantytown to another on the outskirts of Paris. Many settled in Nanterre, a shantytown that can compete with those of Lima or Caracas. It was a France full of sorrow and disillusionment that I found. Its cathedrals and its revolution, Versailles and the chateaux of the lawyer, the Grands Boyd Everards of Paris, the Louvre, the sidewalk cafes, all these were very interesting, but did nothing to change the slavery that was the daily lot of the majority of Frenchmen. Besides, only tourists and bourgeois had the leisure to contemplate the wonderful monuments to the daring and freedom of France's past. The workers were fed up with being crushed. What good did it do them to go take a turn on Sunday afternoon among the splendors of the very past against which their ancestors had risen up, arms in hand? The bourgeois might have secured for themselves the wealth of the kings, but as for the people, they were not deceived. The revolution had in no way changed their condition, and Charles de Gaulle's nationalism, freedom lying fallow 189, was in no way changing it either. But the people's leaders didn't give a damn what the people wanted. I often talked about all that with French or Quebecois friends. Incidentally, since I had trouble finding work in Paris, I managed to subsist only thanks to the help and friendship of a few French Canadiens whose uncalculating generosity I will never forget, a generosity that was in sharp contrast to the parsimonious sympathy of the Parisians, who economized even on their feelings. Without these Quebecois friends, and 2 or 3 Frenchmen, I would have died of hunger on one of the quays of the Seine, where every day thousands of wretched beings lay stretched out like abandoned corpses, or moved slowly about, like big, weary insects with nothing to do, no longer living for anything but to savor among themselves the profound contempt they felt for the universalist France of the American tourists. I sometimes spent whole days among them, following a few of them as far as the shanty towns on the outskirts of the city, in particular to the one at Nanterre, where dozens of children died of cold that winter. I found vast villes Jacques Cartier's in this France that still called itself the heart of Europe. In this country, where the workers were politicized, why was a popular revolution not being organized? Decidedly, the bourgeois values, individualism, etc., were being sustained and preserved by a truly coercive social structure for the purpose of preventing the workers from freeing themselves from exploitation and even, in certain cases, from wanting to do so. Unfortunately, too many Frenchmen were content to gaze up at their great statesmen like faithful dogs, the way Balzac's Nanon gazed up at her dictator, Grandit. They had had St. Louis, Francis I, Louis XIV, and Napoleon. Now they had de Gaulle to nourish the illusion that their nation, their culture, their history still had meaning. They did not realize, not even those who belonged to the far left, that they all partook of the same Hegelianism, which was oriented toward an uncertain future with a heavy baggage of values, categories, and habits inherited from a past that had long ceased to exist outside of school books. The chauvinistic values poisoned and destroyed the values of the revolution, even in the anti-Gaullist communists. That was not a very encouraging fact to record when you knew that in Nanterre, 190 Pierre Vallières, there were thousands of illiterate, starving people, and that the communists in Nanterre were wasting more time describing to you the mistake the Algerians had made in separating from immortal France than they spent organizing the disinherited for the struggle which every day they preached in words. First-class imbeciles. Look, they would say, what a mess Algeria is in today without us. And so France was not in a mess. Nowhere have I met imbeciles with such swelled heads as in the France of pure reason and learned palaver, the France that is stuck in its old bourgeois revolution and doesn't want to get out. The stupidity of the left was demonstrated once again by the unanimous support it recently gave to the careerist Mitterrand, which, by the way, it withdrew a while later. One would think the French left was more anxious to find itself another de Gaulle than to change the society, which it only denounces now for form's sake. One day Marcel, the only French Marxist I was able to make friends with, said to me, 2 centuries of working-class struggles to begin all over again. Everything has to be done over, Canadian, everything. His voice was hard, implacable, but fraternal. He was 30 years old and came from Martinique. An unfrocked worker priest, he had none of the complexes usually found in former cures. He had an adorable mistress, friend Carrot-Waz, who also became one of my best friends. He worked as a mechanic in a garage in Vanves, where he was organizing a clandestine union that he wanted to make the initial cell of a clandestine revolutionary movement, a new resistance, this one truly of the people. Framboise was busy educating the work heirs Marcel recruited and whom on 2 or 3 occasions I had a chance to meet. Marcel and Framboise reminded me of the Curies. They worked with as much zeal as the 2 celebrated physicists, seeking ways to transform the working class material, the exploited, into liberating action, into a revolutionary army. You know, Canadian, that was what Marcel always called me. France has aged a lot since Robespierre. Today she's in her dotage. The more bourgeois the old lady gets, the more she talks drivel. And the workers still listen to the drivel with respect. More than 100 years of struggle to begin over again. It's unbelievable. Freedom lying fallow 191 Marcel dreamed of a new organization of the working class that would be totally independent of bourgeois institutions, including the present unions and the parties of the left. But he was not sure how to structure it. He was thinking of the resistance. We workers are still occupied, but we don't know it. That's the problem. Everyone thinks he's free because there are no Germans around, as if exploitation could only come from a foreign race. The trouble lies in our own system. But we French are under the impression that everything French is good and that consequently the trouble must come from Germany, Russia, or the United States. Sometimes I think we're too chauvinistic to make a true revolution. But I want to fight to the end to try and prove the contrary, together with the fellows in Vanves, and in other places later on. But it's no small job to de-chauvinize the French. There's a big difference, I said, between the Spanish and the French. The Spanish are courageous and progressive anarchists. The French often seem to me to be self-satisfied individualists who are cowards at heart and afraid. I'm talking about the rank and file of the left, not the bourgeois. All we do is talk. We've learned to always think correctly. But not to love. That's why it really doesn't matter much to our communists if they win or not. It doesn't bother them in the least to betray their people, to betray themselves, so long as by a syllogism borrowed from some leading thinker or other, they are able to justify their betrayal correctly beforehand. Since the Frenchman always places himself in the domain of thought, he can never be wrong, for one can always think correctly whatever one wants. So every Frenchman's right. The Spaniards have more guts. I quite agree with you. Sometimes I feel like going back to Martinique. But I still want to hope a little longer. One never knows. And you, what do you plan to do here? I really don't know any more. I came in the hope of discovering true freedom, and I've discovered an unbearable universe. How can one bear the fact that Versailles and Nanterre coexist? That's what I don't understand. Sometimes I think the French will be truly free when they are able to dynamite Versailles, the Invalides, the Arc de Triomphe, and the treasures of Louis XIV and Napoleon, instead of spending their Sundays gaping foolishly at the 192 Pierre Vallières splendor of those who made their fathers the niggers of their empire. As long as they take Versailles and Rambouillet seriously, the French will remain idiots. That's what I think. The French are too well educated. Educated? You mean crammed with useless knowledge, historical dates, great names, and so on, all having to do with France. The French are too serious to laugh at their society and analyze it correctly. That's why they are also ready to rally around any Sun King who can once again give France, and their navals, the splendor it must have, if it's not going to degenerate and become just an other nation like the others. But you yourself, Marcel, you believe you belong to a superior people, don't you? We would carry on discussions like that for hours. To no purpose. I was becoming increasingly bitter. One evening when Marcel was out, I surprised Francoise in the act of washing herself in the kitchen. She was half naked. I could not resist the desire to go up to her, to pass my hands over her neck, her shoulders, her breasts, her belly. I leaned my head against hers and pressed her body tight against my own. I was crying. She let her fingers wander through my hair, then over my back. "Let me get dressed," she said gently. I went and sat down at the little table where she prepared the meals. I folded my arms on the table, buried my face in them and broke into sobs. "Found nothing today either?" she asked. "Ah. It's not that. I want to kill myself." She broke out laughing, but without making fun of me. Her friendship for me was too real. She knew me well enough to know that at certain times I was capable of anything. "Why tonight? Why not tonight?" I answered, defying her. "Come into the living room, we can talk more comfortably there." I followed her into the living room. "That's why you jumped on me." Freedom lying fallow 193. Then you don't really want to kill yourself. Because otherwise you wouldn't have come here. Actually, it was just before coming here that I almost threw myself into the water. I told her about what had just happened. For a week I had been roaming around Paris like a sleepwalker, though the sun was shining brightly. I was fed up. Fed up with French bureaucracy, fed up with filling out forms that went off to rot I knew not where, fed up with begging my friends for help without being in a position to really do anything for them in return, fed up with waiting for a reply from the Algerian government to my request to go and work in the literacy campaign, fed up with pointless discussions and with my solitude. I did not want to return to Quebec. I no longer wanted to remain in France. No reply came from Algeria. I was ready to jump out of my skin. I had lost my appetite. Some days I ate almost nothing. I would walk around Paris until I was exhausted. My head was spinning. What had I ever come here for? Never, even to my best friends, had I confided the despair that was spreading through me like a cancer. Like a dying man, I saw my whole existence reduced to an infinitesimal thing, a thinking and painful absurdity. I reread the trial. Kafka's profound humor had often helped me take myself less seriously. This time, his modesty. For Kafka is a modest author, humble and disinterested, seemed to me to be a total indifference to the world, a reasoned suicide. His great love for men seemed to be an absolute contempt for human existence. That night I had stopped on one of the bridges over the Seine. As in times past, in long gale, I gazed deep into the black water and wished I could disappear in it forever. It must have been 9 o'clock at night. I was alone. No witnesses. My whole body was being drawn by the mass of water. It was the second time in my life I had felt that. But this time my resistance was weak. I had not eaten since morning. My long walk had exhausted me. After looking long moments at the water, I let myself slip to the ground like a coward. For a while I remained motionless. A couple passed by, indifferent. I got up slowly and looked down at the black. 194 Pierre Vallières water again. Why not? I said to myself. Why not? There was nothing for me to do here. I could be of no use to anyone. As in Quebec. As in Algeria. No one needed me or my services. Men were satisfied with their shit. Why keep badgering them with ideas they didn't know what to do with? All countries, all peoples were the same. Why travel? There was nothing to be done anywhere. Finally, I reached the left bank without having thrown myself into the water. And I went to the apartment of Marcel and Francoise. After listening to me with great attention, Francoise said, "Pierre, you won't find the answer here. You must become reconciled with your country. Otherwise, you really will throw yourself into the water. And what good will that do you? You are wrong to despise your country so much. You must learn to live in it, even if it's in a mess, as you say. No country but your own can give you what you are looking for. What do you expect me to find in Quebec? First of all, yourself. In the end you're going to have to accept yourself as you are, love yourself as you are. And in order to do that, you must go home, to your own milieu. Only there will you find yourself again. I don't think we, even Marcel and I, who love you very much, can really be of use to you. I advise you to go back to Quebec as soon as possible. You see, Pierre, we, Marcel and I, are not Québécois. When you talk about your country, it doesn't mean much to us because we've never set foot there. We don't know anything about your Tory, your way of life. You can be sure of our friendship, but it's of no use to you right now. It would be good for you to talk things over with a Québécois psychoanalyst, because even if I were madly in love with you, even if I left Marcel for you, I couldn't do anything to solve your present problems. Friendship, love, they don't help. When you can't accept yourself, what good does it do me to love you if you constantly despise yourself, What do I want with an unhappy face to lay in my lap like a mother? I don't want to be a mother, because that's not what you need. It's too late for that. You have to learn to live with what you are, in your country as it is, NEI. Freedom lying fallow 195 they're better nor worse than the others. I am convinced that if you succeed in doing something for your own people, in fighting for them and with them, your life will be completely transformed. I think it's pretty much the same problem for Marcel. And that's why I want to suggest to him that we move to Martinique. She went on talking to me for a long time. The things she said were like what I had been hearing lately from the Québécois friends I was staying with, both of whom were educators. It all seemed to make sense. But to go back to Quebec, to the great darkness. I was almost terrified to think of it. When I left Francoise that night, I remembered that I had an AP appointment with Louis around midnight. Louis was a Québécois exile in Paris who was unhappy but, like me, unable at that time to resign himself to the inevitable, the return home. We went to a little bistro on the Boulevard Saint-Michel to talk it all over. Of course we knew that we were paralyzed by our aliena. Tie-in, but we found it difficult to admit that Europe could not free us from it. To act in Quebec, in the winter that Vigneault sings of and the white dust that Langevin describes. Did this country even have a future? Seen from Paris, Quebec looked like a ridiculous provincial town whose inhabitants were turned toward a past they had built into a myth and who had invented a heroic history for themselves out of the meager material available. Dollar Dormo, Madeleine de Verchiers, Radis son. I told Louis that I was going back just the same, so as not to commit suicide. He wanted to wait another year, to see if there was no way to go into exile somewhere else, in a more hospitable country. Next day I wrote my mother asking her to lend me the money to come home. On the days following I bade farewell to my French and Québécois friends. I spent the last days with two of them visiting Burgundy, Vézelay, Lyons, Grenoble, and a few other tourist centers in central France. This trip made it even harder for me to leave. Then, one sunny morning, I went to the Gare Saint-Lazare. I boarded the train the way one gets into a hearse. As we approached Cherbourg, the train entered a landscape of fog and fine rain. 196 Pierre Vallières. I felt that all my dreams were forsaking me at once and that the future promised only mortal boredom in a boundless desert. A few days after I came back, the Wolfe Monument was overturned in Quebec City. I immediately said to myself that things had changed in the country of silence and winter. I began to hope again. Gerard Pelletier offered me a job at La Presse and I accepted with joy. I knew nothing about journalism, but it was not long before I felt as much at ease in it as a fish in water. It was at La Presse that I really became politicized, thanks to some older comrades for whom social revolution was still an objective. The journalistic milieu gave me a better understanding of Quebec society. Political engagement, which was an integral part of my profession, prevented me from letting myself be caught in the trap of comfortable ideologies, good jobs, careerism, and the soft life with an easy conscience. In contrast to the institutionalized forms of dissent which journalists diligently report in the establishment newspapers, my friends and I were soon involved in less peaceful forms of protest, which quickly led me from Site Libre to the picket lines, the protests against the war in Vietnam, and the Front de Libération du Québec. I have always felt myself to be, and I have always been, a proletarian. With the spotty cultural background of a self-taught man, I formed the ambition of acting directly on society, outside the established structures, and, together with my brothers in misery, of Chong ing it in accordance with the workers' desire for freedom. You must not expect me to join up like a bourgeois in the club of right-thinking socialists who have only read, so as to be able to quote it to the hotheads, left-wing communism, an infantile disorder. Am I essentially a rebel? I have no idea. I am certainly a man who has been flayed alive, like every clear-thinking Quebecois. But contrary to what people might think, I have no predisposition for martyrdom or anarchy. For me, prison does not represent a setting aside of political and social engagement. Of course I don't want to rot here too long, Al. Though I am learning a great many things which someday will surely be very useful to me in carrying on. Freedom lying fallow 197. A revolutionary must always be prepared to start over again and to have a life of continual danger. Revolutionary activity is never perfectly safe. When I am willing to make compromises, I will have murdered our ideal in my mind and heart. To my friends, I will then be ripe for the cemetery. 5. The time of action, apprenticeship. The sociologist Fernand Dumont has said somewhere, the complex societies we have inherited would inevitably appear to be governed by a weighty determinism if history did not enable us to understand their genesis and meaning and thus restore them to our freedom of choice. When he wrote that, Dumont was referring to the work of the French-Canadian historians, the great majority of whom are nationalists. He was correctly affirming that there is a profound and necessary connection between the history still to be made and the history that has already been written by historians. I would add that there is also a connection between the history still to be made and the history that is being acted out at present, the history in which we are involved from day to day, the history that forces us to make a choice, to become engaged, to place our bets. The destiny of the Quebecois collectivity had often seemed to me to be that of a people doomed to slow death, or to prolonged mediocrity. Of course I did not really dare believe that, but unconsciously this vision of the destiny of Quebec was preying on my mind. In March 1963 I had reluctantly returned to my native land, carrying away from France a certain amount of bitterness that I had doubtless picked up from the pessimism that followed the end of the Algerian War, and the disillusionment that my Parisian friends affected at all times. I too was blasé and ready to accept the vision of the world of a Claude Lévi-Strauss. No sooner was I back in Montreal than I was thinking about various ways to escape again, to flee the drabness I had nibbed elbows with ever since I was a child, and above all, that tense, snarling state of dependency to which 198. The time of action, apprenticeship 199. We Quebecois had become accustomed for lack of anything else. The Wolfe Monument was overturned in Quebec City, but so far the quiet revolution had nothing to say to me. I did not yet perceive any profound change in my country, but only a superficial unrest that was almost all talk. I had thought I realized in Paris that we did not exist collectively, that we were of no interest to anyone. In books and newspapers we were associated with English Canada and the United States. People talked about the U.S.-Canadian economy, the U.S.-Canadian market, the U.S.-Canadian standard of living, or just about America, and America was essentially the American way of life. To remain in the country was to consent, once again, to suffocation, silence, effacement, a pointless death. Would this people one day awake? More and more of my Quebecois friends were beginning to think so. Some of them even saw independence and revolution coming. As for me, I saw nothing at all. In 1962, in Saint-Lear, I had proposed a program to awake to the depth of our existence. At that time I believed strongly in philosophical action, in the power of ideas and reflection. Now I no longer believed in much of anything. There was a void. That lasted for a few weeks. Gerard Pelletier offered me a job writing on world affairs for La Presse and suggested at the same time that I start working for Site Libre again. I accepted so as to keep from being consumed by despair, for I had a wild terror of sinking back into the state of a candidate for suicide that I had already experienced. I was not enthusiastic, but after all, I had to earn a living. And then, who could tell? Maybe it would give me new reasons for living. In Quebec. One for 2 or 3 months, perhaps longer, I went around in Circles in my solitude, carrying on an inner dialogue with Kierkegaard, Kafka, and Levi-Strauss. Then I moved on to more systematic philosophers, especially Husserl and Heidegger. With them, I hammered away at epistemological and ontological dilemmas. I kept asking myself Lucien Sebag's question. Discourse or violence, affective chaos or reason, which should I choose? But there were also days when uncertainty gave me a pain in the ass. I would turn away from 200 Pierre Vallières, the pessimists, Kafka, Kierkegaard, Levi Strauss, and Heidegger, to concentrate on the study of Husserl's philosophy. There I found a demand for order, clarity, and meaning that also seemed to be a will to conquer despair, confusion, anarchy, and meaninglessness. But after plowing through the abstruse works of the father of phenomenology, all I found was a camouflaged defense of essences that were dogmatically presupposed. I might have gone back then to Kierkegaard and despair. However, while I was still reading Husserl, I had run across some short treatises by Marx, among them the F.A. Mau's theses on Feuerbach. It had been a staggering experience. It was like a revelation. I suddenly understood that knowledge was inseparably bound up with practice, with experience, with life. I had been seeking a reason for living in the abstract, whereas it had to be sought in life, in action. Not action for action's sake, as one says, art for art's sake, but action in the sense of engagement, of responsibility. It was not the first time, by the way, that I had made a discovery of this sort. But this time I was finding in the philosophical writings of Marx the connection between theory and practice I had been looking for. It seemed to me that I had just overcome the painful paradox that had paralyzed me until then. I felt as if I were at last beginning to live in the open air. I came back to social reality, no longer seeing it as a weight to drag me down or as an obstacle to freedom, but as the locus of that freedom, no longer seeing it as a spectacle but as a responsibility to be assumed together with other men. Truth and freedom no longer stood outside our history, outside our past, present, and future. I was coming to understand that they are born, live, and die with us, that we affirm their reality and power through action, through practice, through continual transformation of the world. I was coming to understand that to agree to live is to take responsibility for a collective history that is being made and at the same time always remains to be made, that is ceaselessly made, unmade, and remade, according to our knowledge and abilities, to our struggles, passions, hopes, interests, needs, and choices. And for me, a Quebecois, proletarian, white nigger of America, one of the wretched of the earth, to take responsibility for our history was, inevitably, to begin by denouncing and exposing the inhuman conditions of our existence, to build up a body of concrete. The time of action, apprenticeship 201, knowledge and oriented entirely in the direction of the practical results of action, 2 of revolutionary action, of total liberation. 2 When I discovered Marxism, I felt as if I had found what I had always been seeking, what my father too had sought confusedly, what all proletarians seek, a truth, their truth, which can both reconcile them to life and enable them to work together for the only thing that is really worth living for, the revolution, the overthrow of capitalism, and the building of egalitarian social structures. As I became reconciled with the world and with other people, I became reconciled with the Quebecois French nation, not the one that for centuries has been blessed with poverty, ignorance, and religion, but the one that is at last beginning to say no to exploitation, and is trying to emancipate itself completely. What we have been is less important, in my eyes, than what we shall become if we want to. For a long time our watchword was, the past is our master, and we idealized the bygone days when Catholicism, total resignation, and misery for all formed the basis of our unanimity and guaranteed both our survival and our isolation. Today we must take for a watchword, our master is the future, and, going straight to the point, affirm our presence in the world through independence and socialism, through revolution and the building of a society run by the workers for the workers, a society without exploiters or parasites, without colonialists or puppet rulers. A man is a man. It is only under certain conditions, Marx would say, that he becomes a subman. Up until now our conditions of existence have been imposed upon us from the outside, and the great majority of us have remained submen. It is in order to become men, free men, that we must change our conditions of existence. And we can do that only by overthrowing the established order. Our future depends on this one step, which is objectively possible and which we either will or will not take. Our class consciousness is still on the level of an instinct. Together we must develop it by getting at the truth of our economic and political situation and then providing ourselves with the ideological and technical means of our liberation. It is not only our future, as the working class, that depends. 202 Pierre Vallières on our ability to see clearly and to organize ourselves accordingly, but the future of the whole Quebecois nation as well, because the French-Canadian ruling class is absolutely incapable of opposing the imperialism and capitalism on which its privileges and institutions rest. It is vital that we raise the necessity of our struggle as an oppressed class to the level of a conscious will, an active class consciousness. Of course, the bourgeois and the pacifists are going to be indignant when they read that. But as Lukács correctly says, the pacifists and humanists in the class struggle who, intentionally or not, work to slow down this process which is already so long and painful and subject to so many crises, would themselves be horrified if they understood how much suffering they impose on the proletariat by prolonging this state of affairs. For the proletariat cannot escape its vocation. The only question is how much more it must suffer before it reaches logical maturity, the correct knowledge of its class situation, class consciousness. 3. The proletariat of Quebec can no more escape its vocation, escape the necessity of making a revolution, than can the proletariat of the other countries. In the absolute, one can no doubt state that nothing is necessary in the metaphysical sense of the word, but in the reality we live in the time we live in, we are compelled to make a choice. For the working class, for all the victims of exploitation, that choice is revolution. For the future of the vast majority of men, and hence the progress of all humanity, depends on revolution. That is why I say with Lukács that the working class of Quebec, like that of the whole world, cannot escape its vocation. I am well aware that this choice constitutes a sort of wager, and that it is founded not on a natural necessity but on the affirmation of trans-individual values, on a certain concept of human society and a need to realize an ideal of justice, equality, and freedom, an ideal whose truth will be proved only by its realization. But this wager is not a blind or contemplative faith. It is essentially an act, and a political act. Degree the concept of a wager, as it appears in this passage and below, is adopted from Pascal. Admitting that human reason was incapable of knowing for certain whether the time of action, Apprenticeship 203. There is a difference between the revolutionary wager and the religious wager, which is a bet made on a supernatural, invisible, and silent God. There is also a difference between the revolutionary wager and that of the physicist who is certain that electrons exist, since they can be used technically, even though he knows that the electron is not a thing susceptible of direct observation, that it is the product of a theory, that it has no substance, is composed only of its qualities, and nothing else, finally, that it can only be described by means of very abstract mathematical notions. Point 4. The revolutionary wager is a combat, a struggle. It leads to victory or death. That is why those who make this wager do not enlist in the revolution, by the hour, or by the week. Nor do they enlist just for a time, for as long as they are young or as long as the combina tie-in of circumstances is right. They commit themselves for life, they commit their lives. It is therefore neither a gratuitous choice nor one of youth's follies. When, in the fall of 1963, one agreed after much hesitation to take on the editorship of Site Libre, I already knew that this act was only the first step of a commitment which would go much further and would allow no turning back. I was 25 years old, an age at which one can ill afford passing fancies. 3. I had at first conceived of engagement or responsibility as a prima Riley philosophical enterprise. In this I was following the example of men like Merleau-Ponty, Mounier, Camus, and Sartre. I had dreamed of intellectual action on the order of les temps modems or esprit. Since the founders of Site Libre considered themselves personalists, wrongly, by the way, I had thought of using the pages of the review for reflection in depth on the problems that men have to solve from day to day, and in so doing to base myself at the start on Mounier rather than directly on Marx, so as not to scare Trudeau and Pelletier. 5. But I soon came to feel that this ambitious dream, when God does or does not exist, Pascal argued, in Pensées, that it was to the advantage of the individual to make a wager on the affirmative proposition and to regulate his life accordingly, because by so doing, if you win, you win all, if you lose noth. Ing. Trans. 204. Pierre Vallières. Beyond both my means and the immediate needs of the Québécois electivity. Up until now, I said to myself, the Québécois have been satisfied to formulate disembodied philosophies, might not the time have come to try to realize a philosophy? When I agreed, together with Jean Pellerin, to take over the editorship of Site Leader, I had it in mind to transform the review, which up to that time had served to promote the interests of the liberal bourgeoisie, into a weapon for the Québécois workers. It seemed to me that this was a legitimate ambition and the concrete extension of the defense of the asbestos insurgents that Pelletier, Trudeau, and their friends were so proud of. But I was counting on a socialism that was more apparent than real, a socialism that was at most only a demagogic instrument designed to give a progressive image to conservatives who were eager to replace the men currently in power, at the federal as well as the provincial level. Certain célébrists were already taking advantage of the fact that the Liberals had come to power in Quebec. Others, including Trudeau and Pelletier, were biding their time, and while the Quebec government became increasingly autonomist, were getting ready to save the Canadian Confederation from the plague of French-Canadian nationalism. At that time I was far from realizing to what extent the traditional staff of Site Leader were linked with the establishment, although some of my comrades on La Presse, of which Pelletier was editor-in-chief, had undertaken to enlighten me on the subject. Who could have sworn, in 1963, that in Ottawa, Trudeau would become the #1 enemy of the French Canadians, that Pelletier would agree to occupy a stall in the federal stable he had so often indignantly denounced, that Marchand would forsake the union movement to ally himself with the official spokesman of American imperialism, men like Pearson, Martin, Winters, Sharp, Hellier. One expected to see such men associated instead with the New Democratic Party. We were forgetting that at the time of the first convention of the NDP, Marchand was attending an important meet of the federal Liberals. But even supposing that Trudeau, Pelletier, and Marchand had lined up with the NDP, would that have changed their attitude toward Quebec? There are only very slight differences between the Federal Liberal Party and the NDP, and the time of action, Apprenticeship 205. There is reason to believe that if the New Democrats come to power one day, they will be as reactionary as their predecessors. So my plan was to turn Site Leader into a weapon and put it exclusively at the service of the Québécois workers. But Pelletier and Trudeau did not want the review to become separatist. I asked them if they had any objection to its becoming frankly socialist. They told me they had no objection to that. No doubt they thought the socialism I was talking about was the same as theirs, a label. Was I a separatist? I think so. But not in the manner of Marcel Chaput, for whom separatism must serve the interests of the French-Canadian petty bourgeoisie. Through socialism I wanted to justify a revolutionary separatism, a working-class separatism, a separatism that would be synonymous with social revolution and not merely with legal independence. Besides, could Trudeau and Pelletier, who in 1962 had refused to let me contribute to the issue on separatism because, they said, I was a separatist, not know in 1963 that I was a nationalist? The fact remains that they entrusted me, along with Jean Pellerin, with the editorship of the review. Pellerin stood by passively while a new editorial staff was formed. From the very first issue, in which we took a position against the amendments to Bill 60 and for the secularization of education, we became suspect in the eyes of Trudeau and Pelletier. Then we denounced cooperative federalism, gave our support to the Part 1 Socialiste du Québec, and began to define a policy which on all points was at variance with the politique fonctionnelle of Trudeau. What was more serious, we asked men who had formerly been excommunicated from Site Libre, like Pierre Vallières, to come back to the review. Finally, we went so far as to attack directly the former co-editors of Site Libre in an article entitled The Bumblers in Power, March 1964, which was followed by a number of provocative pieces, such as Charity, a Capitalist Hoax by Jean-Claude Pa Quet and Defense of the Iroquois by Gerald Godin. This last was a defense of the wicked, atheistic separatist, and a satire on the good Huron, that is, the resigned, Christian, groveling federalist. That was enough to make Pelletier and Trudeau decide to put an end to the experiment. Even though Site Libre had become something other than a semi-206 Pierre Vallières' official organ of the Jeunesse étudiante catholique, it was not yet a revolutionary review. But in the minds of Trudeau and Pelletier it had actually become the ally of Part 1 Prix, a new pro-independent socialist review that had been founded just when Pellerin and I were beginning to assume responsibility for Site Libre. Trudeau and Pelletier could not believe that the young people whom they had influenced from 1950 to 1960 had become separatist. It was as if they had given birth to a monster. And the young people, for their part, could not get over the fact that their former idols had aged so rapidly. One day some separatists burned Pelletier in effigy in front of the La Presse building. During the first wave of bombings, in 1963, Pelletier received threats against his life. Today in Ottawa, Vallières and Trudeau cannot understand that they are traitors or that they are serving the imperialist aims of the United States and English Canada. But they are too intelligent to be considered irresponsible. That is why it is impossible not to regard them as traitors. Someday they will have to take all the consequences of this betrayal. Because of Vallières, who was afraid of the consequences of expelling us outright, the executive board of Site Libre finally gave me and the new editorial staff a choice between making substantial compromises and resigning. I resigned in March 1964, together with most of the staff. But to prevent this affair from being kept in the family, a long press release was sent to the newspapers. The so-called progressivism of Trudeau and Vallières was further unmasked, and only a few mossbacks were left to keep the review from going under. Site Libre became frankly a review of the center-left and ideologically worthless. 6 Around the group who had resigned, there gathered a few men who wanted to found a new review. This review was to be pro-independence, like Part 1 pre, but it would show a clearer will to dissociate revolutionary socialism from the reactionary nationalism of the French-Canadian petty bourgeoisie. It was to be called Révolution Québécois, to indicate both that its motives were revolutionary and that it was rooted in the reality of Quebec. It was to be separatist, although a minority envisaged the independence of Quebec in the form of an associated state, at least as a first stage. The staff of Révolution Québécois was not absolutely homogeneous. It included both young and old, unlike the staff of Part 1 pre. The time of action, Apprenticeship 207, which was made up exclusively of young people. The young staff members were separatists and revolutionaries, the old, some of whom were former members of the Canadian Communist Party and the Cooperative Commonwealth Federation, 2 Federalist parties, were more moderate. There was still something of the traumas of the Duplessis era in them. Most of those at the review were engaged in direct action, unionism, CSN, student social action, the Union Générale d'étudiants du Québec, the protest movement against the war in Vietnam, committees of the unemployed, etc. Some even had relations with the FLQ, others with the CP, the Trotskyite Ligue Ouvrière Socialiste, or the PSQ. Several of the founders of Révolution Québécois, the first issue of which appeared in September 1964, were members of the executive board of the Syndicate de Journalists at the time of the famous strike at La Presse, which lasted from June 1964 to January 1965. In 1964 there were 3 important events that left their mark on me and taught me unforgettable lessons. First, the fight against Bill 54, Labor Code, first version, then the long, hard strike at La Presse, and finally the convention of the Confédération des Syndicats Nationaux, CSN, in September 1964. 1. The battle against Bill 54 exposed the blind alley into which the leaders of the Québécois workers, with Jean Marchand at their head, had led the French-Canadian Union movement. As a delegate from the Syndicate de Journalistes de Montréal, SJM, 7-1 participated in the impressive assembly of the CSN that took place in Quebec City in the spring of 1964. The union members were ready to march on the Quebec Parliament and unequivocally denounce the anti-labor policy of the Lesage government. Addressing the assembly, which was vociferously demanding political action, Jean Marchand, then president of the CSN, declared that we must be satisfied with telling the government the union members would not accept Bill 54. And that above all we must not make a political issue of it. As if one could oppose a projected law without making it a political issue. From that moment on I understood the collusion between certain union leaders and the men who held political power. Moreover, shortly after the assembly, I learned from a reliable source that Marchand was not really hostile to Bill 54 and that he had gone along with the opposition solely because he was threatened with the IMI. 208 Pierre Vallières' net resignation of the first vice president of the CSN, a resignation that would have considerably diminished Marchand's prestige among the workers and would thus have been a serious blow to his political ambitions. Marchand was at that time a candidate for Favreau's old cabinet post in Ottawa and consequently a friend of Favreau's friends, including in particular Monsieur Jean Lesage. That was why Marchand preached apoliticalism for the unions. Marchand has now relieved the CSN of his despotism, and the Confederation is showing unprecedented vigor and dynamism. Nevertheless, one may still wonder if the present leaders of the CSN do not entertain ambitions similar to those of the Marchands, the Lefebvres, and the Jolicoeurs, who are now in the service of the Liberals in Ottawa or Quebec. Has the present president of the CSN, Marcel Pepin, broken with traditional corporatism? If so, why does he not advocate the formulation of a working-class policy and urge the establishment of an independent and political organization for the workers of Quebec? Why does the CSN still leave a monopoly on political activity to the parties of the bourgeoisie? And then, is it a minor matter that the present Secretary General of the CSN, Monsieur Robert Sauve, is the brother of the federal minister Maurice Sauve? Is it an accident that there are almost no workers, no rank-and-file union members, in the Bureau Confederal? The Fédération de Travailleurs du Québec, FTQ, side of the picture is much darker. Not only is the Federation more conservative and much less democratic than the CSN, but it is not even independent. It is at most a poor and timorous branch of the Canadian Labour Congress, CLC, and the AFL-CIO. The Québécois workers can expect nothing from the present FTQ, which must either break its connections with English Canada and the United States or disappear. Besides, the FTQ has begun to disintegrate. In the present circumstances, there is every likelihood that the disintegration will increase. I do not understand why the leftists, of whom there are quite a number in the FTQ, still refuse to pose squarely the problem of their federation's independence from American and English-Canadian Union imperialism. Their affiliation with the NDP shows that their so-called socialism is pretty much a thing of words. There too they have become adept in the art of deceiving people. 2. The strike at La Presa, June 1964 to January 1965, was a rough the time of action, Apprenticeship 209 experience not only for the journalists but for the other employees of the newspaper, who outnumbered the stars of the conflict 4-1. There again, collusion between Marchand and the Liberal Gov. Earnment in the financial circles of the Rue Saint-Jacques was one of the main reasons for the resounding failure of this famous strike. Marchand had no more cause to love the journalists than Monsieur Lesage did, and for the same reasons. The corrupt exercise of power does not thrive on a free and critical press. So everyone, the financiers, the government, and the CSN, certain of its leaders, was agreed that it was necessary to break the backs of the journalists of the most powerful daily in Quebec. From the first weeks of the conflict, the employees of La Presa felt isolated and defeated. By the time La Presa appeared, at the initiative of Marcel Pepin, it was already too late. Since most of the journalists and other employees of La Presa were up to their necks in debt, it was easy for the bosses to impose their conditions on the strikers after 7 months of lonely struggle which had come to seem a dubious battle they could not win. I learned from this experience, 1. That a union must never count on the support of the Congress or Confederation to which it belongs, even though under normal circumstances such support would be pro-vide. 2. That the organization of a strike is of greater practical importance than the negotiations themselves. The mistake made by the journalists at La Presa was to be content to negotiate without bringing pressure to bear on the adversary by demonstrations and reprisals against, for example, the property of the company's administrators. By negotiating with kid gloves and with respect for bourgeois legality, the strikers at La Presa lost a great deal. Unfortunately, their experience was not unique in Quebec. Nevertheless, I think the failure of the strike at La Presa woke up many people in the CSN and may have precipitated Marchand's departure for Ottawa. Furthermore, I am convinced that when the day comes for the employees of La Presa to go on strike again, they will not repeat the unfortunate experience of 1964. 8. 3. In the middle of the strike at La Presa, the convention of the CSN took place in Quebec City. A convention whose outstanding features were the personality cult of Marchand, timid support for the employees of La Presa, a scathing denunciation of the sectarian 210 Pierre Vallières-ism of the FTQ, and a decision to raise the wages of the chaplain and the officers of the CSN. A ton of papers was distributed to the delegates, who hardly had time to figure out what was in them before they were called upon to approve, or slightly amend, the resolutions prepared by the Bureau Confederal. The convention was a monumental farce, more like a plebiscite than democracy in action. I came away disgusted. It was a non-political and even non-union convention. The participants had received no kind of education in political or union affairs. The few delegates who were political to start with were afraid to oppose Marchand and his clique. A minor but significant incident illustrates pretty well the atmosphere of the convention. The Revue Revolution Québécois was launched at the time of the opening of the convention. In the first issue I had devoted a paragraph to Marchand, whom I accused of spending more time looking after his own political ambitions than after the needs of the union members of the CSN. Since I was a delegate from the SJM, I took advantage of the fact to sell Revolution Québécois to the delegates. The paragraph concerning Marchand very quickly made the rounds of the whole room, and a group of pious souls immediately got the idea of presenting a motion demand my expulsion from the CSN and proposing, furthermore, that no resolution of support for the La Presa strikers be adopted by the convention. The other delegates from the SJM were seized with panic. Marcel Pepin told me that if I didn't like Jean Marchand, I had only to quit the CSN. Gerald Picard, counsel for the SJM, informed Pepin that the convention did not have the power to expel a union member, that power being reserved to the unions, according to the constitution of the CSN. After a day of suspense, Pepin agreed to nip in the bud any motion for expulsion. But I was forbidden to sell Revolution Québécois to the delegates. 9 Certain progressives in the CSN, who today denounce Marchand's attitude in Ottawa, never forgave me for having called his integrity into question when he was still president of the CSN. Yet they are Democrats and humanists. One may wonder what is the good of their democracy and humanism. As can be seen, dissent was not highly esteemed in the CSN 3 years ago. The situation has greatly improved since the departure of the time of action, apprenticeship 211 Marchand, but there is still a long way to go before democracy is anything more than an aspiration for the union members of Quebec. It was in this climate of reaction that Revolution Québécois was born. The strike at La Presa ruined several of the staff members financially. Others, students for the most part, begged for state aid, as they did every year, in order to pursue their studies in the social sciences, literature, or history. We had less than $1,000 in the till when the review was launched. For after the strike at La Presa, I set about organizing a series of anti-American, pro-Viet Cong demonstrations in front of the United States consulate on McGregor Street. Each time I had to be absent from La Presa because the demonstrations generally coincided with my working hours. A little later there were demonstrations to protest unemployment, then strike backings organized jointly by Revolution Québécois and Part 1 Prix. In the spring of 1965, the death of the patriot Gilles Legault in Montreal jail was the occasion of an impulsive demonstration in the center of town. Then came the famous demonstrations of May 24th, Victoria Day, and July 1st, Dominion Day, which were very violent and almost turned into riots. All these demonstrations provided an opportunity for the most dynamic elements of Revolution Québécois and Part 1 Prix to meet in the field. Part 1 Prix had the idea of forming a mass movement, and the majority of the staff of Revolution Québécois decided to cooperate with Part 1 Prix in getting the movement underway. Later, other groups also decided to join together for more effective action. This union gave birth during the summer of 1965 to the Mouvement de Libération Populaire, MLP. 10 Meantime, along with other comrades, I had secretly joined the Front de Libération du Québec. We met frequently to lay the foundations of a revolutionary movement that would exclusively serve the exploited of Quebec. This did not mean that we neglected legal AC tie-in. Far from it. But we always tried to orient such action in the direction of the progressive radicalization of worker and student demands. We thought it useless to work within any of the traditional parties, including the parties of the FEFT and the RIN. We were, and 212 Pierre Vallières still are, convinced that on the ground of electoralism, the battle is always lost for the wage earners, that is, for the vast majority of the nation. As Duverger would say, every election, organized at the cost of millions of dollars, expresses not so much the real participation of the masses as the means by which they are legally excluded from power. The people, who are the theoretical and fictitious sovereign, are manipulated every time by the political machines of the parties most favorable to the interests of the local and foreign capitalists. Within these parties, which function like corporations of shareholders, the little people have no place. How could these parties, which exclude the workers from their ranks, admit them to power? Capitalist democracy is only a farce which, at election time, makes the citizens choose a government that, by its very essence, is beyond their control and represents only the ruling minority. We are told there are third parties which oppose the old parties. To be sure, the third parties oppose the old parties, the way the liberals Oppose the conservatives, that is, respecting the rules of the game that have been established by the bourgeoisie. The third parties in Quebec do not oppose the system, they oppose a political clique, not structures, institutions, the economic and social regime, and the illusory bourgeois democracy. That is why the workers can hope for nothing from them. When the third parties, like the NDP, seem to be coming closer to power, it is because they are beginning to serve the interests of the financiers. Besides, the closer they come to power, the more conservative and respectable they become. The evolution of the NDP is eloquent on this point, and so is that of the RIN, even though the party has only been in existence for 5 years. Because in order to take power through elections, one must have a great deal of money, and in order to obtain money, one must give guarantees to the capitalists. But supposing the miracle occurs and a socialist, radical party is carried to power by elections. If that happens, the revolutionary government, which has taken power without having overthrown the existing structures by a mass revolution, will soon be liquidated by a coup d'état. Or else it will be forced to lean for support on the existing bureaucracy and the infrastructure of capitalism, and in order to endure it will have to repudiate the interests of the workers in favor of those of the capitalists, unless it takes to the maquis and calls upon the masses to rise up, weapons in hand. The time of action, Apprenticeship 213 against capitalism and imperialism. But is there an example in history of a party that came to power through elections and then staked everything on armed insurrection? So my friends and I were convinced of the futility of electoral struggle. We also knew the limits of legal or paralegal social agitation, and we thought it urgent to set about immediately laying the foundations of a clandestine revolutionary organization, an organization that could give the masses of Quebec both the means, ideological and technical, and the opportunity for economic, political, and cultural liberation. For a while we were able to combine our clandestine activity with the organization of fairly widespread paralegal social agitation, particularly among the groups of workers on strike in Montreal. But at the end of 1965 we had to make a definite choice in favor of clandestine action. This decision was also encouraged in part by the RAP procurement and then fusion of the Mouvement de Libération Populaire. Late in the Reformist, senile, Part 1 Socialist du Québec. We thought this fusion would be accomplished at the expense of the MLP, and the MLP was in fact swallowed up by the inertia of the PSQ. We are far from rejoicing at this turn of events, and we think the MLP should be put back on its feet. We had not left the MLP because we considered its policy of social agitation useless, but because it had become physically impossible for us to work at the same time for both the FLQ and the MLP. But it is true that our choice was precipitated by the decision of the majority of the members of the MLP to fuse their party with the PSQ. The unity of the left is indeed a fine thing, but it must not be achieved in such a way as to benefit the left's most reactionary elements. To my mind, the PSQ is a reactionary party and will remain so as long as it is run by the greybeards who use it to make a little political capital for themselves and keep themselves from dying. It is possible that someday the PSQ will pass into the hands of the workers and young people and get rid of the relics from the CP and the NDP with whom it is now encumbered. When that day comes, the PSQ will be able to play a positive role in the Quebec Revolution. Up until now, like the pro-Moscow Communist Party of Quebec, it has done nothing to serve the interests of the Quebec working class. At most, it has served as a vehicle for illusions and has encouraged the development of organizations. 214 Pierre Vallières harmful to the workers of Quebec, such as the FTQ, which is only a screen for American big business-style unions. But just as it is not impossible that the FTQ should someday sever its connections with the international unions, so it is not impossible that the PSQ, animated by new forces, should someday become radicalized. It is even to be desired that this will happen as soon as possible. It may be hoped that the new generations of workers and students, seeing every day the impotence of the unions and political parties which are integrated with the system, and which, consciously or unconsciously, are forced to serve the interests of the exploiters, will soon come to understand at last the necessity of organizing revolutionary unions and political movements. One of the objectives of the FLQ was and still is to accelerate this process of becoming conscious, to make men aware of the necessity of fighting to the death against the despotism of the capitalist system. The despotism experienced daily in the factories, the offices, the mines, forests, farms, schools, and universities of Quebec. The sooner the Quebecois unite to sweep away the rottenness that poisons their existence, the sooner they will be able, in solidarity with the exploited, the niggers of all the other countries, to build a new society for a new man, a society that is human for all men, just for all men, in the service of all men. A fraternal society. It is not by adding up little reforms that we will succeed in realize this ideal. Did I lose interest in philosophy in the fall of 1963? I did not stop reflecting, but let us say that I began to think differently. From that time on, having understood the necessity of putting my ideas into practice, I studied in particular the writings and deeds of the revolutionaries of our time, Lenin, Rosa Luxemburg, Mao Zedong, Castro, and Che Guevara. I was more impressed by the thought of Mao Zedong and the ideas of Guevara than by the work of Lenin. It must be said that the unfortunate evolution of the Soviet Union, of the International, and of Western communism obliges us to question several of Lenin's theses, for I do not think we should consider Stalin alone responsible for it. I also read a number of works on history, sociology, and economics. The Time of Action, Apprenticeship 215 ICS. And finally, for the first time in my life, I began to study the Society of Quebec, its history, geography, and economy, its ideologies and opposing social classes. As for philosophy, I do not consider it useless. Quite the contrary. I think that philosophy, or rather critique, has a fundamental role to play in history. What I am most preoccupied with at present is the formulation of a critique that will challenge the scientific pseudo-objectivity which, in the social sciences, rests on the dogmatic and ideological a priori assumption that man's creations, such as capitalist economy, have become natural forces which now lie outside man's control. I believe, along with Charles Gagnon, who is doing research in this direction, chat today one of the essential roles of critical, dialectical, thought is to unmask the scientific spirit, including the spirit of scientific socialism, the reified spirit of objectivity, and in so doing, to restore the social sciences, economics, politics, etc., to our freedom of choice. Of course, the social sciences, from phenomenology to structuralism, from psychoanalysis to sociology, teach us many things essential to know, but most researchers cannot resist the temptation of turning their research into an explanatory system that is supposed to be definitive. Most of them, like Husserl, fix essences or nature in the hope of escaping from relativism and ending up with something permanent, eternal, transcendent. The same method is found in linguistics as well as economics and, in fact, characterizes all the present sciences. We delude ourselves by thinking that knowledge escapes the force of history. We refuse to see that everything must be constantly called into question. To be sure, one never completely escapes from the temptation of the absolute. It might even be said that constituting an absolute is a process that is linked to the essential relativity of our historical existence. But while we may need to reach a certain balance, a certain coherence, in our knowledge as in our activity, should that prevent us from seeing that that balance and coherence must crumble and give way in turn to more perfect knowledge and activity. It seems to me that alienation consists of an accommodation that one makes, willingly or unwillingly, to a particular balance, to a particular order, to what we call the established order. There are sciences of accommodation, such as American psychology, whose basic aim is to promote the adaptation of the Indi. 216 Pierre Vallières' visual to the system. One of the best examples of reified science is without doubt American psychology. We do not fully recognize the fact that the social sciences are controlled by the bourgeoisie and put at the service of capitalism, even if the researchers themselves are not always aware of it. That is why the researchers seek to install objectivity everywhere, an objectivity that consists of justifying the nature of the established order, that is, capitalism. It is therefore urgent to restore scientific research to our freedom of choice, and those who try to unmask the scientific spirit of our time are working for the collective de-alienation and liberation. I do not think that I personally will be able to accomplish much of this work that one considers so important. It is true that periods of imprisonment, of enforced rest, can be the most productive periods for revolutionary philosophy. But revolutionary action has taught me that I am not first of all either a philosopher or a thinker. Which, however, does not incline me to underestimate, quite the contrary, the importance of what Amilcar Cabral, the leader of the guerrillas in Portuguese Guinea and Cape Verde, calls the ideological weapon. My greatest desire is to again become, as soon as possible, an active militant, an organizer and propagandist of the Quebec Revolution. Notes 1. Marxism et Structuralism, Petite Bibliothèque Payot. Sebag, a French communist, committed suicide in January 1965, at the age of 31. 2. Paul Nizan, Les Chiens de Garde, François Maspero, Paris, 1960. To be published in English by Monthly Review Press. 3. Georgi Lukács, Histoire et Conscience de Classe, trans. K. Axelos and J. Bois, Editions de Minuit, Paris, 1960, page 102. 4. Arthur March, La physique moderne et ses theories, Gallimard, Col. IDs, Paris, 1965, pages 211 to 214. 5. I had not forgotten the sectarianism shown by the founders of Site Libre when the famous issue on separatism was being prepared in 1962. The Time of Action, Apprenticeship 2176. Jean Pellerin remained at the head of Site Libre. Anyway, he had only been named EO editor by the old crowd in order to prevent the new wave from working freely. 7. To my great surprise, I had been elected Secretary General of the SJM a few weeks earlier. 8. It would be extremely interesting to write a detailed history of the strike at La Presa. If I did so now, however, I would be afraid of being too unjust towards certain persons. I have not yet sufficiently digested this lost strike. 9. I must say too that, having spent 2 days denouncing the lack of democracy within the FTQ, the delegates to the CSN would have lost face somewhat if they had expelled from their ranks a union member who had dared to criticize their great leader. 10. CFRR.Y article, The Unity of the Left, in Part 1 July-August 1965, also the Manifesto of the Mouvement de Libération Populaire and of the Review Part 1 in Part 1 September 1965. 6. The Time of Action, Our Ideal. The conditions under which we live were created by men who lived before us. These conditions, from the relations of production and property to the organization of leisure, education, and culture, can be transformed or destroyed, and other conditions of life that are better, more human, can be created by the power of united men and collectivities, the men and collectivities of today, in order to serve other ends than those served by the existing conditions of life. In the present state of things, these conditions of life constitute an essentially economic organization in the service of a minority. Upon this organization, whose principal end is the search for an accumulation of maximum profits, of money, by means of the exploitation of the labor of the immense majority of human beings, depend political life, intellectual life, education, religious life, and even artistic life, to the extent that these various spheres of human activity are controlled, monopolized, and directed by the ruling minority, in accordance with its economic class interests. In this world, every individual is supposed to have complete freedom to do as he likes. But in fact, this freedom belongs only to those who have the money to take advantage of it and to realize it in their personal activities. Freedom exists only for the dominant minority. The vast majority of individuals are enslaved to work and to conditions of existence over which they have no control, which give them no real power of decision or right to enjoy the wealth produced, and which deprive them of the ownership of their means of production and, consequently, of the concrete freedom to satisfy their true 218. The Time of Action, Our Ideal 219 needs, their own needs, and not those of the capitalist market. For the vast majority who live under these conditions, the conditions of present capitalist society, freedom is nothing more than a word, a hoax. The members of the minority can afford to have a personal life. The others, the mass of men, have no chance, no right, no concrete possibility of achieving this personal life within the conditions of existence of society today. In order to assert themselves as individuals, they must abolish their present conditions of life, which are also those of the whole society. They will achieve this only through the practical, collective action of a total revolution, which will not only overthrow the capitalist state but at the same time abolish everything that for centuries has perverted and poisoned social relations, life in society, private ownership of the means of production, tie-in and exchange, the accumulation and concentration of capital in the hands of a few, the commodity categories, the market economy, exchange based on the law of value, and even money itself. It is a question, in short, of decapitalizing social relations and replacing the present forced cooperation, which profits only a few, by a social solidarity that gives every individual the means of developing his faculties, of concretely realizing his personal freedom. Isolated individuals are contingent, dependent upon the demands of competition, labor, etc., upon the conditions of life created by the bourgeoisie to serve its class interests. The bourgeoisie extols individualism because that individualism subjugates each of us to its economic, political, and ideological power, because that individualism alienates each of us and makes the bourgeoisie invulnerable. It is to the extent that we join together in solidarity that we will free ourselves from all our alienations and that each of us will become more of a person. In the so-called free world we know at present, concrete personal freedom exists only for individuals who succeed in developing themselves within the small, ruling class and under the conditions created, desired, and maintained by that class. In the so-called independent nations the same conditions of existence often remain, because the economic basis of the division of society into classes and of the exploitation of men by men have not been abolished by the accession to independence of this or that colony. Only a revolution carried out by the majority of the men in a given 220 Pierre Vallières collectivity can lay the basis for a true, radical transformation of the conditions of existence of the majority in that collectivity, which can just as easily be the entire world as a country or group of countries. Our ideal, the ideal of the Front de Libération du Québec, is based neither on the opportunistic pragmatism of the capitalist parties, nor on the obsession with revolutionary inevitabilities, of the parties that call themselves communist. Our ideal is based solely on what is human, on men, on their active ties, their capacity to produce and create, to destroy and recreate, to transform, to unmake and remake, etc. If there is a certain determinism in history, for even within the framework of the universal relativity discovered by Einstein, and notwithstanding, perhaps, Werner Heisenberg's principle of the indetermination of matter, this determinism, in my opinion, cannot consist of an autonomous, necessary, and natural, determined, development of the productive forces, a natural development that would deliver whole centuries of humanity up to chance or necessity. I believe, rather, that the development of the productive forces is an essentially human activity and that man himself is without doubt the most important, productive force of all. Of course, the men of each generation, each collectivity, each class, and each social category act on material bases and within material conditions and limits that are determined, as Marx and Engels declare, but I understand this word determined in the sense of particular, of particular material conditions and limits which are partly independent of the will of men but are also, in part, produced, created, or at least accepted by them, and which they can therefore change themselves. 6. These material conditions of existence of individuals and degree the question of the interpretation of the word determined, as used here by Marx and Engels, arises only in the French translation from the German. Vallières quotes the French version as agis sur de bases et dans de conditions et limites matérielles déterminées. The English translation of the same passage uses the word definite, thus confirming Vallières' understanding of determines in the sense of particular individuals, as they are active under definite material limits, presuppositions, and conditions independent of their will. The German Ideologie, New York, International Publishers, 1939, page 13. Trans. The time of action, our ideal 221 collectivities, both the conditions which they find ready-made, those that were created by preceding generations, and the conditions which arise out of their own activity, those that are imposed on them by the oppressing class or created on their own initiative, through union activities or revolutionary activities, for example, are not, and have never been, the necessary product, in the sense of absolute necessity, of an autonomous development of non-human forces of production. They are essentially the product of the activity and struggles of men. And that is why revolutions are possible. If today we say that the proletarian revolution is possible and that it has even become necessary, it is because we believe there are limits to the exploitation which the workers have been enduring for centuries, exploitation to which they are subjected by other men who are organized economically, politically, and socially to make as much profit as possible from the labor of the majority. We believe that these limits, this multiform, multiracial, and multinational oppression, must today be left behind, that it must be dynamited all the more violently because scientific and technical Progress provides the contemporary masses, at least can immediately provide them, with the means of becoming conscious, through a daily experience of exploitation that is opposed to, and contrasted with, the wealth of the free world as displayed by the mass media, the means, I say, of becoming conscious of the many disparities and injustices of the present system. But neither the mass media nor electronic machines nor even big business-style unions are going to rise up in place of the exploited, or even give the exploited the opportunity, the intellectual means, the finances, and the arms necessary for the victory of a popular uprising. No. It is men who are going to accomplish this work, no matter what the level of development of nuclear energy in their country or in the world. The consciousness of injustice exalted to a system calls for revolutionary action, for radical changes in the relations of production and property and in social relations in general. But this action cannot spring automatically out of mere awareness of injustice. It must be organized, intellectually, morally, politically, and militarily, into a really revolutionary force, that is, a force which is at the same time militarily effective, psychologically, intellectually, and economically de-alienating, democratic, and, morally, founded on solidarity, equality, justice, and honesty. 222 Pierre Vallières. Such a revolution cannot be accomplished without war, without violence. For the established order will try to the end to wipe it out in blood. Such a revolution, therefore, means the organization of an anti-capitalist, anti-imperialist, and anti-colonialist war that can end only with the victory or defeat of the working class. Now if we make war, it is in order to win it, and not in order to be martyred in vain in the name of freedom. That is why if there can be no revolution without war, there can be no victorious war without technique. 7 Every combat technique requires a discipline, an ensemble of means capable of giving maximum effectiveness to fighting units of collectivities. In the age of imperialism, in which we are living, whether we like it or not, there can be no social transformation without a popular revolution, nor any popular revolution without a technique and a discipline conceived for the people and adapted to their means and capacities, present or potential. Left to the spontaneity of their revolts, which must always be begun over again, the people possess no military strength because they do not see clearly and their class consciousness remains on the level of an instinct. That is what the anarchists, who have hearts of gold, always forget. Popular violence does not automatically lead to the overthrow of the established order, and it can even be an anti-colonial factor of political alienation for whole generations of individuals. The overthrow of the established order, and the collective de-alienation of the working class that must accompany it, is a problem of conscious and collective organization of the people. The foregoing already shows clearly that our ideal of a society has nothing to do with the electoral programs of the traditional parties. Our program is nothing more nor less than a complete transformation of society and of the men who compose it. It is total revolution. The political programs of the capitalist parties, conservative or liberal, Republican or Democrat, claim to be pragmatic. This pragmatism is nothing but political opportunism which dares not speak its true name. It is determined by circumstances, that is, fundamentally, solely by the economic interests of the ruling class or classes. As for the political programs of the so-called left parties, traditional communist, labor, socialist, social democratic, etc., most of the time of action, our ideal 223 the time they are based on the same pragmatism but with slight differences, the most important of which is the belief that the revolution will someday come about of its own accord, through electoralism, unionism, and state capitalism. The parties of the left are forced by their revolutionary past to periodically revive the future revolution and the obsession with economic inevitabilities, as Malraux would say, failing which, these leftists would find nothing original to put into their programs. History demonstrates that revolutionaries, including those of the FLQ, are not wrong in thinking that the emancipation of the workers will be achieved by the workers themselves. The important thing, for the revolutionaries of the whole world as for those of Quebec, is not to expect the revolution to come from the natural and so-called autonomous development of the productive forces, but to organize immediately the spontaneous violence which in various ways, from workers' strikes to student demonstrations to juvenile delinquency, springs from the profound and cruel frustrations generated by the present organization of society. The spontaneous and increasingly fierce violence of the people, in particular of the farmers, workers, and youth, is the response called for, and obtained, by the violence that has been systematically practiced for centuries by the minority ruling classes. This violence can only increase with the consciousness which entire masses have today that they are being unjustly deprived of the ownership of their means of production, as well as of the wealth ducade, culture, etc., and that they are being maintained in slavery in the name of democracy, the democracy of free enterprise and the exploitation of men by men. The essential thing is to prevent this justified violence from periodically getting bogged down in despair or from strangling itself in the collective self-destruction that the fascists know so well how to organize, at the opportune moment, for the greater benefit of the democrats, high finance, the great multinational corporations, the bourgeoisie, and the church. And the only way to avoid such a misfortune, which is always possible, is for the revolutionaries to organize the people's violence into a progressive force before the fascists, who never sleep, take control of it in order first to poison it and then to crush it. And this must be done on an international scale as well as in each country. 224 Pierre Vallières. Besides, these days there are no more national problems. Santo Domingo, Vietnam, German neo-Nazism, etc., following upon hundreds of similar events, are proof of that. Revolutionary violence is not, strictly speaking, ideological. I mean by ideological or ideologized violence, a violence based on absolute principles, on the unconscious or the irrational, on the negation of reality, etc., such as fascist, racist, and anti-Semitic violence. Revolutionary violence is nothing but the organized and conscious violence of a people, a class, a national or multinational collectivity that has chosen to confront, combat, and overcome the violence, it too, organized and conscious, of the established order that is crushing it. This popular, organized, and conscious violence is based on the needs, aspirations, and rights of the majority of men. It is demanded every day by the age-old negation of those needs, aspirations, and rights by a minority of thieves, exploiters, and murderers whose economic, political, military, and legal strength, capital, the state, the army, justice, has been built, over the centuries, on the pitiless oppression of billions of men. This violence does not force individuals and masses into irrational actions, by means of immoral propaganda, as does Nazi violence, which has no scruples about exploiting the instinct for murder that dwells in all the oppressed. In the foregoing account I have repeatedly emphasized the savage hatred that inhabits humiliated men, a hatred without any definite object. Fascism bases its irrational violence on this strong frustration and on the ignorance in which the mass of humanity is deliberately maintained by the classes in power. Fascism liberates hatred the better to destroy the working class. Revolutionaries, on the contrary, organize the people's violence into a conscious and independent force. Fascism, it must be remembered, is also corporatist. In the end it always encourages the collaboration of classes to the advantage of capital and the bourgeoisie. In working to develop a conscious and independent popular force, revolutionaries organize, out of the natural violence of farmers, workers, petty white-collar workers, students, and young people which constitutes the raw material of every revolution, the de-alienation of the masses. In short, a victorious popular revolution is a successful collective psychoanalysis. And by victory I mean here much more than the time of action, our ideal 225 mere taking of power. The taking of power is only the first in a long series of collective activities that must transform every sector of human life from top to bottom. I shall return to this later. Any psychoanalysis, individual or collective, is frightening. And that is a normal reflex. For an honest psychoanalysis soon proposes acts for us to perform, acts that radically contradict our old habits of behaving and thinking. As Freud has demonstrated, the more resistance and anxiety is provoked in the patient, the individual or collectivity, by an act to be performed, the more that act is necessary. To de-alienate oneself is not a romantic enterprise. Only dishonest demagogues can promise the masses happiness the way Santa Claus, at Eton's, promises the children toys. Revolution is frightening to the masses, who nevertheless spontaneously desire it. For revolution makes its demands. But at the same time, violence attracts the masses, fascinates them as ritual dances. Fascinates certain so-called primitive collectivities. The oppressed masses ask nothing better than to have someone give them the opportunity and means of unloading all the frustration, hate, and poison that present society has built up in them. That someone, unfortunately, is often fascism. And compared with the Nazi machine, the authority of the people, my dear Vadebanker, is a little thing indeed. The big problem is that the fascists have the capital in the beginning while we, in the beginning, have only right, justice, and poverty. But the fascists rarely give their lives for the people. They do nothing out of solidarity, without a material objective. They break strikes and shoot the workers who want to take possession of the FAC Tories. They are on the side of the police and the judges. But unfortunately, the people often realize this too late. And then, once again, resignation, submission, and shame win out over violence and the desire for liberation. All this is not simple, nor can it always be physically controlled. In time of crisis, theory is a very small weapon. It is before the crisis that it is necessary to see clearly and to organize the foundations of a popular revolution. One must always bear in mind that the economic, political, and social crises that encourage the development of an authentically popular revolution are the very ones that at the same time encourage the emergence of fascism. And the ruling 226 Pierre Vallières classes always have recourse to fascism when they are seized with panic. Because in time of crisis, fascism is their best instrument of combat and repression. When the crisis is over, the fascists become Democrats, liberals, Christian socialists. Illusory democracy can begin to exploit the people again in a climate of social peace. 3. In the 20th century, fascism has been the permanent tempter. Tie-in of the French-Canadian petty bourgeoisie of Quebec. In the CLI made of social ferment that is shaking Quebec today, that fact cannot but arouse certain anxieties, even if an important faction of the new petty bourgeoisie calls itself socialist, and even if the young intellectuals of Quebec, unlike those of Greenwich Village in New York, do not draw swastikas on the walls and write, "Bomb Hanoi now." All over the place. In 1965 we saw with what enthusiasm 1,000 students of the University of Montreal burned an issue of the Socialist Quartier Latin, and with what alacrity Judge Lagunier congratulated them on this courageous and Christian gesture. The presence of fascist elements within the separatist movement is also very disturbing, for we all know that fascism is the art of transforming, sublimating, and then crushing popular discontent in the name of a false, national renaissance, which is only the renaissance of the most frustrated elements of the petty bourgeoisie, that is, of a tiny minority. Quebec separatism in itself is an excellent thing, and I support it 100%. But that does not mean that I close my eyes. And I am not unaware of the fact that the Quebecois separatists do not all pursue the same objective, that they do not all defend the same interests. Unfortunately for those who advocate a States General of French Canada, a dialogue among all parties and all classes in the nation, such as Maître Jacques-Yvan Morin desires, can only be a fraud. There might be unanimity on the unsuitability of the present structures, but certainly not on the new structures to be set up. I notice that the advocates of a States General mainly attack the present political structures and do not really call into question the most fundamental structures, the economic ones. To be sure, their objective seems to be the economic independence of Quebec. Since Monsieur Marchand himself, chairman of the Council for the time of action, our ideal 227 nomic expansion, affirms that it is impossible for Quebec to become economically independent without conquering political independence as a preliminary. I underline the word preliminary, because that is precisely where the fascist temptation lies. First achieve unanimity on this preliminary, and after that we'll see. See what, after that? The factories turned over to the workers, or the unions turned into corporations. I believe there is only one way to escape the fascist temptation, to organize the majority, that is, the workers, farmers, white-collar workers, progressive intellectuals, students, young people, and clear-thinking petty bourgeois, into a revolutionary force that is openly and radically anti-capitalist, anti-imperialist, and anti-colonialist. It is a question of siding with 90% of the population against the 10% who want to seize the opportunity offered them today to increase their domination over the ignorant, and by so doing meant the profits and privileges associated with that domination. I admit that the Sarto Marchands of Quebec do not appear, at first glance, to be fascists. But it will not take long for them to become fascists if Ottawa persists in its present attitude. And since Quebec is a rich country, Washington might manufacture itself a little Chambay, a little Kentucky, or a little Balaguer to prevent our country from toppling into the enemy camp. The fascists have a very good press in Washington, notwithstanding the monumental hypocrisy of the kings of the White House. Only a long experience of revolutionary struggle, requiring an ever higher level of consciousness and responsibility, can enable the Pressed and humiliated masses to escape fascism, to escape the magic of a fanatical nationalism manufactured to serve the needs of a minority of individuals who are seeking a greater measure of economic and political power. 9 Those who now speak to the masses, taking care not to tell them the whole truth and, above all, preaching nonviolence, electoralism, etc., are impostors who are preparing the way not for revolution but for counter-revolution. 10 Is it possible that fascism will one day sweep Quebec, you ask? Yes, it is possible, even after the Quiet Revolution. For the Quiet Revolution has also awakened that. If the conscious workers, 11 the clear-thinking petty bourgeois, the students, and the young people do not do more to translate their pro. 228 Pierre Vallières' aggressive ideas and political convictions into practical action, it is entirely possible, alas, that Quebec may become not another Vietnam but another Portugal. Certain facts already raise very disturbing questions: the lightning popularity of Cauet, Grégoire, and Marcoux in 1962, the Renaissance of Adrien Arcand's party, the vogue of the magazine Aujourd'hui Québec in clerical circles and institutions controlled by the clergy, schools, colleges, convents, the fusion of the separatists of the Regroupement National with the nationalist creditists of the extreme right, the presence of notorious fascists in the very ranks of the RIN, the recent transformation of the Order of Jacques Cartier into 2 other secret societies with clearly fascist tendencies, 0 the victory of the National Union and the duple-cyst renaissance, finally, the plea for a one-party system made by the mayor of Montreal, Jean Drapeau, shortly before the last municipal elections. Jean Drapeau and Daniel Johnson, together with Pierre Laporte, are, in my opinion, the most cunning of the leaders of the right. Jean Drapeau is perhaps the one who enjoys the broadest financial support at present. Will he someday become our Führer? The present situation is somewhat reminiscent of the one that enabled Houd and Duplessis to become the puppet rulers of Quebec immediately after the Second World War. But this time the workers and leftists are better organized and stronger than in 1945. They represent a definite threat to the system. That is why it is very possible that, in Quebec as in the United States, the extreme right is arming. There is talk of Arcand's organizing a paramilitary training camp in the Louisville region, and of an intense propaganda campaign in Berthier County and in the working-class quarters of the East End of Montreal. One of my friends was approached by a senior officer of the well-known private detective agency Phillips, which was recruiting for a paramilitary fascist organization. My friend refused the invitation but has not forgotten it. That happened 2 or 3 years ago. One could also mention the speeches by the Abbé Gravel of K. Degree. The Order of Jacques Cartier was a secret society composed of the traditional elite of lawyers and businessmen and reputed to have played an important role in politics. Trans. The time of action, our ideal. 229b, the little brother of Christian schools who dispensed Hitler-style education in Montreal, the remarks of Judge Lagunier on the occasion of the auto da fe of Le Quartier Latin by students, the anti-union statements of Lucien Tremblay, 0 the Association Professionnelle des Industriels, the Chambers of Commerce, etc. One thing is certain, agitation on the right has increased in intensity over the last 2 years. And this agitation clearly shows that the established order is now afraid. It is not yet in panic, but that is not far off. For the renaissance of the right in Quebec is not a national phenomenon but part of the vast counter-revolutionary movement that is spreading across the world with surprising rapidity, and almost with the complicity of the Russians. The escalation of the war in Vietnam, the crushing of the Dominican Revolution and of the Black Insurrection in Watts, the coups d'état in Brazil, Algeria, and Indonesia, the massacre of millions of Indonesian communists, the Johnson-Eisenhower alliance in the White House, the assassination of Ben Barka, the rise of Nazism in Germany, Austria, and Flanders, the recent events in Ghana and Guinea, the repression of the students in India, Brazil, Argentina, and Chile, and even the condemnation of the Jesuits by Paul VI, these, among thousands of others, are so many events that clearly show the determination of the old order, of imperialism, to halt the world revolution that threatens it on all sides. Fortunately, the need for freedom is stronger than the fear generated by the nuclear blackmail of the United States. In all parts of the world, groups of peasants, workers, and young people are rising up against the ruling classes. And every time a revolt occurs, in Harlem, in Atlanta, in Chile, the Congo, India, Holland, Spain, or Japan, the workers and the youth of the entire world are immediately informed of it. More and more, despite all the efforts of reaction, the workers and young people feel involved in all the struggles carried on by their brothers the world over, and they also know that their own struggle involves the others. Thus little by little there is developing a degree. Lucien Tremblay is an organizer of company unions. Trans. 230 Pierre Vallières' multinational class consciousness, which sooner or later will call for, will demand, the organization of a world revolutionary movement. Not a movement directed from Moscow, Peking, or Havana, but a movement run collectively by the peasants, workers, intellectuals, and young people of all countries, without distinction as to language, culture, color, or privileges of the sort, I'm a Russian, I'm Chinese, I'm a Cuban, my country did this, did that, etc., etc. Moreover, it is only through the revolutionary action of a multinational people's organization that imperialism, whatever its name, form, or color, can be liquidated once and for all. Is all that utopian? I think there is no dream of mankind that cannot be realized, providing it is pursued on earth, not on an imaginary planet or in a heaven inhabited by angels. I believe that man possesses the capacity to make an ever more human world, and that there are no limits to the progress of humanity. I believe neither in the apocalypse nor in the eternal domination of the barbarians. I believe that revolution is possible, and at the present stage of humanity, logically necessary. Indeed, the historical development, material and human, of the productive forces has now reached such a level that it should enable all men to enjoy a very high standard of living. The scientific foundation of this ideal lies in the present technological revolution, in man's utilization of space, air, nuclear energy, etc., and in the development of communication techniques, the world market and so forth on a planetary scale. But there are two principal obstacles to the realization of this ideal. The first is the concentration of capital, knowledge, technique, and power 12 in the hands of the international bourgeoisie, chiefly American, Soviet, and European. The second is the absence of a multinational revolutionary organization capable of conducting a struggle for liberation. Under the conditions of existence in the society of the last third of the 20th century, not the first half of the 19th century, I often feel uneasy watching the evolution of the international revolutionary movement. Evolution toward what, exactly? We desire, we say, the total liberation of men, and we risk our lives for it every day, in Guatemala, in Vietnam, in the Congo, in Angola, in the United States itself, and in Quebec. But despite what some people call our heroism, do we really know in detail what society we want to build? Do we know what kind of men we want to? The time of action, our ideal 231 create. And the men whom we consider it our duty to awaken and organize, do we even know what they are? Do we know what the reality around us is made of? What if, after all, too often we were merely agitators? It is not unusual to meet revolutionaries who think only about overthrowing the bourgeois state, as if that act had some magic power and could spontaneously create overnight the practical conditions for the liberation of individuals and collectivities from all their present alienations, and for a new movement toward a greater measure of freedom for each and all. If our ideal is really to see to it that, by a practical action called a revolution, every exploited man, every humiliated man, every frustrated man is placed as soon as possible in a position to assert himself as an individual, we must, as revolutionaries and conscious beings, think now about a great deal more than merely overthrowing a bourgeois state. And we must concern ourselves with more than just problems of military strategy and tactics. We must propose to the workers, farmers, white-collar workers, students, and young people of today a new model of human society, and we must begin to lay its foundations right now, with them, within the revolutionary movement itself, which must not only put them in power, but at the same time fit them to build this new society for the advent of which they will have, or have already, risked their lives 1,000 times. It is sometimes said that nothing is more difficult than to make people think about what they must do in order to be consistent with their principles and, first of all, with themselves. The truth of that statement can be seen in even the most passionate, generous, and disinterested revolutionaries. That is why it sometimes happens that they have no very clear idea of the kind of society they want in place of the one they are working with all their energy to destroy. Their negligence, in this respect, entails enormous risks. Among other things, we might mention that for certain persons, without their even realizing it completely, action becomes an absolute, a mystique that is sufficient unto itself. Possessed by this mystique, they gradually agree to perform the most gratuitous acts, providing they have the consolation or justification of paying for them with their lives. I think I demonstrate in this essay that the FLQ is not a terrorist movement whose action is in the service of blind passions. We know. 232 Pierre Vallières rather precisely what we want. In the following pages I shall describe in detail the content of what we call our ideal. You will easily see that we have no predilection for adventurism, nihilism, or martyrdom, even if we happen to have made mistakes and even if we should happen to make more. If someday, like so many revolutionaries before us, we die for this human ideal that has become our reason for living, it will not be as martyrs or heroes but as simple soldiers in the daily and universal struggle of the peasants, workers, students, and young people. We shall die the way one dies in war, the victims of enemy weapons or of a stupid accident. We shall be neither the first nor the last, neither the best nor the worst. Men like you. 5. It has become a cliché to say that Quebec is a colony, a sub-colony, a sub-sub-colony, a triple colony, etc. The dependence of Quebec in relation to foreign countries is a constant in its history. Its economic, social, and political development, continually subordinate to foreign financial interests, has never had an independent evolution. For ever since Champlain established a trading post in Quebec in 1608, Quebec has always been subject to the interests of the dominant classes of the imperialist countries, first France, then England, and today the United States. Because Quebec has been a political colony for more than 350 years, its economy has always been directed, controlled, and organized by factors other than the needs of its population. First, commercially, Quebec has always lived, and still lives, on the export, to a limited number of countries, actually, to a single country and a few of its big satellites, of a limited quantity of raw or semi-finished products, furs, under the domination of the French, furs, lumber, wheat, and copper, under the domination of the English, lumber, newsprint, electricity, aluminum ingots, asbestos, iron, under the domination of the United States. This sector of the economy belongs to foreign capital, today American, which transforms the raw or semi-raw products, imported from Quebec at an extremely low price, in the factories of the United States, or sometimes one of its European colonies, like Norway or England. As for the transformation sector, covering the needs of the time of action, our ideal 233 domestic market or of a part of the foreign market, textiles, furniture, shoes, clothing, it is poorly equipped and rests on the exploitation of cheap labor, which is all the more abundant in Quebec because agriculture is scarcely easy or flourishing there. This sector too is in great part controlled by American capital, with the forced cooperation of English-Canadian capital, Italian-Canadian capital, etc., which cannot match American power. Quebec, and especially the Région of Montreal, is in a situation of absolute financial dependence. With regard to the United States which, like France and England in the past, cannot but oppose the autonomous development of the Quebec economy. The bankruptcy of the Sidbic project, the purchase of Quebec Telephone by American interests, the financial dependence of the state of Quebec on American credit are current illustrations of this. This is the essential fact today. Quebec, manipulated by the United States, is compelled to sell its natural resources and its cheap labor at prices much below their real value and to buy products manufactured in the United States, Japan, or England at prices much above their real value, thanks to the limitless exploitation of its resources and of the labor of its population, which is now approaching 6 million. The conclusion is clear: the United States derives enormous profits from its economic domination of Quebec, as it does from the domination of a number of other countries, and, unless it is forced to do so by the violence of the Québécois, it will never consent to end its domination. On the contrary, everything indicates that it is in the interest of the United States to increase this domination still more, even though it may be given a French face so as to calm the patriotic sentiments of a petty bourgeoisie with no imagination, which dreams about the new France of Cannon Graux, like the beggars of the Care Vigor in Montreal who give themselves the illusion of transforming reality by telling each other stories. It passes the time, as the saying goes, but it makes absolutely no change in reality. And the fact that the oil imported from Venezuela is refined in Montreal to be sold afterward on the Canadian market is not a sign of prosperity but of underdevelopment. For this oil stolen from the Venezuelan people by the American corporations is transported to and refined in Montreal East. The suffix East has a real economic content, See note 13, because taxes are not so high there, wages are. 234 Pierre Vallières lower, and profits are consequently greater than if the oil were refined in the United States and subjected to customs tariffs before being sold to Canadian consumers. One can say essentially the same thing of the airplanes that the Americans manufacture at Canadair, Montreal, for the Canadian Ministry of Defense, and of the explosives that are manufactured here at lower cost and sold to the United States Defense Department at a higher profit than if they were made in Detroit or Chicago. There is no lack of examples of this kind, and they only illustrate the fundamental fact that, in the present state of affairs, there simply is no Quebec economy. Then how do you expect to build a strong Quebec, an independent Quebec, on a void? One may ask all the Jean Lesages, Eric Kieranses, and Daniel Johnsons of Quebec who are asking for still more American investments. If we are going to be underdeveloped, what difference does it make whether or not it is within the framework of a pseudo-republic? Political independence is only a myth, a luxury we can do without, bled white as we are, except on condition that it is preceded by the expropriation of foreign capital, American and other, and the nationalization of natural resources, banks, and other enterprises that presently belong to foreign capital, the modification in depth of the monetary, financial, commercial, and customs relations that enslave us to the United States, and a social transformation that can lead to the disappearance of the parasitic classes, the English-speaking and French-speaking petty bourgeoisies of Quebec, which are tied to imperialism and profit from the sale of Quebec to foreigners. This condition is therefore tantamount to the necessity for a total revolution. Those are the prerequisites of true independence. They want to make us believe, the Quebecois petty bourgeoisie of trade, industry, the professions, and the church want to make us believe that on the contrary, it is legal, formal independence that is a prerequisite of economic independence. This is crude demagogy, pure and simple, designed, like the return to the land, in the old days, to excuse the expression, screw the people. One does not decolonize a country by proclaiming it a republic and designing a beautiful new flag for it. Especially if that republic separates from the colony, that is, English Canada, but makes no the time of action, our ideal 235 change in the fundamental economic relations which Quebec, like Canada, maintains with its Yankee partner. If the separatism of the petty bourgeois is only the separatism of a colony, if it represents only the desire of a colony to live out its destiny as a colony of the United States without the intermediary of English Canada, well then, let them stop talking about economic independence, and even about political independence. I have no objection to our all getting together and telling Ottawa to go to hell. Because we have no use for its cumbersome paternalism which, by the way, costs us pretty dear in taxes and helps to confuse matters. Okay. Let's tell Ottawa to go to hell. And then? What's going to change? We'll have one tax return instead of two. A direct telephone line between Quebec and Washington. A comic opera army integrated with NORAD. A delegate to the UN, another to the OAS. A third to NATO, and our very own ambassador to the Vatican. And
then what? The iron of the North Shore, the asbestos of asbestos, the mines of Abitibi, our forests and hydraulic resources, our commerce,
finance and industry, and the political machines, will not all that still be the exclusive property of the Americans? Then what does the majority of the population of Quebec stand to gain from this paper independence, apart from one more political alienation and, probably, a still greater measure of economic servitude? Understand me, I am not against the independence of Quebec but against the illusory independence of Quebec which, dressed up in various guises, from an associated state to a republic, is now being proposed to us by the parasitic petty bourgeoisie of French Canada. And that is why I am for revolution, because only a revolution in depth can make us independent. That is not a question of ideology but of fact. And one must voluntarily close one's eyes and one's mind to pretend not to recognize it. But, gentlemen, you who are for political separatism, intellectual dishonesty is likely to cost you dear one day, for a revolution, yes. Especially a revolution conducted by the majority, is not too tolerant of the hypocritical and cowardly exploiters who play into the hands of its adversaries. And the adversary of the Quebec Revolution is not Ottawa, which does not have the means to oppose it, but Washington. Yes or no, gentlemen, are you for separation from Washington? R. 236 Pierre Vallières, you for or against imperialism? I know how embarrassing this case tie-in is for you. But it can't be helped, dear compatriots. It's the only question today that makes any sense. It's not 1837 anymore, and we're fed up with the Louis Joseph Papineaus. We find the Papineaus of 1967 as disgusting as the one of 1837. Just as we find the Cartiers of 1967 as disgusting as the one of 1867. We are disgusted with 350 years of being bargained over by indigenous and foreign capitalists. This time we are demanding everything, independence and economic power included. And if, in order to get that, we have to confront LBJ's Marines, weapons in hand, well, we will take up arms against the Marines, we will follow the example of the Vietnamese people. Then you will have no choice but to go out into the street with us and follow us, or else seek refuge, comfort, and be 52s in Washington, as General Kai and his clique of traitors are doing. As a number of cliques of traitors did before them. As you yourselves may do tomorrow, you who today demand equality or independence. 14.6 This revolution that Quebec needs, as do all the countries that are enslaved by capitalism and colonial imperialism, implies nothing more nor less than the disappearance of capitalism itself. That means transformations that are even more profound than those required by the nationalization of foreign capital. It is a question, in fact, of abolishing capital itself, the basis of present society. Present society, you know as well as I do, rests on what the SPE sciolists call a market economy, that is, an economy in which the real decisions affecting the whole collectivity, workers as well as non-workers, are made by a handful of financiers, in scholarly language, individual economic agents, in accordance with their personal economic interests, the accumulation of constantly increasing profits. This capitalist economy exploits the majority of men by means of a labor market in which the workers, the real producers of wealth, deprived by force of the ownership of their means of production, are compelled to sell their labor, when there happens to be a demand for slaves, in order to obtain from the system that exploits them the minimum which they and their families must have to subsist, that is, the time of action, our ideal 237 to consume, and so reimburse the system, the products which the capitalists, through advertising, force them to buy at the highest possible price. In short, a minority of financiers has monopolized the means of production and has organized human labor and society in general, relations of production, relations of exchange, and social relations, in such a way as to appropriate for itself, in the name of allegedly free competition and an illusory equality of individuals, the greatest possibly share of the wealth produced by the daily labor of the majority of mankind. These financiers and their army of ideologists call this democracy. The workers call it organized slavery. We want to replace this economy based on the exploitation of the majority of mankind not only by a new economy but by a new society, in which the category economy will not have the same content. It does now. We want to replace it with a society in which the producers, the workers, collectively own and administer their means of production and create, organize, and plan their relations of production and the distribution of their products in accordance with ultimate goals that they choose themselves, for the satisfaction of their true needs, in the framework of an absolute equality of rights, opportunities, and benefits. In this economy, this new society, there will be no more free competition, that is, no more capital market and labor market, no more accumulation and concentration of the collective wealth in the hands of a few individuals who are the strongest and richest, no more exploitation of the workers, the immense majority of mankind, by a handful of men who accumulate profits. Rather, there will be an egalitarian, and not totalitarian, social structure without non-work heirs, without exploiters, and without parasites. A society without classes, therefore, and as soon as possible without a state. For in the last analysis, capitalism is determined, developed, maintained, and periodically renewed, rejuvenated, programmed, etc., by the strongest social class, today the bourgeoisie of big business, of the American or Soviet type, to whom the state belongs and who profit to the maximum from the class nature of present-day society, a nature which, throughout history, successive ruling classes have arbitrarily defined as inalienable. It is this class nature of society and of its legal form, the state, whether it be of the American, British, French, or 238 Pierre Vallières Soviet type, which the workers and young people, all the progressives of the 20th century, must destroy. For otherwise how can we make sure that a new ruling class will not be built into a state in which equality would be as much a myth as the democratic freedom of individuals is in the present system? Degree-only an egalitarian social structure can make it concretely possible for the workers to actively participate and enjoy to the full the products of their activity, which is free and yet disciplined. It is not merely a question of permitting from above, from the heights of some supreme presidium, the free circulation of suggestions, proposals, and criticisms at the base, but of a great deal more. It is a question of setting up, through this egalitarian social structure and by a collective effort, the machinery of a concrete and effective democracy, a democracy for all that will enable the workers and the entire society to make the fullest possible use of the potentialities not only of the economy but of the whole range of human activity and the energies at work in the known universe, energies which men have unlimited power to control and use for human ends, for progress, happiness, and the satisfaction of needs known and as yet unknown. It is understood that the concrete, local, particular forms of such a structure, which in my opinion can exist securely only on a continental or even world scale, for economic and political reasons that I shall explain below, may have many accidental variations, good in themselves, or rather, immaterial to the foundations of the structure, according to the specific historical development of the different countries, nationalities, minorities, or races. But these variations only give local color to the essential thing, the establishment of an egalitarian social structure, of a classless society. In order for this society to exist and endure, three sorts of conditions must be realized, conditions which we shall now sum up as clearly as it is possible to do within the narrow framework of this essay. They are, first, economic, second, administrative and political, third, subjective and intellectual. 1. Economic conditions. These conditions, which are fondamentaux, the phrase new ailing class refers to the French title of the book by Melovin Gillas that appeared in English as The New Class, 1957. Trans. The time of action, our ideal 239 tal, can be summed up in the disappearance of the following: the commodity categories, calculation in terms of value, which expresses itself through the price system and whose purpose or utility is not, as certain persons affirm, to express the labor time required for the production of the various products or goods, but to accumulate as much profit as possible, money, the system of national accounting connected with the capitalist commodity categories, and the financial and credit system. The functioning of the commodity categories and the utilization, by a bureaucracy of technocrats, of the law of value make no sense in an economy that calls itself socialized. For that is wanting to socialize the economy without decapitalizing it. That is putting a new coat of paint on an old automobile. It is being satisfied with an economic revolution in name only. At most, it is making private enterprise capitalism evolve towards state capitalism. It is leaving in place, as if they were vital to humanity, the roots of the accumulation and concentration of capital and of ever-increasing profits in the hands of new social categories, new ruling classes which, by means of their state and of their exclusive control of economic decisions, plans, etc., will not be slow to monopolize in their own interests, as the new class in power, the so-called revolutionized use of the law of value and the commodity categories. The great, American, multinational corporations have socialized their economy too, have planned wages, prices, investments, etc. The USSR of 1967 has become the biggest trust in the world, 15 the corporation with the most widespread activities. General Motors is beginning to court it for an amicable Soviet-American agreement over the heads of the workers, whose conditions of existence have not been fundamentally changed by the revolution of 1917 and who are now faced with having to prepare the overthrow of a new bourgeoisie, less feudal than that of 1917 but more clever and hypocritical. A bourgeoisie which I would call a state bourgeoisie. A bourgeoisie which plays a prudent game in Asia and asks the American and European capitalists to come help it reform its system of planning and reintroduce into the Soviet economy the notions of profit and free competition, so that the USSR may become the number one imperialist power of the year 1980, and the Brezhnev-Kosygin clique the Rockefellers of the year 2000. Is 240 Pierre Vallières that really what Lenin was prophesying when he naively said that, with socialism appearing at every window of contemporary capitalism, it was an infantile disorder of communism to refuse any compromise with that system? Today one can say that capitalism is reappearing at every window of Russian and East European socialism. That is what the pragmatism of revolutionary phraseology leads to, once it is in power. Our ideal is not to turn out a new edition of the realism of the Lenins, Stalins, and Kosygin's. Because today that realism has shown itself for what it is. And decidedly, after 50 years of Soviet history, it appears that out of the popular insurrections of 1917 the Russians have made a bourgeois revolution, a revolution that has had recourse to planning, like post-war France, in order to concentrate, massively, and as quickly as possible, the capital and talent in here. It from the old regime on the building of a basic industry and a state capable of competing with the United States. And after 50 years of unparalleled privations imposed on the workers, General Motors and Ford are finding in the USSR and Eastern Europe a market all ready to receive American cars assembled in Moscow. It is St. Bruno, Soma, on a gigantic scale, and Kosygin is the Gerard Filion of the Soviet Union's quiet revolution, of peaceful coexistence and cooperation with American fascism. Degree all that because after October 1917 they accepted as a necessary and temporary survival the use of commodity categories in the economy. From Bolshevism they quickly passed to planned reformism, and from that to state capitalism. That is what the autonomous development of capitalist forces of production leads to. The Soviets have not understood that the law of value is not a law of nature but a man-made thing, and that the commodity categories and everything connected with them, money, the financial system, credit, the price system, etc., are man-made things and not nat. Ural forces like light, nuclear energy, and so forth. If man is capable today of converting matter into energy and one element into another, how can one deny that he has the capacity not only to revise the law of value but to challenge it? Degree the Société de Montage Automobile, SOMA, is a Quebec state enterprise that assembles Renaults and Peugeots from parts bought from the French firms. Its plant was set up in St. Bruno, near Montreal, when Gerard Filion was both vice president of the company and mayor of the town. The time of action, our ideal 241. The Marxist economists, in their libraries crammed with statistical tables, try to determine the objective conditions for the wither ing away of the commodity categories. 16. But when they pose this fundamental problem, they forget to put it back in the context of the modes of activity that have been generated by the development of capitalism and the bourgeoisie. They abstractly isolate the common ity categories from the capitalist social structure and its class nature. That is why they forget to pose the problem in the concrete domain where it is located. First of all, there can be no withering away of the commodity categories unless there also is a withering away of the system of which they are an integral part and in which they serve as an instrument for achieving economic goals set by men, by the classes that have created and constantly perfected that system. To pose the problem of the withering away of the commodity categories is to pose the problem of the withering away of capitalist society itself. Now, can capitalist society wither away? To be sure, it is frustrating for the majority of men. To be sure, it is incapable of adequately meeting the vital needs of hundreds of millions of men. But can this society wither away like a man growing old who, in spite of himself, withers away and dies? For my part, I believe that capitalist society can only be overthrown. It cannot wither away by itself, any more than the bourgeois class can commit suicide. Only practical action, a revolutionary movement, can sweep away the old society and at the same time the commodity categories, the law of value, etc. There remains to be determined the total content of this revolution, which I shall attempt to do further on in this chapter. But the essential thing for the moment is to remember that the commodity categories and the law of value, which have been created by men through their activities, can be abolished by men through new activities that are called revolutionary, in the sense that they radically change the social relations of production, exchange, etc., established by preceding generations or, more precisely, by the ruling classes of those generations. It is impossible to imagine that an egalitarian social structure can emerge from the planning of capitalist relations of production and exchange, which have been created precisely for the accumulation of capital, of wealth, in the hands of a ruling minority which alone is favored by the system. The planning of capital investments, prices and wages, various types of production. 242 Pierre Vallières etc., can exist only under state capitalism. In an egalitarian social structure, all that remains is the planning of distribution, and not exchange, in the capitalist sense of the term, of the goods produced by men to satisfy their needs. That planning is done on a basis of equality for all, an equality which can only be achieved through a long experience of solidarity in the struggle men are compelled to wage to rid themselves of the system that oppresses them economically, politically, militarily, legally, religiously, and ideologically. The truth of this statement rests on the assumption that two other economic conditions have been realized in the revolutionary movement which has abolished, in this or that part of the world, the traditional commodity relations that are based on monetary exchange and are therefore capitalizable, which no revolution, to my knoll edge, has yet accomplished. These two conditions are, a, an identity, as nearly perfect as possible, between the juridical subjects, those who possess the effective right to order the means of production and work out new relations of ownership, production and distribution of products, and the economic subjects, those who are capable, practically, of managing these activities. This identity cannot be achieved so long as the different centers for the appropriation of the means of production and the centers for the appropriation of the political and technical powers of distribution remain independent, separate, or opposed, dealing with antagonistic interests, real or artificial. Point 17. B. Absolute economic independence from foreign capitalist markets, should any still exist at the time when an economy without capital can appear. Point 18. For any extension of the distribution of goods to capitalist markets or any penetration of a decapitalized economy by foreign capital would soon reduce to nothingness the fundamental objectives of the revolution. These two conditions, complementary to and inseparable from the preceding ones, bring me to the administrative and political tie-ins for the establishment, by the majority itself, of an egalitarian society, 2, and to the subjective and intellectual conditions for the realization of this human ideal which at first glance appears utopian, 3. The conditions described in 2 and 3 are as important as those. The time of action, or ideal 243 enumerated in 1, and are part of what might be called the ensemble of objective conditions for a total revolution. Such a revolution cannot result from a natural development, natural in the sense of being independent of the will of individuals and groups, of blind and autonomous forces of production, but solely from a long process of human, that is, conscious and responsible, activities, collective activities of sufficient duration and depth to replace traditional individualism by an effective solidarity. For solidarity is the only foundation on which it is possible to build a truly egalitarian social structure, a social structure which is free for all, fraternal and cooperative, and within which each individual can become more of a person, as I said above. 2. Administrative and political conditions. It is an illusion to think one can build an egalitarian social structure while retaining the political categories and the administrative modes of functioning inherited from the development of capitalism by the bourgeoisie. For such a structure can only be, built collectively. The abolition of free competition, of the commodity categories, and of the accumulation of capital through the exploitation of men by men must coincide with the abolition of the traditional state, in which personal freedom is reduced to the right to enjoy, within the limits of one's individual fortune and the conditions of existence of one's class, certain very limited powers that are subordinated to the interests of the objective power of the system set up by this or that ruling class. Even in a state in which opinion and criticism were freely expressed, an egalitarian social structure could only be a myth unless the national and then the multinational collectivities possessed the instruments enabling them to command the state, with full knowledge of all the facts, that is, to govern themselves, directly, without going through the intermediary of a state detached from the conditions of everyday life. These instruments are management of the processes of production and distribution of goods, control of planning, the coordination, in the interest of all, of central and local managements, and control of the division of functions among individuals and groups, and power to set human goals independent of the requirements of the old market economy. This last implies the power to orient policy in the direction. 244 Pierre Vallières of the common interest, the collective and individual interest, which is for every man to assert himself as a person, in present society, a privilege reserved for those who hold economic and military power, that state as arbitrator being only a screen to disguise that power. In order for there to be an egalitarian social structure, the division between the base and the presidium, if you will, must disappear. The difference between the mass and the elite, and even the distinction between the people and the party as guide, must disappear. Furthermore, so-called democratic centralism must give way, on the economic level as on the political level, to democracy itself. It is therefore necessary that it be materially impossible in this structure for individuals or groups of individuals to enjoy political power, economic power, etc., at the expense of other men. The abolition of capital and the replacement of capitalist relations of exchange, which function through a price system that is arbitrarily based on a supposed calculation of man-hours necessary but that deliberately departs as much as it pleases from the levels allegedly fixed by that socially necessary labor, so as to ensure maximum profits for the ruling class. The replacement of these relations by true relations of distribution based on the needs of each and all, of which I spoke in 1 above, render the exploitation of men by men if not impossible, at least unprofitable. But these new relations of production and distribution must be disciplined, for otherwise you have anarchy, by an administrative and political structure that makes the traditional state obsolete. This structure should make it possible both to decentralize the real decisions and to centralize the information, enabling each social group to coordinate freely with the others, which are cooperative and no longer competitive, the allocation or utilization of available resources with a view to obtaining the maximum yield from those resources, material and intellectual, for the greatest benefit of all. How can that be achieved? By the socialization of modern technology, which is the perfect instrument for the unification of the process of appropriation by men of nature, energy, mineral wealth, etc., and the process of reproduction and transformation of those resources by the same men, a unification, at both the local and the international levels, necessitated by the creation of an egalitarian society. Modern technology makes it possible both to calculate the maxi, the time of action, our ideal 245 yield of resources, wherever they are located, and to disseminate the information to the decision-making units scattered over one or several territories. It ought to give everyone, increasingly exact scientific knowledge of the potentialities of external nature and of man himself, who is also a part of nature, of the universe. Bringing men face to face, so to speak, with the true knowledge of their capacities, it also gives them the technical means of fulfilling those capacities and of planning them in accordance with one or more of the collective, social objectives that have been freely chosen by men united in a single effort at progress. Which presupposes that beforehand these men have learned to unite and to utilize, with maximum efficiency and for their real benefit, all the possibilities of modern technology, which are now monopolized by the same individuals who control capital, the state, the law, etc. And that in turn presupposes that these men have taken possession of technology, which is not accessible to them now but which they are in an objective position to make the basis of their emancipation from enslavement, in all its forms, economic, political, moral, religious, cultural. This leads me to the subjective and intellectual conditions for building this egalitarian social structure which constitutes our ideal and which, allow me to emphasize it again, presupposes a violent and total revolution. 3. Subjective and intellectual conditions. These conditions are required by our ideal of a society itself, which must be achieved by the alienated men who have learned to rid themselves of everything that now blocks their individual and collective development, ignorance of modern science and technique, enslavement to routine, the habit of abdicating, individualism, the psychological frustrations that harden man, blind him, or gradually destroy him, the absence of a highly developed, lucid, organized class consciousness, a weak sense of responsibility, ignorance of the possibilities opened up by active solidarity, lack of confidence in the success of a popular revolution and even in the prospect that it will soon be launched, the many disappointments accumulated over decades of betrayals by the unions and compromises by the socialists, fear of overt action, lack of self-confidence, etc., etc. Man is the principal, productive force, and the only natural. 246 Pierre Vallières power capable of giving to the ensemble of known and used productive forces a particular goal and a particular organization, which may be changed from one generation to another. He must therefore make the effort to transform himself in order to be really an opposition, as Marx and Engels say, to sweep away, by revolution, all the rottenness of the old system and to become fit to build society on new foundations, fit to organize an egalitarian social structure, without non-workers, without exploiters, and without parasites, a society without classes, whose primary social objective is to make it concretely possible for all men to assert themselves as individuals without exploiting one another, as they are now forced to do by the conditions of existence created by capitalism. That is why the subjective and intellectual conditions are the ones it is most important to bring about, for without them nothing can be done. In order to realize these conditions, the revolutionaries of the 20th century must make use of social techniques, group psychology, social animation, degree the development of creativity by the gratuitous exercise of the arts and of writing, the development of manual skill by the practice of domestic mechanics, repair of household objects whose workings, although very simple, are too often not understood, reading, and reflection based on everyday life and current events, both local and international. Point 19. The most profound alienation is no doubt the one expressed in the common remark we have all made at one time or another: I wonder what the world is coming to. I honestly don't know where we're heading. This spontaneous expression of disorientation reveals to what an extent we are not free in this world that is supposed to be ours. In the age of interplanetary travel and nuclear energy, we are like primitive people lost in a universe of mysteries. We do not understand a thousandth part of the contemporary scientific discoveries whose practical applications serve as installments of domination and exploitation for the capitalist bourgeoisie, which alone possesses the knowledge, the men, and the technology. Asterisk. In French-Canadian radical movements, social animation is a group sensitisa tie-in process led by trained group leaders whose purpose is to help people relate to each other and understand social and political issues. Ideally, the group reaches a consensus on analysis and strategy and formulates actions accordingly. Trans. The time of action, our ideal 247 necessary to apply those discoveries to its own ends or interests. Because it alone monopolizes the money that is the cement of present-day society, it can buy the scientists, their discoveries, and the technical instruments for using them practically. It thus possesses increasingly perfected means not only of reinforcing its domination and its system of exploitation, but of justifying them scientifically, through magazines, reviews, newspapers, radio and television broadcasts, and courses in the colleges and universities, whose real function is not to socialize scientific knowledge but to pervert that knoll edge and make it work for the ruling classes by transforming it into an ideology justifying the status quo. For pure science, that is, science that is consistent, can only demonstrate that the universe, and therefore human history, is subject to a natural process, which also governs human activity, of continual revolutions. To be sure, it is virtually impossible for the contemporary ruling classes to freeze the relativist and dialectical science of the 20th century into a rigid, monolithic system of knowledge like that of the Middle Ages. Therefore, the policy of the bourgeoisie today is to pretend that capitalist society is in perpetual revolution and is capable of resolving all the contradictions and problems raised by contemporary scientists and thinkers. Progressive conservatism, in other words. Asterisk. Nevertheless, the social failures of the system, unemployment, war, poverty, economic insecurity, etc., give the lie to this official optimism and to the opportunistic relativism of the science pages, or broadcasts, of the capitalist press. And in order to crush the practical reactions produced by social injustice, unemployment, racism, war, etc., capitalism must have recourse, on the politics and ideology pages of that same press, to necessity, just as the ruling classes did in the Middle Ages. And it is not long before necessity, which is also supposed to be scientific, even though it is nonsense from the point of view of authentic science, is transformed into a police state, as soon as the economic interests of the big bourgeoisie begin to be challenged by the ignorant masses. Then the police and the army quickly supplant science as the justification for the social status quo. Degree. The name of the Conservative Party in Canada is the Progressive Conservative Party. Trans. 248. Pierre Vallières. A reactionary ideology comes to the assistance of the police state, and the law takes responsibility for imposing on the malcontents a forced respect for necessity. Einstein is sacrificed to Hitler. Engels to Stalin. Curie to Laval. But between the oppressed people and the liberal totalitarian big bourgeoisie, there is a petty bourgeoisie which is caught in a dilemma. It cannot really understand Einstein, and it cannot swallow the philosophy of Hitler. Applied fascism, although consistent with the conventional ideas that fill the petty bourgeoisie's acquired or consumed knowledge of the universe, constipates it. It feels sick. It has nausea. And, fortunately for capitalism, it takes refuge in irrationalism, either passive or willful, according to circumstances and tastes. The neutralism of individual cowardice becomes lucid existentialism, being and nothingness, a room with no exit. That is comfortable in spite of the smell given off by the corpses of the millions of men who are crushed and incinerated, scientifically, by the fascist panic. The smell finally makes them sick, these gentlemen who want to remain free in a universe of barbarism. They begin to shout and ask the fascists to go home. They become engaged. But their ethics of ambiguity forbids them to take sides openly and clearly with the workers against the bourgeois, just as their lucidity forbids them to take sides openly with Hitler and his irrationalism, stained as it is with the blood of millions of men. Bloody irrationalism has given them gooseflesh and a guilty conscience. That disturbs their clear ideas about the ambiguity of petty bourgeois human behavior. They give their support to a new liberal and pseudo-democratic government, and their engagement finally boils down to demanding that the state provide social peace without the stench of incinerated corpses, and restore to them the individual freedom momentarily compromised by the necessity of resisting fascism, which has decidedly gone too far. Nietzsche did not expect all that of the Führer. Beyond good and evil, the absurd once again becomes the quiet philosophy of the melancholy petty bourgeoisie, still caught in the same dilemma, while the big bourgeois SIE, re-established on the solid base of capital after a good-paying degree. The reference to the ethics of ambiguity is an allusion to Simone de Beauvoir's book Pour un moral de ambiguïté, 1947, which has appeared in English, translated by Bernard Freckman, under the title The Ethics of Ambiguity. Trans. The time of action, our ideal 249 war, entrusts to the scientism of the charlatans of Planète and similar publications the historic task of repeating the same old pack of nonsense in a new and currently fashionable vocabulary. A whole collection of digests comes along to supplement this scientific information that is served up to men who are starved for knowledge but have slim pocketbooks, few tools of learning, and scanty leisure. Thus we daily consume a pseudoscience the way we consume the bread made by Weston, not in order to nourish ourselves but in order to make profits for those who exploit even the most elementary needs of men. The existentialist superstructure, Christian, nihilistic, neutralist, sadistic, Marxist, etc., something for every taste, so to speak, has its popular counterpart in the mass of sentimental romances, detective stories, pornography, scandalous gossip, tales of sadism, gang steerism, and violence, war adventures and murder stories that fill a considerable number of publications and radio and television broadcasts. Plunged into this irrational merchandise with which we are daily inundated by the mass media, the property of the businessmen, we are taught, under pressure, to accept the absurd, to despise existence. We are trained in delinquency and the amoral individualism of the struggle for life, and by this means are deflected from our political and revolutionary tasks. Contemporary science, from psychoanalysis to sociology, while unmasking these processes of an alienation directed and scientifically programmed by the bourgeoisie, lets itself be used like a commodity, and the scientists offer only scant and feeble resistance to the utilization of their discoveries about men for anti-human purposes. When it is honest, science is too expensive and remains inaccessible to the majority of men, who cannot afford psychoanalysis or prolonged studies at the universities and great technical institutes. Since science is not truly socialized, in spite of the fact that present-day technology makes such socialization objectively feasible, the businessmen, who are the kings of our democracy, go unchallenged as they plan and socialize stupidity. And how can one defend himself against this cunning debasement of the mind when one does not possess the intellectual means to combat it? Intellectual means which, in our society, depend on our economic and political power. Power which is nil for the majority of 250 Pierre Vallières men. Power we is daily negated in the name of free competition, the most widespread and effective myth of the 19th and 20th centuries. It is one of the most important tasks of contemporary revolutionaries to give the farmers, workers, students, and young people the means of freeing themselves from intellectual debasement, and this must be done by perfecting a process of conscious integration of the masses in the collective revolutionary struggle, whose duration may be long and whose end may be very difficult to foresee, but which must begin today. Which, in fact, has already been going on for over a century, starting with the first revolts of the English and French workers of Europe in the early 19th century and continuing up to the present Vietnamese Revolution, which the Americans are desperately trying to destroy with weapons that in quantity and sophistication can go beyond everything we have yet seen in the history of wars. and class struggles. This arduous collective task has already been undertaken wherever a serious, clear-sighted effort is being made to teach the masses to think about the world and history, starting not with the abstract creations that the ruling classes have invented to alienate them but with the very conditions of their existence, with life as they have experienced it. Beginning with the techniques of social animation, films, and simple conversations about everyday realities, revolutionaries must teach the masses to produce by themselves, so to speak, the science that has hitherto been reserved for specialists. Otherwise, science will never be socialized and men will never be de-alienated. Because the socialization of scientific knowledge, understood in its continual evolution, its dialectical movement of affirmation and negation of contradictions, and assimilated in its reality, is a fundamental tie-in for the de-alienation of the majority of humankind and for the achievement of what one might metaphorically call the transition of humanity from prehistory to history. In order for this transition to take place, science must not be dissolved into a new kind of witchcraft sold in the form of products of the mind that have been emptied of content and offer the deceived consumers only a collection of hollow phrases without practical implications. Science must cease to be enslaved to the capitalist hour. The time of action, our ideal 251 GOSE's accumulation of profits and carry out at last its true function of liberating all men from the so-called objective powers which presently oppress them, but which can cease to exist as blind and oppressive necessities if they are possessed through knowledge and utilized through technology for determined goals and interests. This role, which has hitherto been reserved for the richest, from all points of view, faction of the bourgeoisie, must become the daily activity of humanity, for that is the real and constantly renewed content of what we call human freedom. This freedom must become the practical exercise of all men, and in order for that to happen, it must cease to be the privilege of a minority exploiting the majority. In short, the number one objective of the total revolution is to give all men the opportunity and the means to acquire knowledge, to understand the discoveries of the scientists, and to use them gently and effectively and, in addition, to participate in their turn in scientific research, the perfecting of technology and the exploration and enjoyment of the universe, which belongs to all men, and not just to the bourgeois. It is only by means of this concrete, conscious freedom that humanity will be able to fulfill itself, leaving behind the frustrations that make it the slave of international capitalism, and turning to count the many forces of nature which influence its behavior and which it does not yet use for its liberation because it is just beginning to learn about them, through contemporary biology and physics in particular. And the beginning, or apprenticeship, of this freedom coincides with the beginning, or apprenticeship, of revolutionary tie-in. For man can acquire the power to determine his activities advisedly, that is, he can acquire true freedom, only by means of a practical, collective, radical revolution, which no Messiah can bring about for him. 7. This ideal, which is also a product of our social activity, of our evolution, seems very far off, vague, even theoretical. But like any ideal, like any objective, it is a working tool, a hypothesis, a hope of the felt need to realize it. And far from being an obstacle to our immediate daily activities, it is indispensable to them, as light is. 252 Pierre Vallières indispensable to a man descending into the depths of a mine. This ideal was not born spontaneously in the mind of a single unparalleled genius. It is a weapon, a tool, an implement forged by conscious men with a view to finding the road to the creation of a better world, in which every man and every human collectivity can flower. It is not for nothing that throughout history men have taken up arms and accomplished revolutions. It is not for nothing, or spontaneously, in the pejorative sense of the word, that the workers, peasants, and young people of today are taking up arms here and there the world over. And if they are taking up arms today, it is because today they have a glimpse, even if it is often confused, of this ideal, this utopia, for which millions of proletarians have fought and died. I believe that the more precisely one can define this utopia, with the help of the accumulated experience of the many political and scientific revolutions that constitute our collective history and our common production, the more effectively every revolutionary, every group of revolutionaries, every multinational organization of revolutionaries, can carry out his or its historic task, all the way from such humble activities as the printing of subversive tracts to the organization of a true revolutionary army capable of defeating imperialism. I cannot conceive of conscious and effective revolutionary activity which does not have a clearly perceived end in view, an end that is, in fact, only the beginning of something else, and which does not at the same time, starting now, from day to day, even within actions that are seemingly insignificant, attempt to integrate individuals and their problems, etc., into an ever broader community of common interests. In short, a utopia is necessary for the emergence of class consciousness and collective revolutionary action. But this utopia is not a divine revelation but the material and theoretical product of human needs felt by men, one of whose most fundamental characteristics is the hope, the will for more, for progress, for an ever greater measure of freedom, happiness, creativity, and joy. These are ideas to which the men of today are as responsive as were the men of yesterday. And personally, I find it difficult to conceive that men, that is, the vast majority of them, will one day renounce their need to create, to love, to live in happiness and complete freedom. I do not. The time of action, our ideal 253 know why men exist, love, suffer, and do not want to die. But I know that they exist and that, everywhere and in everything, they seek to fulfill themselves as persons, through fraternity, love, solidarity, and so on. The system under which we live has invented a multitude of obstacles, economic, psychic, etc., to the fulfillment of this need, or these needs, which everyday observation leads us to believe are fundamental for men. Perhaps I am wrong to believe in these things. But have you yourselves ever felt you were to blame for loving and wanting to be free? To my way of thinking, the danger for humanity, and this danger seems to me to be complementary to the level of consciousness that men have now reached, is that it may cease to believe in itself. But that is not a new phenomenon. Every great historic change has been accomplished in fear, risk, and anxiety, which I think are inseparable from hope, the will to power, and revolutionary action itself. And every revolution is made of thousands and millions, soon billions, of human lives composed of emotions, feelings of joy or sorrow, of hopes, disappointments, and fresh starts, of fear, courage, consciousness, and unconsciousness. And in my opinion, any revolution, a reaction which does not have as its objective the realization of the material conditions, including the intellectual conditions, that can enable each and every man to assert himself as an individual, and to do so from the outset of the revolutionary action, is not worth undertaking. Oh, I can hear you muttering, more dreams that are impossible to realize. We were born to suffer and die, etc. But how can you be sure that we were born for what you say? God has told you so and the cures tell you so. But what does that prove? I do not want to be right but to live like you, when all is said and done. And that is why the purpose of my ideal and my action is not to prove to you what is true and what is false, but together with you to make a world that is more habitable for me, for you, for us all. The important thing is not to be right metaphysically but to overcome everything that oppresses us, to overcome first the forces that we consciously know are crushing us, hemming us in, suffocating us, so as to be able afterward to overcome and tame the forces of nature that are acting on us without our yet really knowing how. Individually we can do nothing, but together we can realize our dreams. 254 Pierre Vallières, which will in turn give birth to other dreams in the generations that follow us. Nothing has begun with us and nothing will end with us, unless it be our individual existence. And even if someday individuals as you succeed in overcoming death, that will only be the beginning of a new era, a new history, also made of revolutions. Will there come a day when life can evolve without death? Now I've launched into some pretty profound reflections, into questions which neither you nor I can answer, but which remain. I should like to get rid of all these questions. But it seems to me that if I did, I would quickly change into an apathetic clod, moved at most, from time to time, by transitory adventures, superficial and soon forgotten. My dreams are measureless, and yet I am an ordinary man, I think. I cannot live my life without working to make the revolution, and it seems to me that it is pretty much the same for you. It is not a question of playing at being heroes, besides, who can do that, in the era of the atomic bomb and the agonizing war in Vietnam? But of getting together to build a new world in which ordinary men, like you and me, will no longer be the niggers of the millionaires, the warmongers, and the preachers of passivity, but will be free at last to subject the world to their whims, love, scientific curiosity, creation. In solidarity and equality, in modesty and pride. Notes 1. This is not the expression of a personalist but of Marx and Engels. Cf. The German Ideology, New York, International Publishers, 1939, page 78. 2. We shall see below everything that is implied by the expression, total revolution. 3. A little further on we shall take up briefly these difficult questions, whose solution is of vital importance to the success or failure of the total, completely human revolution carried out by and for man, which constitutes our ideal. 4. My comrade Charles Gagnon has undertaken a critique of Marxist historical determinism. This critique, which is still in the embryonic stage, al. The time of action, our ideal 255 ready contains many positive aspects that are capable of completely renewing Marxism, or rather, I believe, of making it disappear as an independent, self-sufficient system of thought. In the hands of the commissars of the Soviet and Western Communist parties, in the East no less than in the West, Marxism, alas, has become an ideology enslaved to the economic and political interests of a new bourgeoisie whose instrument of economic domination is state capitalism. Marx, Engels, and Lenin are in part responsible for this state of affairs, which is called revisionism. But only in part. The positive aspect of their critique of philosophical idealism and of illusory capitalist democracy deserves to be better known and studied in greater depth. But their vision of the world, it must be remembered, dates from more than a century ago. And Marx and Engels never read, could not read, Freud, Levi-Strauss, Einstein, Heisenberg, and the great contemporary physicists, biologists, psychoanalysts, structuralists, sociologists, anthropologists, and psychologists. But the Marxists of today do not have the excuse of being unaware of the giant strides made by contemporary science. I am personally very grateful to my friend Charles Gagnon for having introduced a certain dose of relativism into my Marxism, which to me was at first an instrument of struggle rather than an object of research. I hope that notwithstanding the very hard conditions of prison life, Charles will be able to pursue his research and someday give us the benefit of the results of his arduous labor. I think that in these days, taking into account the present results obtained by science, one should speak of historical relativism, that is, of a determined relativism, cf. Einstein, perceived, conceived, and reconceived, and applied concretely, through individual or collective acts, by the men of each particular historical period. This historical relativism, which to me is an intuition rather than a system of thought and a clear vision of reality, seems to me to leave man his full measure of freedom, the freedom given him by his nature as a conscious, acting, social being, capable today of converting matter into energy and so on. 5. This principle can be crudely summed up as follows: the more precisely the speed of an electron is measured, the less certainly can its position as a particle within an atom be determined. 6. Because that which is determined is not necessarily determining. 7. What I mean here by technique and discipline goes far beyond the meaning usually given those words by professional military men. Thus, the study of the pure sciences can be as much a part of revolutionary technique, as I understand that term, as the study of the handling of weapons, of purely military strategy and the tactics of guerrilla warfare. 8. C. Dimanche Matin, Montreal, September 18, 1966, page 4. 256 Pierre Vallières 9. I condemn here only the nationalism of the exploiters and not that of the exploited, the poor, the humiliated. Cf. footnote 13 in Chapter 1 on American Black Nationalism. 10. Whether they are aware of it or not makes no difference. 11. Especially the union leaders, those at the base and the others, who have an immense social responsibility and who have no right to wash their hands of it. 12. By power, I mean here not only the power to oppress the masses politically and exploit their labor, but also the power to force them into buying, through advertising, into racism, through films, comics, radio, and television, into guilt, through the invention of various moral systems based on sin, into indebtedness and insecurity, through the deification of credit, into the illusion of living in a democracy, when, carried away by huge party machines, they mindlessly exercise their right to vote, into an unhealthy delight in the contempt for sexuality and love, through obscene, slick publications, lastly, into self-destruction, through the refined culture of sadism, masochism, etc., presented as the behavior of liberation, individual liberation, of course. 13. Taxes are lower and privileges more numerous in Montreal East than in Montreal itself. Nearly all big industry is located in the suburbs. And that is not the result of chance. 14. A very important struggle is going on at present within the RIN between the left and the right of the separatist party. The RIN's support of the Lachute strikers in 1966 suggests that the left is in power right now, but only by a slim majority. If the influx of young people into the RIN continues to increase, the left will probably be strengthened. But a movement to the right remains possible, and a grand coalition of the RIN, the RN, and the National Union would be enough to place Quebec under the yoke of an out-and-out fascist government. One thing troubles me, that the RIN hesitates to take a position radically opposing the war in Vietnam and American imperialism, which nonetheless controls 80% of the country this party wants to liberate. It is up to the rank and file of the RIN to orient their party in the right direction while there is yet time. Pierre Bourgault seems to me to be a little too wavering. That may be because he has no solid base of support either on the left or on the right. And is he himself sure on whose support he wants to base his policy? 15. Primarily insofar as basic industry is concerned. In the other sectors of the economy, socialized production coexists with cooperative and individual production, especially in the consumer goods sector, where the USSR is calling more and more on foreign capitalist corporations. The time of action, our ideal 257-16. Cf. Charles Bettelheim, Planification et Croissance Accélérée, Paris, Francois Maspero, 1964, page 25. 17. This somewhat difficult, but precise, vocabulary is borrowed from Bettelheim. 18. For my part, I believe that in order to achieve what Marx calls a community of free individuals, carrying on their work with the means of production in common, in which the labor power of all the different individuals is consciously applied as the combined labor power of the community, quoted by Engels in Eugen Dyring's Revolution in Science, Anti-Dyring, trans. Emil Burns, New York, International Publishers, page 149, there must be a multinational revolutionary movement capable of definitively crushing imperialism. And unlike Marx, I do not believe that such an overthrow has anything in common with an imaginary withering away that is tied to the very development of capitalist production, as death is tied to human life, with, as Marx puts it, the inexorability of a law of nature, Anti-Dyring, page 152. I do not believe in inexorability. I believe in revolution. 19. All that, of course, in addition to agitation, propaganda, political action both legal and illegal, etc., etc. 7. After the trial * in a political commentary on the Palestinian armed resistance to the Israeli occupation, Monsieur Jean-Marc Leger, one of the most prominent journalists in Quebec and the leading representative of the nationalist petty bourgeoisie, wrote in Le Devoir of January 16, 1969, all the resistors of history have been terrorists. The petty bourgeoisie, liberal or social democratic, accords to the Arab terrorists, as to the Vietnamese fighters, the political status of resistors. But when it comes to the Québécois terrorists, the nature of their actions, so to speak, is regarded as radically different by the indigenous petty bourgeoisie, which feels its own privileges threatened by the terrorism of the Front de Libération du Québec, FLQ. That is why the petty bourgeoisie of Quebec, notwithstanding the political struggle it is waging against Canadian colonialism, insists on considering the partisans of the FLQ as criminals or, at best, as irresponsible and dangerous anarchists. Of course, it would be very different if the FLQ were the armed avant-garde of the nationalist petty bourgeoisie and were content to demand legal, formal, purely political sovereignty for Quebec. But Tire FLQ is, on the contrary, the armed avant-garde of the exploited classes of Quebec, the workers, the farmers, the petty white-collar workers, the students, the unemployed, and those on welfare, that is, at least 90% of the population. The FLQ is struggling not only for the political independence of Quebec, but also in Insepara Zero. This chapter, written from Montreal jail, is dated February 6, 1969, or 2 years after the rest of the book was completed. In the interim, the first edition of Nègres Blancs d'Amérique had been published in Quebec, by Editions Part 1 Prix. Trans. 258. After the trial 259 Bly for the revolution, a total revolution which will give all power to the workers and students in a free, self-administering, and fraternal society. Only a total revolution will make it possible for the Québécois, in collaboration with the other peoples of the earth, to build a Quebec that is truly free, truly sovereign. The nationalist petty bourgeoisie is incapable of leading this revolution, or even desiring it, because it is completely dependent on American imperialism, in whose hands, in the framework of the Canadian Confederation, or in the future framework of a sovereign republic, it is only an obedient puppet. A parasitic class par excellence, the French-speaking petty bourgeoisie of Quebec can demand and obtain only the appearance of power. The true masters are on Wall Street and in Washington, for only total revolution will be able to destroy the economic, political, and cultural basis of the domination of Quebec by the USA. The nationalist petty bourgeoisie, caught between American imperialism, which tomorrow may use it as a screen, in place of the English Canadians, and the exploited classes whose interests are radically and definitively opposed to its own, can survive as a semi-ruling class only on the condition that it becomes the sole manager of imperialist interests in Quebec. For the Québécois, petty bourgeoisie separatism is the only means that will enable it to play the same role in Quebec that the Anglo-Saxon petty bourgeoisie plays in Canada as a whole, the parasitic role of prison guard and policeman of American interests. That is why the petty bourgeoisie of Quebec is separatist. The exploited classes of Quebec are also separatist, but for quite different reasons. For them, separatism, along with the destruction of the capitalist structures, is the means of wresting Quebec from the clutches of American imperialism. It is a struggle for both the national liberation of Quebec and the total social liberation of the Québécois. The petty bourgeoisie may achieve its ends by means of elections, an invention of the capitalists designed to give the masses the illusion of a certain degree of democracy. But as in many other so-called decolonized countries, it may also have to resort to violence to overcome the stubborn resistance of the Rhodesians of Quebec, the Anglo-Saxon minority which has hitherto been all-powerful. The exploited classes, on the other hand, have no choice. The only 260 Pierre Vallières way in which they can oppose the organized violence of imperialism and its local representatives, English-speaking or French-speaking, is by the revolutionary violence initiated by the FLQ in 1963. Ever since revolutionary violence broke out in Quebec, it has haunted the sleepless nights of the ruling classes, American, English-Canadian, and Québécois, and they are trying every means to crush it, or at least discredit it. But since this violence is the product of the very contradictions of the colonial, capitalist system, it can disappear only with the system itself. That, of course, is something the ruling classes want neither to believe nor to see. And one cannot blame them for systematically refusing to envisage their own more or less imminent disappearance. Hence the ferocity with which the establishment hounds political prisoners whenever it can use them as scapegoats. For to the establishment the economic and political crisis rocking Quebec, and the world, is obviously provoked by the FLQ, the unions, and foreign agitators who have come to corrupt the youth of Quebec. Whenever partisans of the FLQ are brought before the courts, the bourgeois treat them as if they were common criminals or mentally ill. Of course there is no question of officially according them the status of political prisoners because, for the ruling classes, that would be to admit that one can radically and practically challenge the present system without necessarily being a gangster or a lunatic. But the established order has every interest in making revolutionaries out to be gangsters and lunatics. In Quebec, at least in the upper spheres, the FLQ itself is not considered a political movement. At most, people sometimes speak of a political gang, as if it were a ramification of the local underworld. But if officially the partisans of the FLQ are considered criminals, in practice they are treated so much more harshly than real criminals by the courts, the government, the police, and the bourgeois press that the political and revolutionary character of their struggle readily appears to the masses who read the newspapers, look at television, and attend the caricatures of trials that partisans of the FLQ have been undergoing periodically since 1963. The masses recognize the partisans of the FLQ for what they really are, and that is all that matters. As for the ruling classes, their behavior toward political prisonaires is so arbitrary that it continues, by its very ferocity, to draw the after the trial 261 attention of the exploited to these new heroes, and to confirm by concrete examples the injustice inherent in the system. Thus, the more relentlessly the established order pursues the FLQ, the more the FLQ's prestige increases and the more its influence spreads, especially among the most disadvantaged, whom everything daily incites to armed rebellion. In vain do the authorities multiply rewards, the population does not collaborate with the police in the hunt for terrorists. On the contrary, the population is always giving the police additional headaches by daily turning in dozens of false bomb alarms in the city of Montreal alone, and by sending the investigators off on false trails. While the police waste time and the government grows impatient, the FLQ, which with each arrest the authorities consider to be definitively broken, constantly expands its action. In the meantime, of course, as in all countries where armed struggle has begun, there are revolutionaries moldering in prison where, notwithstanding their isolation and the foul conditions of detention, they are pursuing their education as militants and ceaselessly prepare themselves for the combats that await them. For prison will end some day, but the struggle will go on, and then they must be ready, no matter how much time they have spent behind bars. I am one of those political prisoners, members of the Front de Libération du Québec, on whom the establishment angrily spews its contempt and fear. Arrested in New York on September 28, 1966, together with Charles Gagnon, while we were demonstrating in front of the United Nations in order to draw the attention of world opinion to the libertarian struggle developing in Quebec and to the fate reserved for Québécois political prisoners who are members of the FLQ, then deported illegally to Montreal on January 13, 1967, I waited more than a year for my first trial. At the end of this first trial, which lasted 6 weeks, I was condemned on April 5, 1968, by Judge Yves Leduc of Montreal, to life imprisonment, having been fraudulently found guilty of manslaughter. Half a dozen other accusations were drawn up against me, and if the Attorney General does not withdraw them in the meantime, I shall have to go through at least 6 more trials, and doubtless see myself sentenced 6 more times to life im. 262 Pierre Vallières' imprisonment. For no matter what charges are brought against me, I am judged solely for my activities in the FLQ, and therefore I must automatically incur the maximum penalty provided by law, that is, life imprisonment, capital punishment having recently been abolished except for the murder of a policeman or prison guard in the performance of his duty. I consider my trial to have been a great political victory for the Front de Libération du Québec, because the prosecution found it impossible to conduct a case in accordance with the regulations of the British Criminal Code, which is still in force in Quebec, and was obliged to fabricate illegally, with the complicity of the judge, proof of a political nature, based particularly on my writings, including White Niggers of America and the pamphlet, Tu est le FLQ. Now, as I had not been accused of inciting to violence or of an attempt against the security of the state, but of murder, no proof of a political nature could legally be brought before the court, but only facts that might connect me directly or indirectly with the murder. Of course, the prosecution could not produce any facts relevant to the case. The few accomplices called by the prosecution unequivocally cleared me of the accusation of murder, a fact which under ordinary procedures should have automatically led to my acquittal without my even having to present a defense, for in fact there was no case. So during the 6 weeks my trial lasted, from February 26 to April 5, 1968, very little was said about the murder charge that had been brought against me. It was not a trial of an alleged murderer but of the Front de Libération du Québec and the Quebec Revolution in general. The exhibits placed on record by the prosecution were almost exclusively political writings, copies of the clandestine newspaper La Cognée, mimeographed lectures by professors at the University of Montreal, political analyses published by the Part 1 Socialist du Québec and the Mouvement de Libération Populaire, pamphlets, books, etc. To make things easier, the original indictment was changed twice, the first time during the first few hours of the trial, and the second time after the prosecution had rested its case and the defense, in this instance, the accused, had moved that the case be dismissed for lack of evidence. The second change in the indictment was made in order. After the trial 263 to include the following clarification, I was henceforth accused of having participated in the murder of Mademoiselle Therese Morin, who died in the course of a bomb attack in May 1966, by my speech, writings, attitudes, etc. This modification, which transformed the very nature of the accusation, was made by the judge, Yves Leduc, even though the writings produced by the prosecution in the course of the trial were purely theoretical and could in no way connect me with the bombing which took place on May 5, 1966. But neither the prosecution nor the judge, both of whom represented the established order, could act otherwise unless they agreed to my being acquitted and set free. Now to the established order, Charles Gagnon and I are the leaders of the Front de Libération du Québec and obviously constitute a security risk. Neither of us denies our membership in the FLQ and our complete solidarity with the FLQ's actions. On the contrary, even in prison, we never stop being active propagandists for the FLQ and the Quebec Revolution. But in the face of the obstinate refusal of the authorities to grant us the official status of political prisoners, we for our part refuse to plead guilty to committing common crimes, and in court it is we who defend legality, that is, the rules of the criminal code, and it is the prosecution and the judge who are forced to resort to illegal maneuver. I should make it clear at this point that, like Charles Gagnon, I decide to undertake my own defense, as I am authorized to do by the criminal code, and this enables me to attack the established order. On both the legal plane and the political plane, which is something no Quebecois lawyer could allow himself to do without being automatically disbarred, for the bar is directly and solidly controlled by the all-powerful caste of English-speaking lawyers, who are intimately linked with high finance. It is the duty of every revolutionary who is arrested and tried by the bourgeoisie to make every effort to use the court for his ends by vigorously attacking the established order. A trial, if it is well conducted, can be a very important political act and can even have a determining influence on the course of the revolution. No situation is ever hopeless and everything can be used for revolutionary ends. There had not been a political trial in Quebec for a very long time until the authorities decided, under pressure of public opinion, to 264 Pierre Vallières bring my case to trial on February 26, 1968. Charles Gagnon, who was to have been judged with me, is still awaiting trial after 2.5 years of incarceration. Degree since my trial, the authorities have realized that they cannot have the partisans of the FLQ condemned without at the same time providing them wonderful opportunities for spreading their ideology among the masses, discrediting the lackeys of colonialism and imperialism, and carrying the class struggle into the courtroom itself. Some judges are now wondering if the state will not have to institute special tribunals, courts-martial, to judge the partisans of the FLQ. But the authorities fear the consequences of such an initiative which, from my point of view, would at least have the advantage of clarifying things. Before my trial opened, no one seriously believed that I would succeed in turning the legal debates into a political battle. All but two of the lawyers whom Charles Gagnon and I had consulted believed it was impossible to politicize a trial in Quebec. Above all, they did not want to be implicated in such a trial, and they put pressure on us to plead guilty from the opening of the case, even trying to persuade us that by fighting to the end we would be breaking with those of our comrades who, yielding to this sort of pressure in a moment of panic or discouragement, had consented to plead guilty to the many and multi-section charges brought against them. In so doing, our comrades had only followed the example of many a political prisoner brought before the courts of Quebec. Since 1963 it had become almost a tradition for political prisoners to plead guilty, because any legal battle seemed lost in advance. The attorneys for the defense, even those who were highly paid by the relatives of certain partisans, periodically tried to convince them that there was nothing to be gained from a trial and openly collaborated with the prosecuting attorneys, the judges, and the police to prevent the opening of trials which could not fail to be political. Like the government authorities, the attorneys for the defense feared political trials more than anything else. They presented their clients as romantics and delinquents. They supplied psychological explanations for their acts and asked the courts for a false indulgence. Paternalistic and hypo-degree Charles Gagnon has since been tried, after 27.1 months in prison. The trial lasted 10 weeks, and as the jury was unable to reach a unanimous verdict, the judge ordered a new trial. Publisher. After the trial 265 critical. There is nothing surprising in that. Practically all the Quebecois lawyers form a caste of privileged men who are not in the least interested in serving the revolution and revolutionaries, because that would automatically eliminate their chances of someday becoming judges or members of parliament. In Quebec, therefore, a political trial cannot be brought about by the lawyers for the defense but only by the accused, providing he undertakes his own defense. In the jungle of legal procedures, the political prisoner is thus terribly alone. His only allies are the audience, lent on pain of being expelled, a handful of journalists, and one or two legal advisers who are sympathetic to his case but gagged by the court. To assume my own defense during 6 long weeks was a task at once exalting and very heavy. Of course I had had no experience on the floor of a court and I had only a theoretical knowledge of the rules of procedure. At each session I had to present the legal arguments, make the motions, examine or cross-examine the witnesses as the case might be, alone. Between sessions I had to analyze the testimony of previous witnesses, interview my own witnesses, prepare my address to the court, which lasted a day and a half, and searched the code and the abundant British jurisprudence for arguments that might be used to counter the illegal maneuvers of the prosecution and the court, maneuvers which came up anew every day throughout the trial and which were profoundly instructive to me as to the perfidy, hypocrisy, and dishonesty of those who, under the present regime, incarnate what they call justice. I was assisted by 2 legal advisers, Maître Bobert Lemieux and Maître Bernard S. Mergler, who gave me total support but whom the bench had forbidden to open their mouths in court. All that they were authorized to do was give me hasty advice between arguments or examinations of witnesses. I was therefore alone opposite a hostile judge, 2 fierce prosecute attorneys, and several tenacious police officers who effectively assist the court in this trial. The jury had difficulty following the debates because every time a point of law was argued they were sent out of the room, the judge being sole master of the law under the English system. As for the press, it did not have the right to report, much less comment on, what was said or done in the absence of the 266 Pierre Vallières jury. As half the trial, the most political half, took place in the absence of the jury, persons who did not attend the whole trial could not completely understand the battle that went on there. Nevertheless, in the course of the many examinations and cross-examinations, which absolutely had to take place in the presence of the jury and which were extensively reported by the press, it was relatively easy for me, thanks to the great number of political exhibits offered in evidence by the prosecution, to engage and win the political battle I had deliberately sought. Very often during the course of the trial I made a particular effort to unmask the arbitrary nature of the system. For example, on several occasions I reminded the judge and the prosecution that they had publicly committed themselves to judge me as a common law criminal, in this instance as a common murderer, and that consequently it was illegal and dishonest to try to have me condemned for murder on the basis of my political writings or the fact that I openly acknowledged myself to be a partisan of the FLQ. I asked the prosecution either to be consistent and limit itself solely to those facts which were relevant to a murder case, or else to try me for inciting to revolution and attacking the security of the state. I repeated many times over, during the course of the trial, that I was ready to be tried for my ideas, my membership in the FLQ, and my political activity as a whole over the last 5 or 6 years, but that I could not agree to their trying to have me condemned for murder on the basis of proof of a political nature. Of course, as I expected, my arguments were systematically rejected by the court, although from a legal point of view they were irrefutably sound. The essential thing was not to obtain the assent of the court or its goodwill, but to use these arguments as a springboard for carrying the debates to the highest level, the political level. In fact, by placing my writings, ideas, and political activities at the center of the debates, the prosecution and the judge gave me powerful assistance in attaining the objectives I had set for myself when I decided to undertake my own defense to the end. Throughout the trial I never stopped denouncing their hypocrisy, but at the same time I made no secret of the satisfaction they afforded me by thus trying my ideas and political activities while claiming to judge me as a common criminal. The innumerable irregularities they were forced after the trial 267 to commit day after day constituted an irrefutable demonstration of everything the FLQ has been denouncing and combating since 1963. What the established order feared would happen in an officially political trial occurred anyway in the framework of a trial that they wanted at all costs to be ordinary. For the sole fact of summoning a revolutionary before the courts, no matter what charge is brought against him, was not merely accused of rapes and murders, in itself constitutes a political act. How could it be otherwise, since where a revolutionary is concerned, all things, his ideas, actions, motiva tie-ins, are of a political nature? A revolutionary cannot be made to undergo a common law trial unless he renounces all consciousness and honor. Whenever a revolutionary is put on trial, the very nature of the court is transformed by contact with him. The court, whether it says so or not, automatically becomes an exceptional tribunal because it finds itself faced with an exceptional case. A thief or a killer does not oppose the system even if he violates its laws from time to time, while every revolutionary wants and seeks to destroy the system, to replace it by a new society and, consequently, to overthrow the ruling classes that the court represents. As I stressed in my address to the court, my trial can be called historic because for the first time since the Louis Riel affair at the end of the 19th century, revolutionary violence was put on trial in Quebec. Judge Yves Leduc himself notes in his report to the Court of Appeals, "We are dealing in this instance with a case that is of a public interest unique in our legal annals. This trial will have serious consequences, and the court has a heavy responsibility. It is important that both justice and peace reign in our tormented society. And further on, commenting on my sentence, the judge declares, as for the sentence, it is with unspeakable sorrow, O Tartuffe, that the judge thought it his duty to impose on the accused the maximum penalty provided by law. Indeed, it is manifest that the accused, behind walls, has continued to publish and is still publishing incitements to violence and revolution in this province of Quebec, etc. Shortly after my condemnation, I wrote my friends and comrades a long letter which sums up well my feelings at the time, feelings I have always had, from the beginning of my incarceration to this day. I take the liberty of reproducing this letter below in its entirety. 268 Pierre Vallières, Montreal, April 29, 1968. Dear friends and comrades, first of all, know that I am in the best of health and that my condemnation to life imprisonment has in no way affected my determination to fight to the end everywhere, even in prison, for the liberation of the white niggers of Quebec. All I want at this time is that my trial and condemnation should make you even more aware of the arbitrary nature of the accursed system that oppresses us and fortify you in your convictions and your action. It was a very important victory for the FLQ and for the Quebec Revolution to have driven the Crown and the Court to politicize my trial themselves, beyond anything we could have hoped. In imposing this murder trial on me, the established order unmasked itself and was forced to reveal its true face to the people, the face of dictatorship and despotism. Now, it is important to exploit this historic event to the maximum so as to demonstrate to the exploited masses the mentally arbitrary character of bourgeois laws which it is. The function of the judicial apparatus, together with the police and the army, to use in the defense, maintenance, and promotion of the privileges and political and economic interests of the ruling class alone, the capitalist class which is bound by allegiance to colonialism and Anglo-American imperialism. You must not be left stupefied or crushed by the very heavy sentence that Judge Leduc has had the eminently Christian and bourgeois kindness to grant me at the end of this long political trial. The established order must not feel very secure in 1968 if it treats my insignificant person with so much severity and honor. Nor must you be content to cry out your revolt, indignation, or nausea. You must act. And act quickly. The time for recriminations within the family, around a table littered with bottles of beer, is over. It is in the streets and in AC Tyen that battles are lost or won. And we must win. Our freedom, our dignity, our very existence are at stake. Are we going to resign ourselves in practice, all our lives, to slavery, hard or easy, and humiliation, sounding off about the evils of the system in our spare time? If we are to free ourselves completely from the slavery in which we are trapped by the present system, we must first cease, after the trial 269, to be slaves to our fears, our cowardices, our hesitations, and all the little habits of men who are resigned or benumbed. It is time to take the leap and plunge deep into struggle. It serves no purpose to shout about the treatment of Quebecois political prisoners by the colonialists and their local watchdogs unless you yourself are ready to fight as they have done, and as they will do again, once they are freed from the jails of oppression and contempt. Perhaps you will say that I am going too far, that I am soaring in the realm of the absolute without taking into account the everyday realities in which each individual is necessarily more or less entangled. As a matter of fact, I know all that very well. And all the rest too. But just the same, one must face up to the fundamental questions and answers, and also to the tasks imposed by those questions and answers, which you know as well as I do. Our liberation is essentially a practical problem. And it is by practice, through action, that it will be resolved. Theories and speeches are of value only to the extent that they illuminate and stimulate action. Without action, without practice, they ring hollow and produce nothing. It is up to you to define and carry out the action which, in the milieu where you are working, is most likely to accelerate the process of our decolonization and our emancipation as a people and an oppressed class. I am counting on you, my comrades in prison are counting on you, to see to it that this action is never exchanged or abandoned for some borrowed comfort, for an illusory promise of victory without combat, or for a non-violence that is ineffective and too often the accomplice of oppression and the exploitation of men by men. Even if violence is a phenomenon detestable in itself, it is nonetheless true that for exploited and colonized people like ourselves, freedom grows out of the barrel of a gun. The so-called social peace that the bourgeoisie wants to impose on us with nightsticks is itself continuous violence exercised against our freedom and our right to call the capitalist, colonial order into question, to destroy it and replace it by another order more in conformity with our aspirations, more worthy of men. Those who become the accomplices of this false peace help to maintain the dictatorship, to reinforce illusions of democracy, and to delay the development of a revolutionary class consciousness among the exploited masses. We shall really be able to build peace only on the day when 270 Pierre Vallières' revolutionary violence, armed and conscious, counters the violence that the capitalists, colonialists, and imperialists, the exploiters of the people, exercise daily against the workers, students, young people, and progressive intellectuals, against 90% of the population of Quebec. When the present system is destroyed, we shall build peace together, and at the same time fraternity and justice. But in order to attain this objective, we must first build a revolutionary movement and a people's army together. We must first organize together a violence, a force, capable of liberating us all from the multiple forms of slavery, domination, and alienation that subjugate us collectively and individually from the time we are in the cradle. We shall become free to the extent that, together, we have the courage to take up the weapons of our liberation and to fight to conquer. We shall be able to build peace, equality, fraternity, and justice to the extent that, together, we find the way to win the war imposed on us by our condition as white niggers. We must win the war, and not just a battle here and there every 50 years. We are not the only ones who are struggling to win our freedom. Far from it. Our struggle is linked to the many people's wars that are developing in the four corners of the world against the common enemy, American imperialism. Our battles, the battles of the Québécois, the French-speaking people of América, the white niggers, interest the other oppressed peoples as their battles interest us and concern us directly. We are all interdependent and responsible for each other. None of us, without betraying his brothers, can exempt himself from the tasks which the construction of a more human world imposes, on a planetary scale. Not to be engaged is always to collaborate with the enemy. Neutrality does not exist anywhere. Dear friends and comrades, these words are not new, and other revolutionaries, much better qualified than I, have shouted them the world over. Some of us, indeed the best, have paid with their lives for having put these elementary truths into practice. I wanted to greet you today by reminding you, once again, of the profound meaning of our struggle and our sacrifices. That seems essential to me if my trial and its temporary denouement are to be placed in their true perspective. My trial was also yours. My trial was the trial of the anger of the exploited of Quebec. My trial was the trial of the workers, students, young. After the trial 271 people, and revolutionary intellectuals just as much as it was the trial of the FLQ and one of its members. My condemnation to life imprisonment is precisely the sentence that the established order thinks it has imposed on the Quebec Revolution, which is guilty of wanting to overthrow capitalism and destroy imperialism. But by condemning an individual, a member of the FLQ, the established order has not abolished the overall situation that created the necessity for a revolution in Quebec. On the contrary, by this trial and condemnation, the established order has even contributed to the acceleration of the revolutionary process. My friends, my comrades, my brothers, I am certain of it, we will win. Let us not look back but plunge ahead. Forward. Long live free Quebec. Long live the revolution. Long live the FLQ. Although my trial has been the climax so far, it is not the whole story of the political and revolutionary battle my comrade Charles Gagnon and I have been fighting ever since we were arrested in New York on September 28, 1966. This long battle, which began at the United Nations building more than 2 years ago, is still going on. It demands constant effort, high morale, and an enormous amount of patience and faith. Charles Gagnon and I were practically alone when, in September 1966, we went to the United Nations to cry out our appeal on behalf of those who are fighting in Quebec for the liberation of their country. At that time Quebec had not yet received the visit from General de Gaulle and, consequently, was almost unknown. Quebec, as the saying goes, had not yet been put on the map. In the United States, a few hundred persons at most knew of the existence of a liberation movement in Quebec. Of course, knowing that the Canadian police were actively looking for us, we could have gone into hiding in the United States, Mexico, or Cuba, instead of appearing at the United Nations. We thought of that. But reading the Quebec newspapers, which at the time were dragging the partisans of the FLQ through the mud and deliberately 272 Pierre Vallières distorting the meaning of their struggle, we soon became convinced that a practical reply had to be made to this campaign of vilification. The Montreal police had just arrested 15 or 16 of our comrades. The newspapers were telling all sorts of more or less fantastic stories about them. They were also saying that Gagnon and I, the leaders, as they put it, were hiding out in the woods north of Montreal and starving there. The whole dismantled network was being described more or less as a gang of anarchists. I, personally, had been in the United States for 2 months and Charles Gagnon for a month. We were actively preparing to return to Quebec, having made contact with the principal revolutionary and progressive organizations in the United States, when we learned from the newspapers that our comrades had been arrested. One of them had been held for a week, secretly and under a false name, and had finally talked. The others had been arrested very quickly. A few days later, Charles Gagnon and I drafted a statement of solidarity with our comrades in prison in Montreal and went to the United Nations to distribute it to the various delegations. At the same time, we began a hunger strike. At the United Nations, some American friends and Canadian and Quebecois journalists helped us a great deal. On September 25, 1966, from the United Nations Television studios, we launched a 5-minute appeal which was broadcast live by the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation from the Atlantic to the Pacific. Our statement of solidarity was widely disseminated by the wire services, and we recorded interviews for radio. No one knew we were at the UN, and our sudden appearance on Canadian television had the effect of a bomb. And immediately the attitude of the newspapers toward the FLQ partisans who had just been arrested began to change. The next day, September 26, after a night in a New York hotel, we returned to the United Nations, this time to picket, demand political asylum, and continue our hunger strike. Dozens of journalists and policemen were there. The Canadian police urged their Yankee allies to arrest us on the spot, but they dared not do so because they had no warrant. Our picketing was perfectly legal. After about 2 hours, the New York police made up their minds to take us in without a warrant. Once we were at the police station, they made the fantastic accusation that we had entered the United States illegally. Then they, after the trial, 273 offered us voluntary deportation. We refused for political reasons, even though we knew the United States would never grant us political asylum. We decided to use all legal and political means to fight deportation and, if it came to that, extradition. We were taken to the immigration office to be photographed and card indexed, and then conducted to the Manhattan House of Detention for Men, known as the Tombs, where we were to remain for more than 3 months. In the Tombs we continued our hunger strike for 29 days, drinking only water and even refusing all medication. Montreal friends contacted 2 New York lawyers who pretended to defend us but in reality collaborated with the American authorities to organize our deportation to Montreal. Life in the Tombs was not exactly restful, but we were immediately accepted and supported by the prisoners, who often did us precise services. Our hunger strike brought us many letters and unhoped-for expressions of support. While preparing for our return to Montreal, we took maximum advantage of our stay in the Tombs to write letters, newspaper articles, etc. We were afraid that once we were back in Montreal we would be deprived of all means of self-expression and struggle. After the hunger strike, I wrote my book White Niggers of America straight through from beginning to end, finishing around January 10 or 12, 1967. On January 13, 1967, we were kidnapped by the immigration police and taken to Montreal by plane. Before that, we had appeared in court many times on 2 charges: illegal entry into the United States and disturbing the peace opposite the United Nations building. 2 equally ridiculous charges. The court never proceeded against us on the second charge, and there was one postponement after another, for form's sake. On the charge of illegal entry into the United States, they put us through a parody of a trial in closed session. Of course we were found guilty, even though we were able to prove that we had crossed the border openly, passports in hand. We immediately appealed the verdict to the Supreme Court. On Friday, January 13, 1967, at 4 p.m., our lawyers were notified that our appeal had been rejected. At the same time, a New York judge was annulling the charge of disturbing the peace. We were informed of this deal. 274 Pierre Vallières around 7 p.m., and they were very careful to advise us that we could undertake no new procedures concerning the deportation case until the following Monday, January 16th. We were immediately liberated from the tombs and turned over, handcuffed, to the immigration police who, refusing to give us any explanation, took us to Kennedy Airport. About 9 p.m. the American police turned us over to the Montreal police at Dorval Airport. We were questioned by officers of the anti-subversive squad of Montreal until around 2 in the morning. To no purpose. We had nothing to say to them. Our arraignment was set for Monday, January 16, 1967. There were nearly a dozen charges against us, ranging from stealing dynamite to committing murder. The preliminary investigation of our case, which had been set for the following Monday, was postponed several times and did not take place until March 21, 1967, for the murder charge only, and in June 1967 for the other charges, some of which were withdrawn. Our trial, which we were to undergo together in May or June, was postponed to September, then to November, to December, to January, and finally to February 1968. In November 1967, one of our comrades, Richard Bouchot, was acquitted of the charge of murder. The witnesses in his case were the same as in ours. The prosecution then began to fear that we might be acquitted and did everything it could to postpone our trial indefinitely. Finally, under the pressure of public opinion, our trial was set for February 26, 1968, 19 months, to the day, after our arrest. Charles Gagnon and I were to stand trial together and we had prepared ourselves accordingly. On February 26, to the general surprise, the prosecution decided to proceed only in my case, postponing Charles's trial to an undetermined date. I have described my trial above. I will not go back over it here, except to say that it drew the attention of the International Federation for the Rights of Man, which has its headquarters in Brussels. In September 1968, the Federation sent to Quebec Maître Roger Lallemande and Alain Badiou, who had already headed a delegation to Bolivia at the time of the trial of Regis Debray. At the same time, a committee to support the political prisoners of Quebec, headed by Maître Nicole Dreyfus, was created in Paris. A number of French after the trial, 275 intellectuals, including Jacques Burke, J.M. Damenock, Alain Resnais, Jean-Luc Godard, the staff of the Review Partisans, Maspero, Roger Garoui, Michel Ray, et al., signed a petition in our behalf. In Montreal, as far back as November 1966, a committee to assist the Vallières-Gagnon group had been formed. Over the last 2.5 years, this committee has done an enormous amount of political work among students, unionized workers, and intellectuals, constantly explaining our fight to them. The committee has often gone out into the streets to demonstrate and has not been content simply to draft press releases. Today it no longer limits itself to defending political prisoners, in collaboration with the most radical left movements, such as the Front de Libération Populaire and the Citizens' Committees. The committee is working to achieve in action the unity of the revolutionary forces of Quebec and to formulate a revolutionary ideology adapted to the situation in Quebec. It must be said that the ideological baggage of the Québécois militants is generally too scanty for the tasks imposed on them by the present situation. There is an enormous lag to be made up in this area. In the United States also we have received support, especially from Monthly Review, Stokely Carmichael, many partisans of the Black Power movement, the Black Panthers, Youth Against War and Fascism, certain draft dodgers, etc. I have appealed the verdict and the sentence in my case, but I have not yet been able to obtain a hearing before the Court of Appeals of Quebec. As for Charles, his trial for murder has not yet taken place after 2.5 years of detention. The Prévost Commission, which was set up by the Quebec government to investigate the administration of justice, has recently denounced the treatment of Gagnon, and the Gagnon affair, as it is now called, has taken on the proportions of a veritable political and judicial scandal. In September 1968, Gagnon and I went on a 17-day hunger strike to protest this state of affairs. The strike, which was supported by 400 other inmates of Montreal jail, forced the Ministry of Justice to make written promises which, however, it later failed to keep. 276 Pierre Vallières. Will Gagnon be judged at last, or will he remain illegally imprisoned on charges that the established order is unable to prove? Since my trial and condemnation, the Québécois judges seem afraid to compromise themselves in a new political affair. Perhaps, sensing the change in the wind, they are thinking of their future. On the other hand, since the summer of 1968 there has been a great expansion of revolutionary action in Quebec. In Montreal alone there have been more than 60 bombings. In October 1968 tens of thousands of students occupied the educational institutions for several days, and the workers of the Donder Company occupied their factories, weapons in hand. Violent demonstrations have multiplied and agitation has become considerably more radical. The sudden death of Premier Daniel Johnson has weakened the government party, the National Union, which is now divided into two factions: the Nationalists and the Federalists. On the economic plane, there is total stagnation. Unemployment is increasing, investments are decreasing, the state coffers are empty. At all levels of government one finds only instability and panic. Meanwhile, the independence current is growing stronger from day to day, and in the next few months the quarrels over language in Montreal might well lead to street fighting. The newspapers, radio, and television talk about nothing but violence, rebellion, protest, and revolution. The ruling classes are desperately trying to find themselves a dictator. The police are preparing the ground for a Quebecois Hitler who could restore law and order. Fortunately, Quebec has no army and no colonels. But the police are increasingly conscious of the political role they may soon feel it their duty to play if the unrest continues and if the economic and political crisis is not solved. It is against this background that one must place the Gagnon affair. If the establishment grants Gagnon a trial, will that trial not be the opportunity the revolutionaries have been waiting for to throw the high priests out and rouse the people to revolt against the established authorities? Never since 1837 have the ruling classes had such a feeling of panic. But how much longer will they be able to keep Charles Gagnon in prison awaiting judgment, without provoking the wrath they fear? And what will become of all the charges that were brought against? After the trial 277 Gagnon and me in September 1966 and are still pending. Are they determined to put us through 6 or 7 trials apiece? At the rate at which cases come to trial in Quebec, we have another 15 years of court battles ahead of us. Charles Gagnon and I have no illusions. We expect absolutely nothing good, nothing just, nothing clean from the established disorder. But we are convinced that in a few years the coming to power of the advocates of independence will free us from prison. Of course the coming to power of the independentists, now led by the liberal reformist René Lévesque, will not coincide with the revolution we want to make. We will still have to fight. For we shall not be truly liberated until the day capitalism and imperialism are vanquished. Meantime, while waiting for the day of our liberation, we are not wasting our time in prison. We are studying and writing a great deal. We are completing our education as men and as militants. We enjoy no special status or privilege in prison, unless it is that we are subjected to closer surveillance than the other prisoners. We can receive almost all the books we want, including political and revolutionary works. We get the newspapers every day. We do not feel too isolated from those who are fighting on the outside. But we are impatient to take up the struggle again beside our comrades. My experience as a political prisoner has enriched me considerably so far. It has taught me a great deal about men, about individuals, about society in general and Quebec society in particular. I do not regret the time I am spending here, even if I could be more useful elsewhere. I mean to take the maximum advantage of prison life to better understand men, whom it is our ideal to transform, to de-alienate, to liberate completely. Someday I shall write a book recounting in detail everything I have experienced in prison, everything I have seen and understood. There, loved and hated. My story, like the experience I have been living through for more than 2 years, will no doubt be very hard, but also very human. For here in prison man has no more secrets from men. He takes off all his masks. He is naked as a worm. He is true. And this man, my double, my brother, as Baudelaire would say. 278 Pierre Vallières. Never have I loved him so much as now. And never have I hated so much the system that oppresses him. I am completely reconciled with my country, Quebec, which in former days I thought only of fleeing and forgetting. But like you, Vara, I would not hesitate to go and fight imperialism in another country if someday the great darkness once more descended upon Quebec and made all action impossible. But the situation in Quebec would have to be truly hopeless. I am 100% Quebecois, and it is in Quebec first that I want to pursue the struggle against imperialism. It is in Quebec that I hope with all my heart to overcome tyranny with my comrades, or else to die with them, weapons in hand. If I were a citizen of the United States, it is in the United States that I would fight first. Revolution is not impossible anywhere. It is necessary in all countries, including today most of the so-called socialist countries. It does not matter what country is our native land. It does not matter what difficulties we are daily confronted with. Our duty as revolutionaries, wherever we may be, is to make the revolution, as Guevara so well reminded us before he was vilely assassinated by the CIA in Bolivia. And even in prison, this duty must take precedence over everything else. By way of epilogue *, often, in writing this book, I have asked myself, am I right? Am I wrong? But really, what do I care about being right? It is not a question of being right, my friends, but of overcoming the exploitation of men by men, of overcoming without betraying oneself or one's people. And if we are to overcome tomorrow, we must begin to fight today. To be sure, we must make every effort to see clearly. That is essential. But we must avoid the trap of imaginary certainties, of post-war dreams. We are at war, and have been for centuries, against those who exploit us. Let us not think that we shall win someday by a divine miracle. Neither let us wait until we know precisely what our world will be like after our revolution. But start now, let us organize ourselves in such a way as to make this world as human as possible. Because we are forced to make history every day, we are not going to wake up one morning and find ourselves in a radically transformed society without having brought the transformation about ourselves. And which of us can describe what does not yet exist? We make plans, but we know that those plans will be modified, improved, and perfected by our action, as we become more clear-sighted and more experienced in struggle. And it is by giving the maximum of ourselves today, by practicing today the principles which have become ours, by translating into action the consciousness we have today, that we shall develop both our strength and our consciousness, that we shall become truly responsible and free. Let us not wait for a Messiah to bring us a magical solution to our problems. Let us reflect, let us sharpen our tools, roll up our sleeves and all together set to work. The revolution is our affair, the affair of. This final chapter was written at the same time as the bulk of the book, while Vallières was still in the tombs, and was included in the first edition. Trans. 279. 280 Pierre Vallières The Niggers. Let us not wait to get started on it until the Pope or the President of the United States gives us the word. The word can come only from us, the niggers, white, black, yellow, the men. Gagnon and I have been fighting ever since we were arrested in New York on September 28, 1966. This long battle, which began at the United Nations building more than 2 years ago, is still going on. It demands constant effort, high morale, and an enormous amount of patience and faith. Charles Gagnon and I were practically alone when, in September 1966, we went to the United Nations to cry out our appeal on behalf of those who are fighting in Quebec for the liberation of their country. At that time Quebec had not yet received the visit from General de Gaulle and, consequently, was almost unknown. Quebec, as the saying goes, had not yet been put on the map. In the United States, a few hundred persons at most knew of the existence of a liberation movement in Quebec. Of course, knowing that the Canadian police were actively looking for us, we could have gone into hiding in the United States, Mexico, or Cuba, instead of appearing at the United Nations. We thought of that. But reading the Quebec newspapers, which at the time were dragging the partisans of the FLQ through the mud and deliberately 272 Pierre Vallières distorting the meaning of their struggle, we soon became convinced that a practical reply had to be made to this campaign of vilification. The Montreal police had just arrested 15 or 16 of our comrades. The newspapers were telling all sorts of more or less fantastic stories about them. They were also saying that Gagnon and I, the leaders, as they put it, were hiding out in the woods north of Montreal and starving there. The whole dismantled network was being described more or less as a gang of anarchists. I, personally, had been in the United States for 2 months and Charles Gagnon for a month. We were actively preparing to return to Quebec, having made contact with the principal revolutionary and progressive organizations in the United States, when we learned from the newspapers that our comrades had been arrested. One of them had been held for a week, secretly and under a false name, and had finally talked. The others had been arrested very quickly. A few days later, Charles Gagnon and I drafted a statement of solidarity with our comrades in prison in Montreal and went to the United Nations to distribute it to the various delegations. At the same time, we began a hunger strike. At the United Nations, some American friends and Canadian and Quebecois journalists helped us a great deal. On September 25, 1966, from the United Nations Television studios, we launched a 5-minute appeal which was broadcast live by the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation from the Atlantic to the Pacific. Our statement of solidarity was widely disseminated by the wire services, and we recorded interviews for radio. No one knew we were at the UN, and our sudden appearance on Canadian television had the effect of a bomb. And immediately the attitude of the newspapers toward the FLQ partisans who had just been arrested began to change. The next day, September 26, after a night in a New York hotel, we returned to the United Nations, this time to picket, demand political asylum, and continue our hunger strike. Dozens of journalists and policemen were there. The Canadian police urged their Yankee allies to arrest us on the spot, but they dared not do so because they had no warrant. Our picketing was perfectly legal. After about 2 hours, the New York police made up their minds to take us in without a warrant. Once we were at the police station, they made the fantastic accusation that we had entered the United States illegally. Then they, after the trial, 273 offered us voluntary deportation. We refused for political reasons, even though we knew the United States would never grant us political asylum. We decided to use all legal and political means to fight deportation and, if it came to that, extradition. We were taken to the immigration office to be photographed and card indexed, and then conducted to the Manhattan House of Detention for Men, known as the Tombs, where we were to remain for more than 3 months. In the Tombs we continued our hunger strike for 29 days, drinking only water and even refusing all medication. Montreal friends contacted 2 New York lawyers who pretended to defend us but in reality collaborated with the American authorities to organize our deportation to Montreal. Life in the Tombs was not exactly restful, but we were immediately accepted and supported by the prisoners, who often did us precise services. Our hunger strike brought us many letters and unhoped-for expressions of support. While preparing for our return to Montreal, we took maximum advantage of our stay in the Tombs to write letters, newspaper articles, etc. We were afraid that once we were back in Montreal we would be deprived of all means of self-expression and struggle. After the hunger strike, I wrote my book White Niggers of America straight through from beginning to end, finishing around January 10 or 12, 1967. On January 13, 1967, we were kidnapped by the immigration police and taken to Montreal by plane. Before that, we had appeared in court many times on 2 charges: illegal entry into the United States and disturbing the peace opposite the United Nations building. 2 equally ridiculous charges. The court never proceeded against us on the second charge, and there was one postponement after another, for form's sake. On the charge of illegal entry into the United States, they put us through a parody of a trial in closed session. Of course we were found guilty, even though we were able to prove that we had crossed the border openly, passports in hand. We immediately appealed the verdict to the Supreme Court. On Friday, January 13, 1967, at 4 p.m., our lawyers were notified that our appeal had been rejected. At the same time, a New York judge was annulling the charge of disturbing the peace. We were informed of this deal. 274 Pierre Vallières around 7 p.m., and they were very careful to advise us that we could undertake no new procedures concerning the deportation case until the following Monday, January 16. We were immediately liberated from the Tombs and turned over, handcuffed, to the immigration police who, refusing to give us any explanation, took us to Kennedy Airport. About 9 p.m. the American police turned us over to the Montreal police at Dorval Airport. We were questioned by officers of the anti-subversive squad of Montreal until around 2 in the morning. To no purpose. We had nothing to say to them. Our arraignment was set for Monday, January 16, 1967. There were nearly a dozen charges against us, ranging from stealing dynamite to committing murder. The preliminary investigation of our case, which had been set for the following Monday, was postponed several times and did not take place until March 21, 1967, for the murder charge only, and in June 1967 for the other charges, some of which were withdrawn. Our trial, which we were to undergo together in May or June, was postponed to September, then to November, to December, to January, and finally to February 1968. In November 1967, one of our comrades, Richard Bouchot, was acquitted of the charge of murder. The witnesses in his case were the same as in ours. The prosecution then began to fear that we might be acquitted and did everything it could to postpone our trial indefinitely. Finally, under the pressure of public opinion, our trial was set for February 26, 1968, 19 months, to the day after our arrest. Charles Gagnon and I were to stand trial together, and we had prepared ourselves accordingly. On February 26, to the general surprise, the prosecution decided to proceed only in my case, postponing Charles's trial to an undetermined date. I have described my trial above. I will not go back over it here, except to say that it drew the attention of the International Federation for the Rights of Man, which has its headquarters in Brussels. In September 1968, the Federation sent to Quebec Maitre Roger Lallemande and Alain Badiou, who had already headed a delegation to Bolivia at the time of the trial of Regis Debray. At the same time, a committee to support the political prisoners of Quebec, headed by Maitre Nicole Dreyfus, was created in Paris. A number of French after the trial, 275 intellectuals, including Jacques Burke, J.M. Damenock, Alain Resnais, Jean-Luc Godard, the staff of the Review Partisans, Maspero, Roger Garoui, Michel Ray, et al., signed a petition in our behalf. In Montreal, as far back as November 1966, a committee to assist the Vallières-Gagnon group had been formed. Over the last 2.5 years, this committee has done an enormous amount of political work among students, unionized workers, and intellectuals, constantly explaining our fight to them. The committee has often gone out into the streets to demonstrate and has not been content simply to draft press releases. Today it no longer limits itself to defending political prisoners. In collaboration with the most radical left movements, such as the Front de Libération Populaire and the Citizens' Committees, the committee is working to achieve in action the unity of the revolutionary forces of Quebec and to formulate a revolutionary ideology adapted to the situation in Quebec. It must be said that the ideological baggage of the Québécois militants is generally too scanty for the tasks imposed on them by the present situation. There is an enormous lag to be made up in this area. In the United States also we have received support, especially from Monthly Review, Stokely Carmichael, many partisans of the Black Power movement, the Black Panthers, Youth Against War and Fascism, certain draft dodgers, etc. I have appealed the verdict and the sentence in my case, but I have not yet been able to obtain a hearing before the Court of Appeals of Quebec. As for Charles, his trial for murder has not yet taken place after 2.5 years of detention. The Prévost Commission, which was set up by the Quebec government to investigate the administration of justice, has recently denounced the treatment of Gagnon, and the Gagnon affair, as it is now called, has taken on the proportions of a veritable political and judicial scandal. In September 1968, Gagnon and I went on a 17-day hunger strike to protest this state of affairs. The strike, which was supported by 400 other inmates of Montreal jail, forced the Ministry of Justice to make written promises which, however, it later failed to keep. 276 Pierre Vallières. Will Gagnon be judged at last, or will he remain illegally imprisoned on charges that the established order is unable to prove? Since my trial and condemnation, the Québécois judges seem afraid to compromise themselves in a new political affair. Perhaps, sensing the change in the wind, they are thinking of their future. On the other hand, since the summer of 1968 there has been a great expansion of revolutionary action in Quebec. In Montreal alone there have been more than 60 bombings. In October 1968 tens of thousands of students occupied the educational institutions for several days, and the workers of the Donder Company occupied their factories, weapons in hand. Violent demonstrations have multiplied and agitation has become considerably more radical. The sudden death of Premier Daniel Johnson has weakened the government party, the National Union, which is now divided into two factions: the Nationalists and the Federalists. On the economic plane, there is total stagnation. Unemployment is increasing, investments are decreasing, the state coffers are empty. At all levels of government one finds only instability and panic. Meanwhile, the independence current is growing stronger from day to day, and in the next few months the quarrels over language in Montreal might well lead to street fighting. The newspapers, radio, and television talk about nothing but violence, rebellion, protest, and revolution. The ruling classes are desperately trying to find themselves a dictator. The police are preparing the ground for a Quebecois Hitler who could restore law and order. Fortunately, Quebec has no army and no colonels. But the police are increasingly conscious of the political role they may soon feel it their duty to play if the unrest continues and if the economic and political crisis is not solved. It is against this background that one must place the Gagnon affair. If the establishment grants Gagnon a trial, will that trial not be the opportunity the revolutionaries have been waiting for to throw the high priests out and rouse the people to revolt against the established authorities? Never since 1837 have the ruling classes had such a feeling of panic. But how much longer will they be able to keep Charles Gagnon in prison awaiting judgment, without provoking the wrath they fear? And what will become of all the charges that were brought against? After the trial 277 Gagnon and me in September 1966 and are still pending. Are they determined to put us through 6 or 7 trials apiece? At the rate at which cases come to trial in Quebec, we have another 15 years of court battles ahead of us. Charles Gagnon and I have no illusions. We expect absolutely nothing good, nothing just, nothing clean from the established disorder. But we are convinced that in a few years the coming to power of the advocates of independence will free us from prison. Of course the coming to power of the independentists, now led by the liberal reformist René Lévesque, will not coincide with the revolution we want to make. We will still have to fight. For we shall not be truly liberated until the day capitalism and imperialism are vanquished. Meantime, while waiting for the day of our liberation, we are not wasting our time in prison. We are studying and writing a great deal. We are completing our education as men and as militants. We enjoy no special status or privilege in prison, unless it is that we are subjected to closer surveillance than the other prisoners. We can receive almost all the books we want, including political and revolutionary works. We get the newspapers every day. We do not feel too isolated from those who are fighting on the outside. But we are impatient to take up the struggle again beside our comrades. My experience as a political prisoner has enriched me considerably so far. It has taught me a great deal about men, about individuals, about society in general and Quebec society in particular. I do not regret the time I am spending here, even if I could be more useful elsewhere. I mean to take the maximum advantage of prison life to better understand men, whom it is our ideal to transform, to de-alienate, to liberate completely. Someday I shall write a book recounting in detail everything I have experienced in prison, everything I have seen and understood. There, loved and hated. My story, like the experience I have been living through for more than 2 years, will no doubt be very hard, but also very human. For here in prison man has no more secrets from men. He takes off all his masks. He is naked as a worm. He is true. And this man, my double, my brother, as Baudelaire would say. 278 Pierre Vallières. Never have I loved him so much as now. And never have I hated so much the system that oppresses him. I am completely reconciled with my country, Quebec, which in former days I thought only of fleeing and forgetting. But like you, Vara, I would not hesitate to go and fight imperialism in another country if someday the great darkness once more descended upon Quebec and made all action impossible. But the situation in Quebec would have to be truly hopeless. I am 100% Quebecois, and it is in Quebec first that I want to pursue the struggle against imperialism. It is in Quebec that I hope with all my heart to overcome tyranny with my comrades, or else to die with them, weapons in hand. If I were a citizen of the United States, it is in the United States that I would fight first. Revolution is not impossible anywhere. It is necessary in all countries, including today most of the so-called socialist countries. It does not matter what country is our native land. It does not matter what difficulties we are daily confronted with. Our duty as revolutionaries, wherever we may be, is to make the revolution, as Guevara so well reminded us before he was vilely assassinated by the CIA in Bolivia. And even in prison, this duty must take precedence over everything else. By way of epilogue ***, often, in writing this book, I have asked myself, am I right? Am I wrong? But really, what do I care about being right? It is not a question of being right, my friends, but of overcoming the exploitation of men by men, of overcoming without betraying oneself or one's people. And if we are to overcome tomorrow, we must begin to fight today. To be sure, we must make every effort to see clearly. That is essential. But we must avoid the trap of imaginary certainties, of post-war dreams. We are at war, and have been for centuries, against those who exploit us. Let us not think that we shall win someday by a divine miracle. Neither let us wait until we know precisely what our world will be like after our revolution. But start now, let us organize ourselves in such a way as to make this world as human as possible. Because we are forced to make history every day, we are not going to wake up one morning and find ourselves in a radically transformed society without having brought the transformation about ourselves. And which of us can describe what does not yet exist? We make plans, but we know that those plans will be modified, improved, and perfected by our action, as we become more clear-sighted and more experienced in struggle. And it is by giving the maximum of ourselves today, by practicing today the principles which have become ours, by translating into action the consciousness we have today, that we shall develop both our strength and our consciousness, that we shall become truly responsible and free. Let us not wait for a Messiah to bring us a magical solution to our problems. Let us reflect, let us sharpen our tools, roll up our sleeves and all together set to work. The revolution is our affair, the affair of. This final chapter was written at the same time as the bulk of the book, while Vallières was still in the tombs, and was included in the first edition. Trans. 279. 280 Pierre Vallières The Niggers. Let us not wait to get started on it until the Pope or the President of the United States gives us the word. The word can come only from us, the niggers, white, black, yellow, the men with dirty hands. We are the strongest, my friends, but we do not know it because we are still dominated by fear. I can understand that we are afraid of freedom when we see the price the Vietnamese are having to pay for theirs. But we have no choice. Slavery is not a life. Others are doing all they can to free themselves from capitalism and imperialism. Why not us? Can it be that we are cowards, my friends, men of delicate constitution who shiver when winter comes? No. We are not cowards, but we are still a little too much like sheep. Everything, in this world, belongs to us. We must abolish the inequality of privileges usurped and accumulated by force. By force, I repeat. And it is by force that we too, the men with dirty hands, the HEW. Heirs of wood, the drawers of water, the bootblacks, the laborers, the anonymous and underpaid pencil pushers, the waitresses, the miners, and all the cheap workers in the textile mills, shoe factories, cloth factories, and canneries, in the industries, department stores, and railroad companies, in the ports of the St. Lawrence, on the rocky land of Quebec, and in the cooperatives strangled by the trusts, it is by force, and not through resignation, passivity, and fear, that we shall become free. The struggle will be long and hard, but it will be. I am convinced of that. We are not done with suffering, with being clubbed down, with going to prison, but we will win, for we are the strongest. We shall pay dearly for our struggle, but it will win us a better society, one which will at last be ours. Workers, students, young people, intellectuals of the land Quebec, as Paul Chamberlain calls it, in the tombs, in my cage of steel and cement, I have nothing to help me communicate with you and. By way of epilogue 281 to unite me with your efforts, accept this faith in the capacity of men to create a world more human than the present one. My faith is not a religion but the choice of a nigger who is fed up with slavery. The sooner we who are niggers arm ourselves with courage and rifles, the sooner our liberation from slavery will make us equal and fraternal men. Utopia. It is because I cannot bear to be a nigger that I joined the FLQ, that I will stay in the FLQ until the victory of the white niggers of Quebec over capitalism and imperialism, that I will stay there on my feet, in or out of the prisons of the established order, that in every possible way I will bear witness to our will, the will of all of us, to free ourselves from our condition as niggers. I have enough confidence in you, in us, not to be afraid of the future. The Quebec Revolution will not stop. We are not the only ones who are fighting. Our struggle is part of man's long march toward liberation from the exploitation of some by others. The long march of the niggers of the entire world, in which we of Quebec, we workers and students, we of the FLQ, still bring up the rear, because of some kind of false shame, stupid fear, or comfortable attitude of wait and see. Hey, Georges. What are you waiting for to make up your mind? And the rest of you, Arthur, Louis, Jules, Ernest. On your feet, lads, and all together, to work. We'll have another glass of beer when we've done something besides talking and always putting the blame on other people. Each of us has his little share of responsibility to assume and to turn into action. The sooner we are united, lads, the sooner we will win. We have already wasted too much time in vain recriminations. Now we must go on to action. Pierre Vallières and the FLQ. Publishers afterward the Front de Libération du Québec, FLQ, is a clandestine revolutionary movement. Its program aims not only at national liberation for Quebec, but also socialism. The FLQ originated at the end of 1962, and its activities date from the beginning of 1963. Despite numerous arrests and the destruction of several of its networks, it has survived all attempts to suppress it. During the early 1960s, Pierre Vallières and Charles Gagnon were well-known revolutionary socialists, but their influence was hardly widespread. In 1963, Vallières, then a reporter for La Presse, the largest daily in Quebec, had succeeded Pierre Elliott Trudeau and Gerard Pelletier, now respectively Prime Minister and Secretary of State of Canada, as editor of the magazine Site Libre. Charged with separatist deviationism, he was forced to give up this post in the spring of 1964. During this same period he was also Secretary General of the Syndicat de Journalistes de Montréal, SJM, and joined his comrades at La Presse in a 7-month strike provoked by the daily's owners and the government of Quebec. This experience turned Vallières into a dedicated revolutionary. He organized picket lines and demonstrations in support of the unemployed, factory strikers, students, the Vietnamese, the oppressed of Quebec and other countries struggling against imperialism. In the autumn of 1964, Vallières and Gagnon founded the magazine Révolution Québécoise, which advocated the overthrow of capitalism and imperialism and the decolonization of Quebec. In the meantime, the FLQ continued its clandestine activities, at a time when sharpening social conflict was radicalizing a growing number of workers, students, welfare recipients, marginal youths, etc. Demonstrations grew increasingly violent. Repression became harsher and more systematic. A growing unity of action began to manifest itself among groups opposed to the established order. In May 1965, Pierre Vallières' living quarters, which also served as 282. Pierre Vallières and the FLQ 283 offices for Révolution Québécoise were searched and wrecked by some dozen policemen. Vallières and 2 comrades who were on the premises when the search began were subjected to a continuous 7-hour interrogation and threatened with violence. The police seized the magazine's subscription lists, as well as address books, letters, and subversive publications. Vallières and his companions were finally released when the police failed to bring charges against them. Shortly afterward, Révolution Québécoise merged with its sister publication Part 1 Prix, and the Movement de Libération Populaire, MLP, was born. The MLP is particularly active in supporting strikes, organizing demonstrations, and promoting political education. La Presse fired Vallières in June 1965 for lack of discipline, and also because he was suspected of being an active member of the FLQ. Vallières soon became permanent secretary of the MLP, and Gagnon, who had been working as an organizer in Gaspé, the most underdeveloped region of Quebec, where the unemployment rate in winter reaches and even exceeds 60%, began teaching at the University of Montreal and became a radical organizer in the student union movement. He was also active in the MLP. Vallières and Gagnon had long been urged by friends to join the FLQ, and at this point they decided to do so. For about 6 months they tried to reconcile their public activities with their commitment to the FLQ. Then, by common consent, Vallières and Gagnon, together with other comrades, decided early in 1966 to devote all their energies to the revolutionary movement. They felt that only the FLQ could defeat imperialism and radically transform Quebec society. They went underground. The police conducted a wide search for Vallières and Gagnon, without result. No one knew where they were or what they were doing. But the FLQ became increasingly active. Large quantities of propaganda material were distributed. In May 1966, the bombing of the La Grenade shoe factory, in which all the workers had been fired and replaced by scabs after an 18-month strike, left one dead and several injured. Similar attacks were carried out against the FAC Tories of Dominion Textile, a notorious exploiter of cheap labor in Quebec. One of these explosions killed Jean Corbeau, a member of the FLQ. Bombs also disrupted election meetings of the Liberal Party, which had been in power since 1960. Few days before his second trial for murder, as human as possible. Because we are forced in the forests of the Laurentian Mountains, north of Montreal. Others asserted that they had fled to Cuba. Friends from New York cited the example of Robert Williams and offered to hide them in the United States or help them escape abroad. After thinking it over for a few days, they decided to go to the United Nations. When they arrived at the United Nations on September 27, 1966, they were greeted by dozens of policemen, newsmen, and cameramen. There followed 2 hours of quibbling among various police officials unable to agree on the procedure for arresting 2 Quebec citizens peacefully picketing the United Nations. They were finally arrested by agents of the U.S. Department of Immigration. Asked whether they would agree to voluntary deportation, they refused on political grounds and demanded political asylum or deportation to France. A few hours later, the agents produced an arrest warrant for illegal entry into the United States, in spite of the fact that they read perfectly valid passports. They were taken to the Manhattan House of Detention for Men, known as the Tombs, where they remained until January 13, 1967. They maintained a hunger strike for 29 days, until October 25. It was after this that Vallières wrote Nègres Blancs d'Amérique. After a trial that took place behind closed doors in the library of the Tombs, at which not a single witness was heard, and Vallières and Gagnon were not allowed to defend themselves, the two were found guilty of illegal entry into the United States and ordered deported. For reasons as yet unexplained, the Canadian government had not issued a request for extradition. Vallières and Gagnon immediately appealed the decision. On January 13, 1967, without any prior notice to the defendants or their New York lawyers, the appeal was denied and the deportation order upheld. This decision reached the authorities at about 4 p.m., but since Vallières and Gagnon were not notified, they were unable to plan further legal action. 2 hours later, they were told to pack at once. They guessed immediately that they were to be kidnapped and forcibly deported to Montreal, but Pierre Vallières and the FLQ 285, their demands for an explanation failed to elicit any response. They were forced out into the street, surrounded by agents of the Department of Immigration, and ordered into a prison van. When Vallières refused to comply, agents smashed his eyeglasses and bashed his head against the sidewalk. Vallières and Gagnon were handcuffed and driven to Kennedy Airport at top speed. There followed a long series of court appearances to face charges of murder, involuntary homicide, bombings, thefts of explosives, hold-ups, etc. They pleaded not guilty to the numerous charges brought against them under common law, and demanded a political trial. Their determination, and official fears that they would undermine archaic and traditional legal protocol by politicizing their trial, led to successive delays. Public opinion became aroused and Vallières was finally tried on charges of murder in connection with the bombing on May 5, 1966, of the La Grenade shoe factory. A secretary had died because her employers had disregarded a warning, received 10 minutes before the explosion occurred, to clear the premises. The trial began on February 26, 1968, 18 months after the original arrest in New York. Assisted by 2 legal advisors, Rob Ert Lemieux and Bernard S. Mergler, Vallières conducted his own defense and succeeded in politicizing his trial. He was aided by the prosecutor who, lacking concrete evidence, cited Vallières' political writings, including the pamphlet Tu es que le FLQ. What is the FLQ, and the first edition of Nègres Blancs d'Amérique, which was published during the trial. The trial ended on April 5, 1968, with a sentence of life imprisonment. Vallières' trial and the publication of his book marked a turning point in the political history of Quebec, and enabled the FLQ to attract a growing number of sympathizers and supporters, increase its activity, and draw the attention of world opinion to the national liberation struggle. Bombings multiplied, new citizens' committees became increasingly radical, trade unionists and students became more political, and the number of demonstrations grew steadily. On June 24, 1968, Pierre Elliott Trudeau's visit to Montreal triggered a bloody riot in that city and marked the beginning of the worst wave of repression in Quebec since the 1917 anti-conscription crisis and the rebellion of 1837 to 1838. The establishment soon grasped the fact that the pacifist separatism of the Quebec petty bourgeoisie was in serious danger of being submerged by a rising revolutionary tide. The Vallières-Gagnon affair became the symbol of both the political repression and the People's Revolution. Demonstrations, petitions, and articles on their behalf multiplied rapidly. The two prisoners. 286 Pierre Vallières never ceased writing, propagating their ideas, sustaining the morale of those outside who were being clubbed, manhandled, searched, and interrogated incessantly. In June 1968, Charles Gagnon's trial on a charge of attempted theft resulted in a hung jury. Gagnon vigorously demanded that he be tried on the charge of murder that was still outstanding and which was making it impossible for him to obtain bail, even after spending 2 years in jail. September 1968 witnessed a repeat of Gagnon's first trial. The charge was again attempted theft. This trial, which was again politicized by the prosecution itself, resulted in Gagnon's being sentenced to 2 years in a penitentiary. The case was appealed at once. In the meantime, two representatives of the International trial. Their determination, and official fears that they would undermine archaic and traditional legal protocol by politicizing their trial, led to successive delays. Public opinion became aroused and Vallières was finally tried on charges of murder in connection with the bombing on May 5, 1966, of the La Grenade shoe factory. A secretary had died because her employers had disregarded a warning, received 10 minutes before the explosion occurred, to clear the premises. The trial began on February 26, 1968, 18 months after the original arrest in New York. Assisted by two legal advisors, Rob Ert Lemieux and Bernard S. Mergler, Vallières conducted his own defense and succeeded in politicizing his trial. He was aided by the prosecutor who, lacking concrete evidence, cited Vallières' political writings, including the pamphlet Qu'est-ce le FLQ? What is the FLQ? And the first edition of Nègres Flancs d'Amérique, which was published during the trial. The trial ended on April 5, 1968, with a sentence of life imprisonment. Vallières' trial and the publication of his book marked a turning point in the political history of Quebec, and enabled the FLQ to attract a growing number of sympathizers and supporters, increase its activity, and draw the attention of world opinion to the national liberation struggle. Bombings multiplied, new citizens' committees became increasingly radical, trade unionists and students became more political, and the number of demonstrations grew steadily. On June 24, 1968, Pierre Elliott Trudeau's visit to Montreal triggered a bloody riot. Pierre Vallières and the FLQ 287 Montreal Stock Exchange. In March 1969, Pierre-Paul Jeffrey was arrested. To protect his comrades, he assumed personal responsibility for dozens of bombings and received what amounted to 12 life sentences. Accused of directing FLQ activities from his prison cell, Vallières was again transferred to the Rue Parthenay Detention Center, where he was kept in total isolation. This happened during Charles Gagnon's trial for involuntary homicide, of which he was acquitted. Until July 1969, Vallières was not allowed to receive visits from his fiancée, Raymond Lorraine, make any telephone calls except to his lawyers, correspond with his fiancée and friends, or have any contact with Charles Gagnon. An attempt was even made to prevent him from meeting with his lawyers. The intervention of Quebec's ombudsman, lawyer Louis Marceau, put an end to these practices. In July 1969, Vallières received permission to correspond with his fiancée and to receive one 30-minute visit every 2 weeks. He was allowed no other correspondence, all his letters were copied by the police, and he was cut off from any contact with Charles Gagnon. In spite of all their efforts, the authorities did not succeed in breaking Vallières and Gagnon. Through their writings, letters, and trials, the two imprisoned revolutionaries participated very actively in the liberation struggle. They were regarded variously as martyrs of the repression and as heroes of the revolution. By autumn 1969, 3 years after their arrest, the charges brought against them had still not been proven. Vallières' conviction was overturned by the Court of Appeals. Between June 1968 and August 1969, Charles Gagnon had 4 trials in which no other evidence was produced than the fact, freely admitted by the defendant, that he was a revolutionary and an FLQ activist. In spite of increasing popular pressure, the authorities were adamant in their refusal to grant bail to the 2 political prisoners most widely known in Canada, and the first to achieve international repute. The Quebec Department of Justice decided that Vallières and Gagnon must stand trial on the charge of murder committed in the same case, La Grenade Shoe. They were to be tried simultaneously but in different courts, an unprecedented decision in the annals of Canadian justice. The trials were held in November and December 1969. A few days earlier, a large demonstration in front of the court building had turned into a riot. The next day, the city administration of Montreal banned all demonstrations. On October 7, 1969, the Canadian Army had been dispatched to Montreal where the police had gone on 288 Pierre Vallières strike, and a violent demonstration had taken place at the Murray Hill Transportation Company. It was in this atmosphere of pervasive repression, similar to that created by Chicago's Mayor Daley in the wake of the Democratic Party convention, that the trials of Vallières and Gagnon began. They again conducted their own defenses. Gagnon's trial lasted 4 weeks and resulted in acquittal. Vallières' trial lasted 6 weeks and resulted in a conviction of involuntary homicide on the same kind of political evidence as had been presented at Gagnon's trial. The conviction triggered a violent demonstration in the courtroom, but Vallières received only a 30-month jail sentence. He appealed at once. A few weeks later he was sentenced to 7 months in prison for contempt of court. In the meantime, the publication of Nègres Blancs d'Amérique had resulted in a new charge, sedition. In the case of Gagnon, this charge was soon dropped, but similar charges were brought almost simultaneously against several separatist revolutionary leaders, including Michel Chartrand, president of the Montreal Council of Trade Unions. In the midst of his trial, Vallières was charged in the Ottawa Parliament with being the author of a master plan for revolution in Quebec. The charge of sedition, which had been brought against him a few days before his second trial for murder, was evidently designed to prejudice the jury. 18 months had already elapsed since the publication of Nègres Blancs d'Amérique. The twofold pressure of public opinion and impending general elections prompted the government to grant bail to Gagnon, and he was released on February 20, 1970. The release of Charles G.A. Non, wrote Vallières, is the greatest political victory for the FLQ since 1963. This release also implies my own, for our trials were based on the same kind of political and illegal evidence. The release of Gagnon is absolute proof of the illegality of my own imprisonment. Shortly thereafter, Vallières was also freed. During 1967, while still in prison, Vallières wrote a second book, Into Périllance et Revolution. Charles Gagnon has also written a book, Fausseur d'Amérique. Both await publication, which has been delayed pending revisions by the authors. After having been freed in the early part of 1970, both Vallières and Gagnon were re-imprisoned in the fall of that year under the War Measures Act, this time along with Robert Lemieux, their attorney, and hundreds of other separatists, radicals of various persuasions, and revolutionaries.